Chapter 34, Wind Port. Part 1. Wind Port. The only port city in the Magic Continent. It's a town with a lot of hills and slopes. You can see the entire city from the entrance. The majority of the houses are made from the usual earth and stone commonly found in the Magic Continent, but there are a few wooden structures mixed in as well. They must be importing wood from the Meles continent. There's a shipyard at the end of the town. It might be because it's a port city, but there are very few stalls near the entrance of the city. In contrast, there's a lively atmosphere closer to the harbor. It's a town with a bit of a different color from the usual. Then beyond the port, the outside of town spread an enormous ocean. When was the last time I saw the ocean? Probably around middle school when I went on a field trip. It seems the ocean is the same no matter which world it is. The blue sea, the sound of the waves, the seagull-like birds, and the boats raising their sails. This is the first time I've seen a sailboat with my own eyes. They occasionally appear in movies, but you can feel one's age and excitement when you actually see a wooden sailboat with its sails. As expected, in this world they must have advanced techniques to ride against headwinds. No, it's this world after all. They can probably just make their own tailwinds with magic or some other sort of method. Part 2. The moment we arrived in the city, Eris jumped off the lizard and started running. Rudius, it's the ocean. The words that came from Eris's mouth were spoken in a fluent magic god language. She has remembered to speak in the magic god language on a daily basis now. Rudyard and I were trying to use magic god language as much as we could to talk. The plan was a success. Recently, Eris's magic god language has improved quite a bit. After all, it seems that the fastest way to learn a language is to live in a place where it's commonly used. Still, she can't read or write with it. Incidentally, since we came to the Magic Continent, I haven't taught her magic even once. Putting aside voiceless incantations, I'm sure she's already forgotten all the incantation magic. Wait, Eris, where are you going before we even decide on an inn? After hearing my statement, Eris's legs abruptly stopped. Incidentally, this is the third time we've had this back and fourth exchange. The first time we got lost, the second time we got into a fight on a street corner. There won't be a third chance. That's right. If we don't decide the inn first, we'll get lost. Right. Eris returned to being cheery while looking at the ocean. Come to think of it, this should be her first time seeing the ocean. There's a river near the Fidoa region and she would occasionally go play in the water with Soros on holidays. Unfortunately, without me. Can you swim? You can swim in the harbor. I want to swim. I want to see Eris's enchanting 13-year-old body as well. But we have no swimsuits, right? Swimsuit? What is that? We don't need it. I couldn't hide my confusion with that shocking statement. Swimsuit? What is that? We don't need it. We don't need swimsuits. I wonder if that meant that we would go nude. No, there's no way that's the case. Even in this world, there's the culture of feeling embarrassed over nudity. That's why, yes, most likely in underwear. We'll play in the water with underwear on top. The underwear that sticks to the skin as you get wet. Transparent flesh showing through, patchy one rising to the surface. That's strange. Why wasn't I involved in the river play in Fidoa region? Exactly where was I? I guess it was because I was busy. In those days, I was living a fulfilling lifestyle every day. However, just once I wish they had told me they were going. No, there's no point in thinking about that now. Focus on what is before my eyes right now. Live in the now. Yes, I'm going to live right now. Alright. It's the ocean. No, it's probably better if you don't try to swim in this ocean. Then Rudyard comes in to throw water on the mood. Why? There's a lot of monsters. That seems to be the case. It would be fine if Rudyard and I just annihilated all the monsters, is what I was thinking, but surprisingly that living organism radar might not be all-purpose. It probably can't detect very well in the water. No, but couldn't we manage to bathe in the sea for at least an hour or so? Swimming in the harbor, as expected, would be dangerous. But I could make something similar to a fish preserve in the nearby shore with earth magic. Though, in the 1 in 10,000 chance that something happens, there might be some kind of monster in the water with some kind of strange special ability. They might just jump straight over the fish preserve. If it was an octopus we could have an arrow event start up. Though if it was a shark it would be Jaws. Cannot be helped. It seems like it'll be best if we give up on playing in the ocean here. Really, it cannot be helped. We'll go without swimming this time. After we decide on the inn we'll head for the Adventurers Guild. Yeah. Eris was downhearted. However, even I have a healthy interest in Eris's body. I haven't been able to confirm exactly how much her body has grown up over this past year. It's hard to tell with clothes on top. Since that's the case, I thought it would be good liberating near a shore. You never know what might happen. Even if we can't swim we can still play on the shore. Shore. The ocean has a sandy beach sort of thing. The sand pit continues on all the way along the beach. What's fun about that? Even if you ask me what, you can get some water from the beach and pour on it. Rudius, you're making a strange face again. Though it sounds interesting. Let's go later. Eris said that happily and kicked off the ground, jumping back onto the lizard. It was a wonderful jumping ability. It was a jump purely with the power from her ankles. In terms of sound effects it would be a guan feeling. Eris's legs have been trained rather well, though this matter is fine as it is. I wonder if in the future she will end up looking like Ghislaine with bulging muscles. I'm a bit worried. Part 3. For starters, we decided on an inn, left the lizards in a stable, and then started walking to the Adventurers Guild. The meeting will be held before we sleep. Windport's Adventurers Guild. There were a large number and variety of adventurers, crowding around and making noise. It was a familiar scene, but it felt like there were quite a few human races. If we cross over into the Mealy's continent, then it will probably increase even more. First off, let's go with our usual routine. I moved in front of the notice board. Are we not planning to quickly cross the ocean? Rudyard asked. I'm just taking a look. It seems like earning money in the Mealy's continent would be better after all. Earning money is easier in the Mealy's continent. That's because the currency is different. The currency in the Mealy's continent can be divided into 6 types: great notes, general notes, gold coins, silver coins, large copper coins, and copper coins. If we use the fact that one stone coin is equal to a single yen as the basis and look at it, then great notes, $50,500 general notes, $10,100 Mealy's gold coins, $5,050 Mealy's silver coins, 1,000 yen, $10 Mealy's large copper coins, 100 yen, $1 Mealy's copper coins, 10 yen, 10 cents. That sort of reasoning. The B-rank jobs on the Magic Continent generally have rewards between 15 to 20 scrap iron coins in total. If we convert that into stone coin, it would be 150 to 200 stone coins. If we make the assumption that a B-rank job on Mealy's continent gives the same amount as the second tier of their currency, it would be 15 large copper coins. After conversion, it would be 1,500 stone coins. That's 10 times more. It would be better to earn it in Mealy's. However, if it seems like there will be quite a bit of time before the ship leaves, then we will end up taking some jobs here. Fundamentally B-rank jobs. A rank and S-rank jobs aren't just dangerous, but most of them take over a week or at minimum a number of days. If we want to constantly do a number of jobs in a period of a few days, then B-rank are the best. That's why we have no intention of rising up to S-rank, where you can't accept B-rank jobs anymore. After you reach a rank, you can accept S-rank jobs as well. Since that's the case, I first questioned why anyone would bother rising up to S-rank. I asked the staff member and supposedly you receive special privileges if you rise up to S-rank. I wouldn't know unless I specifically investigate it more, but the in-cost rates will be cheaper, and the guild will distribute more profitable jobs to you and such things. Also, they'll close their eyes to a majority of things that violate a contract. Those kinds of things it seems. If we focus our efforts around a rank jobs, staying at a rank is more efficient for earning money than rising up to S rank. Although, it seems such privileges are a huge benefit when it comes to exploring labyrinths for adventurers. We haven't tried exploring any labyrinths. They're dangerous and they take too long. We have been focusing our efforts around B-rank jobs. For those reasons we have no plans to rise up to S-rank for the time being. Eris seems to want to try it though. Rather, the conversation has gone off topic a bit. In any case, we joined the Adventurers Guild with the intention of earning money. Since that's the case, it's better if we take the ship as soon as we can and earn money in Mealy's instead. Come to think of it, I wonder where the ship takes off from. The port. I mean, where in the port? Let's ask and see. I moved up to the counter. Standing there was a female, probably from the human race. Why are there almost always females standing at the counters? And why is the ratio of large-chested ones so high? We want to go to the Mealy's continent, but do you know where we can go to get there? Ask those sorts of questions at the checking station. Checking station? Since you'll be crossing national borders when you board the ship, it's a problem between countries outside of the guild's jurisdiction. Since that's the case, the guild staff has no obligation to offer an explanation about it, it seems. Since that is the case, we should head to the checking station. Maybe we can hear a detailed explanation there? Hey you! Just as I was thinking that, I heard a loud yell within the guild. After turning around, Eris was punching a human race male. Our nuclear warhead is energetic today as well. Where and who do you think you're touching? It was an accident. Who would want to touch a brat like you? It doesn't matter if it was an accident. I don't hear any sincerity in your apology. Eris has become quite fluent in magic god language. And then, as she improved in fluency, the number of fights increased. Jaya ha ha ha. What's this? A fight? Oh my, hey, don't go getting beaten up by a child. Incidentally, fights between adventurers are actually a pretty common everyday occurrence, so the guild doesn't really interfere. Rather, there are staff members who start up progressive gambling and take bets. I'll crush you. So, sorry, it's my loss. Let me go. Please stop and let go of my leg. Just as I was thinking about that, Eris had rolled the guy over in no time at all. Eris's ability to drive people into a corner, especially recently, has been strong. They start to become afraid before she even touches them. And not only that, she accurately drives them into a corner. What are you snapping over? Just as you're thinking that, they're rolling on the floor and being stomped on the crotch. The C-rank adventurers here and there can't do anything to stop it. Then, after a certain amount of damage has been done, Ruijerd steps in to stop it. Stop. Why did you stop me? The fight is already decided, let him go with this much. This time as well, Ruijerd stops her by carrying her like a cat. The man ran away while holding a certain part of his body. Damn it, you're insane. It's the usual spectacle. I can't really stop it. If I grab her from behind to stop it, I can't stop my hands from moving on their own. When I start moving, my hands will grab weird places. Then, it's my turn to be beaten half to death. A baldy and a red-haired violent little girl. Could it be you? Bastards are dead end. The moment someone yelled that, the guild hall became quiet. Dead end, you mean the supered race? Idiot. It's the party name. It's been rumored to be fake. Recently, I've heard rumors that they're the real thing as well. Oh, they're violent, but they really aren't bad guys at all? Violent but good guys, isn't that contradictory? No, it means they're not all violent. Zawa zawa. Murmurs started to spread around inside the guild. This is the first time we've been in this situation. It seems, we've become quite a bit famous. I wonder if it's fine if we don't sell Ruijerd's name in this town. Just a 3-person party made it to a rank after all? Ah, that is amazing, but regardless of whether it's a fake or the real thing, I can believe it if it's those two. Mad Dog Eris and Watchdog Ruijerd, right? Eris and Ruijerd have nicknames. Nevertheless, Mad Dog and Watchdog, huh? I wonder why they're both dogs. I wonder what kind of dog I am. I guess I'll listen for a bit and see. Fight dog is unlikely. It's most likely not something cool like that. I can't imagine it giving a brave feeling either. If I had to pick for myself, it would be Butterdog. But this past year I feel that I've been working as a sort of operations tower though. After all, it should be some kind of intellectual name. Patient Dog, maybe? Then, that midget in the back would be the owner. Ruijerd. I heard that the owner was the one with the worst personality among them. Yeah, everything I heard about him was bad. And there it is. My name hasn't been remembered. No, certainly I often name myself as Ruijerd, though. Every time something good happened on our travels I would say, we name ourselves Ruijerd of the Dead End. Please take care of us. As such. And then, whenever something bad happened I would announce with a loud laugh, I am Rudius, gwahaha, and such while laughing. Since that's the case, why did they end up mixing them? HNNN. Even though we've been quite active for this past year, I'm a bit shocked by the fact that only my name hasn't been remembered. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It was selling my name with a bad meaning anyways. It's not too bad since it's not my real name. Also, the owner isn't too bad as well. I'd certainly like to put a collar on Eris and lead her around. In any case, he's small. I'm certain that's small as well. He's a child after all. Hey, if you say it's small you'll incite the dog. Jaya ha ha ha. Just as I realized it, they're laughing at something totally unrelated. However, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Recently, I've been growing favorably. Oh, I can't. If I let them continue to laugh like this, Eris will snap again. So I was thinking about that. She was sneaking looks in my direction with a red face. Oh, that seems cute. Eris, what's the matter? No, nothing. Dayufufu. If you're interested, feel free to come peek at me while bathing tonight. What? I'll give Ruijerd detailed instructions to allow it to pass. Since that's the case, how about we bathe together? If that becomes the case, I might just slip a little bit. Something like with my hand or my foot or my body or my tongue. Putting jokes aside, for the time being we should move to the checking station. Just like the owner, I headed out of this place full of dignity. Eris-san. Ruijerd Aduria-san. Let's go. Why do you sometimes get my name wrong? Humph. The surrounding stares were gathered on us as we left the Adventurers Guild. Part 4. We came up to the checking station. This town is in the Magic Continent, but after you get on the ship it will take you into the territory of the Holy Mealy's kingdom. There's a tax on anything you bring in and there's an inspection upon entry to the country. Whether it's in order to prevent crime or otherwise just to earn money. Well, the reason doesn't really matter at all. If they ask us to pay we just have to do it. Just as I was thinking lightly of it. 2 human race and 1 magic race, but how much will it cost? Humans are 5 scrap iron coins each. What species of magic race? Supered race. The staff member of the checkpoint looked at Ruijerd with his mouth hanging open. Then after looking at his bald head, he let out a sigh. It was a face without any motivation. Supered race are 200 small green coins. 200 coins. This time it was my turn to be surprised. Why is it that expensive? Even if I don't say it you should understand, right? A reason why it would be expensive to bring supered race on the boat. I get it. I understand now since I've seen how things went during the travels up until now. However, it's way too expensive. Why is it that absurd amount of money? I wouldn't know. Ask the one who decided on it. Old man, you can't guess? Ah, well, probably a countermeasure against terrorism. Having one transported in as a slave and then having it go wild in Mealy's continent and such. That seems to be the case. I already understood that the supered race are treated like a bomb. You guys are that famed, dead end, right? When you go to board the boat they will properly investigate your race. I don't think there's any point in showing your vanity and paying the 200 small green coins here. Thankfully the official gave us that sort of warning. In other words, even if we were to try to falsify him as a miggered race, it would be revealed. If you try to lie about your race, is there some sort of fine? Yeah, you'll have to pay a pretty expensive fine. According to the staff member, it seems as long as you pay money just about anything is okay. What a money-based doctrine. Part 5. The sun was starting to set as we returned from the checkpoint. We returned to the inn and decided to eat. The food they brought out in the inn was a port city seafood specialty. A shellfish about the size of a fist was the main dish for tonight. It tasted like it was covered in butter and steamed with alcohol for flavoring. It's good. Out of all the food I've eaten on the magic continent, this would be the best one. This is delicious. Eris was eating it all happily while making a mess. During this past year, she seems to have completely forgotten Azura Kingdom-style table manners. Using the knife in your right hand to slice the food, and then stabbing it with a fork and bringing it to your mouth. At the very least she wasn't just picking up the food with her hands and putting it into her mouth, but there were no manners about it. If Idona saw this, she would probably cry. Is it my responsibility? Eris, your manners are bad. Mogu, who cares about something like manners? Even Rudyard has better manners. Although this one is also lacking some elegance. He doesn't use the knife at all and cuts the food up with just the fork. Just sliding the fork across them and the food gets cut through as if it were butter. I can feel the skills of a master. Now then, in that case, even though we're in the middle of eating, let's start today's operations meeting. Rudius, talking in the middle of a meal is bad manners. Eris said that with a sour face. Part 6. After we finished eating and our stomachs were full, we started the operations meeting. The voyage expense is 200 small green coins. It's way beyond reason. Sorry about that, it's my fault. Rudyard frowned. I didn't think it would cost this much myself. Honestly, I wasn't thinking too much about the toll cost. As long as we work a bit, we would quickly be able to ride it. In reality, the human race are only 5 scrap iron coins a person. Even other magic races are at best only 1 or 2 small green coins. Only supered race are such an absurdly expensive amount. Father, that's going too far. I'm not your father. I know. It's a joke. In any event, 200 small green coins, it's not a normal amount of money. Even if we focused on doing a rank and S-rank jobs in this city to earn money, it would take a number of years. It seems like the Mealy's continent really don't want to accept any supered race. However, it's rather troubling. It's not like we can just leave Rudyard behind here. Leave Rudyard behind. That would be the fastest way. We're already pretty experienced as adventurers at this point. I'm sure we could keep going with our journey even without Rudyard. Even though I say that, obviously I have no intention of doing that. Rudyard will be with us until the end of our journey. Our friendship is eternal and indestructible, that kind of thing. Of course we won't leave you behind. Then, what do we do? In terms of methods, there are 3. After saying that I held up 3 fingers. Everything starts with the number 3. No matter what time it is, there's always the 3 options of continuing ahead, returning, or stopping. Oh, that's amazing, there's 3 ways? Phew. I'll wait a bit on the explanation, I haven't thought of them yet. First off, there is the legitimate way of doing jobs to earn money and then setting off to Mealy's. Though that way, yeah, it will take far too much time. If we just gave it our all at earning money, it would still take us at least a year to earn it. There's a guarantee that some sort of incident will occur during that period. Carelessly dropping our wallet, for example. The second, enter a labyrinth and find a magic crystal or magic items. It's quite a bit of trouble, but in just a single trip we can earn a considerable amount of money. Magic crystals sell for a high price. I can't say in specific how much that would be, but if we gave it to the official at the checkpoint, I'm sure it would be enough to allow the supered race to travel. Labyrinth. That sounds good. Let's go. No way. Rudyard rejected the labyrinth option. Why? Labyrinths are dangerous. I can't see through traps with my eye as well. Even though Rudyard's eye will react to living things, it won't work at all for traps made in a labyrinth, it seems. Even though we won't know unless we try. I was the one who suggested it, but I don't want to go either. If we proceed carefully, we could probably manage it somehow or other, but since it's me who doesn't pay enough attention to his feet, somewhere I would most likely make a fatal mistake. This is where we need to listen to Rudyard's advice. Third option. We look around this city for a smuggle. Smuggler? What's that? In places like this where people cross a border, they transport things across in return for a fee. In such examples like in our case where we're forced to pay absurd prices. Most likely, if it were a merchant, they could transport it for a lower price. Is that the case? That's the case. If that weren't the case, then each species wouldn't have a different price. Among them, there are certain articles which cost an amazing amount. For people who can't afford to have things transported publicly, there are people who will transport it for a cheaper price. Well, it's also possible there aren't any. However, if we try talking to some merchants around here, I'm sure we could find someone who would take a much lower price than 200 small green coins either way. The price set at the checkpoint is clearly strange. If we violate the rules just a bit, it shouldn't be too much. Retribution. No, I can't think like that. If we try to take the easy route out, there will be a pitfall. I've already learned that through experience. For the most part I've included it as an option, but we should try to avoid doing anything bad as much as possible. For the time being, those three are all that I can think of. Legit method of collecting money. Get rich quick from a labyrinth. Ask an underground merchant. None of the options are very good. Ah, that's right. There was one more method. I could sell my staff, Arrogant Water Dragon King. Aquahacia. Putting loss and gain aside, I really don't want to consider the option of selling this. It was something I received on my birthday from Eris. I've used it preciously until today. I'm sure Rudyard and Eris won't agree with me letting this go. However, this could be the best method. Part 7. That night, I had a vision. Hitagami said, buy some food from a stall and then search alone in the back alleyways. And, since I have no other means, I'll give it a try. Is it a matter of having no other means? No, well, buying food and going into a back alleyway, I already understood it was that sort of event. You understand it? Is that right? There will be some lost child that is hungry and wandering around, right? Then they will somehow or other get involved with a strange man, right? That's exactly right. Amazing. Then, after I save that child, it will become the case that it's actually the grandchild of the shipbuilding guild head, or something along those lines, right? Fufufu, that is something to look forward to for. 2 more, row. What is there to enjoy myself about it? There wasn't even a single one of those enjoyable developments up until now. Rather, hey you, it's been a year since we last talked to you. No, look, I was just starting to feel relieved that you would never show your face before me again. Well, didn't you get into a bit of a troublesome incident because of my advice last time? It was just a bit difficult to show my face after that. So, even God has times like that. However, don't be mistaken. That was my own personal mistake. Though, incidentally, I would like you to tell me what kind of thing would have been the correct answer. Even if you say correct answer, if you had just normally interacted with the guards, they would have gotten along with Rudyard as well. Was it that sort of simple event? That's right. If you had just become allies with them, then Nokapura wouldn't have had his eyes on you. Really, it was outside of my expectations, though in my own opinion, it was pretty fun to watch. In my case, it wasn't entertaining one bit at all. However, thanks to that, you made it this far in just about a year, right? So you're trying to say the results are okay? The results are everything. Che, I don't like that. Is that so? Well, it's fine. Now then, it seems like you're in a bad mood, so I'll disappear here. Wait just a moment. I would like to confirm something with you. What is it? Could it be that with your advice, it will turn out better if I didn't really think about it too much? In my opinion, it's more interesting if you gave it more thought though. Ah, I see now. It's that sort of thing, huh? I get it now. I'll go with what you said. Next time won't be interesting at all. Fufufu, that's something to look forward to then. Then. My consciousness sunk as I heard the echo flow. 1. Pachi is a common dog name similar to Spot, but Rudius is clearly referring to a different type of dog here. Chapter 35, Crossing Paths, First Part. Part 1. The next day after I received advice from the Hitagami, I bought some skewered food similar to yakitori from a stall, and started wandering around back alleyways. The only thing I have on me are just these skewers. The skewers had something like scallops, mussels, and seasoned fish. Also, a number of marine products which I couldn't really figure out. Buy food from a stall, even if you say that, he didn't really specify what kind. Therefore, I went with the easiest thing to carry. Last time I put too much thought into matters. If an amateur tries to arrange and cook something, it will just end in failure. If I try to think about it too much, I'll get stuck not knowing what to do. This time conversely, I'll just honestly obey and see what happens. Just as I was told, I bought some food and now I'm just wandering around the back alleys, looking for an event. Mindlessly. This is role-playing. What is about to happen is nothing but a coincidental happening. No need to think about it deeply, just obediently follow through with it. That guy prefers interesting events. The fact that I'm overthinking things is exactly what he's aiming for. If I just obediently obey, then he won't find it interesting. Just as I was thinking that and wandered around for a number of minutes, I suddenly realized, wait, isn't this going exactly as he predicted though? I thought I had been tricked. Through his skillful art of conversation, I'm perfectly moving along with his predictions. If I think about it, I realize it's really an irritating way of speaking. It feels like you're dancing on the palms of his hands. Remember the original intention. My feelings during our first meeting. I know for a fact that I should absolutely not trust him. Alright, this will be the last time I move along with his plans. This time I'll just wait and see what happens as I go along with his advice, but next time I will absolutely not obey. I already don't want to go along with his wishes anymore, so this is it. Part 2. Walking around in a back alley, alone. I wondered why it needed to be alone. That should be where the truth behind this advice comes up. A development that wouldn't happen if Rudyard and Eris were here. No need to think about it too deeply. I would be happy if it was an erotic development, I'll go. While hoping for something along those lines. I told Rudyard and Eris that we're acting separately for a day. Since it's Eris, it would be dangerous to go out alone. I asked Rudyard to guard her as well. About this time, those two could be having a good time on the beach. Wait, wouldn't that be a date? Following along with my flow of thoughts, I imagined the shadow of two people on a sandy beach. No, that can't be. CA, calm down. It's that Eris and that Rudyard. There's no way it's that story of sexy story. It's babysitting. Though Rudyard is strong, Eris seems to respect Rudyard as well. Recently I've been treated as just the owner too. No way. Why am I getting worried? Fool. It's alright, right Rudyard-san? This won't become Netarare one, right? It's alright, right? After Etern you two won't become strangely close, right? I'm trusting in you. For the time being, I start to simulate fighting against Rudyard for the first time. I don't stand a chance in close combat. In order to get rid of him, the first thing I would need to do is move 2 times the distance out of his searchability with the gem on his head. Then in order to defeat him, use water. The flow of water is a hindrance to him. In order to pay out that punishment, I need to cut him off with water. I'll create a large amount of water and then just like that, push him down into the ocean, the end. I'll have him drift until he dies. Kukuku. Please don't be mistaken. I believe in Rudyard. However, how do I put it? Look, it's like that. Don't they say love is a war? Part 3. The back alleys were peaceful. Normally when you think of a back alley, you get the image of a gathering place for all sorts of bad people. In reality, if a child like me who is pure, helpless and sincere were to walk through one, it would immediately catch the eyes of kidnappers. In this world, kidnapping is one of the most popular and profitable crimes after all. If anyone comes to abduct me, I'll crush their arms and legs, then interrogate them for information, take everything of value they have on them, then turn them over to the authorities. Hee, little girl, if you come with me, I'll let you eat until your stomach is full. I heard that voice coming from the back alley. I suddenly peeked through to look. A man with a scary-looking face was pulling on the arm of a young girl sitting down against the wall. It's certainly a very easy-to-understand composition. First move wins. I prepared my staff and did modifications to my stone cannon that would put it at about the level of a jab from a pro boxer, then fired off a rock bullet at the man's back. During this past year I've gotten quite good at going easy, like this. Ouch. After he turned around, I fired one more shot. This time it was just a bit stronger. Bacon. A good sound came out and the rock hit the man directly in the face, making a cracking sound. The man started to stagger about, unsteadily dragging his body, and then he fell over. He shouldn't be dead. It seems like I did a good job at holding back. Are you all right, young lady? I put on as much of a refreshing face as I could, and held out a hand to the girl who was about to be kidnapped. Oh. It was a little girl dressed in a risque, black leather-styled outfit, boots that come up to her knees, leather short shorts, leather tube top, her collarbone, curveless waist, navel and thighs, all of her skin is pale. And finally her most noticeable features, voluminous and wavy violet hair and horns like a goat. I understood the moment I saw her. It's a succubus. Not only that, but a little girl. Without a doubt she should be younger than me. Could this possibly be a reward the Hitagami is giving me for giving it my best? That guy can occasionally do some good things, it seems. No, it shouldn't be a succubus. In this world, the succubus-related species are considered a type of monster. If I remember correctly, it's a monster that inhabits the Begarito continent. I remember back to when Paul said in an unusually serious face, our family cannot win against them. I'm sure if I were to actually meet a succubus I would lose to its technique and be exhausted by it. Succubus are the gray rat family's natural enemy. Well, putting that aside, there's no monsters in the middle of the town. In other words, she is not a succubus. She should just be a child from a normal magic race, wearing erotic clothing. Oh, yo, you bastard, what have you done? Look at what you have done. The little girl was trembling all over. This man you know? She made an unbelievable face. What have you done? What are you going to do about this? Sort of face point too. Sorry about that. Was he an acquaintance? Is what I asked while tilting my head. It wasn't the sort of feeling and face a normal middle-aged man would speak with to an acquainted child. How do I put it? It was more like the exact feeling of an aroused middle-aged leprechaun. Look at this bright red face. Even after he's lost consciousness he still has that loose smile. He may have been about to take the little girl home and feed her an extravagant meal and offer a warm bed, but in return he would have requested a hot night, that sort of feeling. This man was going to feed this 1-3 with an empty stomach. Food. I heard a loud gurgling noise from somewhere. It was a sound like the ground was rumbling. Just as that sound was about to end, the little girl's knees gave out and she fell to the ground. Are you all right? Without thinking about it, I crouched down and picked her up. I wouldn't let a justified reason to touch a little girl pass me by. However, don't be mistaken. I came to save her on the orders of the Hitagami. Different from that middle-aged man just now. Goo? Ugh. It's been 300 years since this one revived. To think this one would fall in this sort of place? This one cannot let Laplace know about this matter. Somehow a strange self-play started up. Could it be that this outfit is some sort of cosplay? For the time being, eat this and get a hold of yourself. I shoved 3 of the skewers I had prepared into the mouth of the little girl. Mogi emoji yumajiu. The moment they were shoved into the little girl's mouth, her eyes flew wide open, with her eyes open just like that. She kept chewing away, eating the skewered food. Then she even plundered the skewers I had in my hand as well. I still had 12 pieces left on my skewer, but 10 pieces suddenly disappeared. Oh, it's good. The first meal in a year is good. The little girl regained her energy. She suddenly lifted her back from the ground energetically, with a spring, and jumped up, and then stood on the ground. After a single rotation, her physical ability must be surprisingly high, it seems. This one has been saved. With this one should be able to last another year. Then at that point the little girl's eyes finally met with mine. It was an odd set of eyes that had a mix of purple and black. I wonder if this is some sort of cosplay as well. No, there shouldn't be any contacts in existence in this world. Her eyes should have originally been like this. Oh, the little girl's right eye spun around in a circle. In that moment, the color changed to blue. That's creepy. Yuwa, what's with you? Amazing. That's disgusting. What's this? Fuhahaha. It's the first time this one has seen something like this. After seeing my face, the little girl started to say that while jumping around energetically. Yeah, it's a shock, of course. It's the first time in a while since anyone has looked at my face and called me disgusting. However, I also thought that she was creepy. I'll just call it even here. Is it that? During the time it was in the stomach it was a twin, then when it was born one half died, is that it? What is she saying? No, I don't think that is the case. Really? Yeah. Still your magic power quantity. It's above Laplace. No. What is higher than who? Well, it's fine. Name yourself. I'm Rudius Grey Rat. Alright. This one is called Kishirika Kishirisu, aka the Great Empress of the Demon Realm. With her hands on her hips, and her pelvis thrust forward, she threw out her chest with pride. Suddenly seeing thighs in front of my eyes, I reflexively licked her. It smells but it's sweet. Yeah, what are you doing? That's dirty. The little girl started to glare at me as she clamped her legs together and started rubbing them. However, I see now. Great Empress of the Demon Realm, Kishirika Kishirisu. Even I've heard that name before. In the Human-Demon Great War, the one who lead the magic race fought and was easily crushed, the immortal Demon Empress. I wonder if it's the real thing. I came here following the advice of that Hitagami. There is the possibility that she is the real Great Demon Empress. However, would the real Demon Empress be in this sort of place in the middle of nowhere on the magic continent? Furthermore, collapsing from starvation. No matter how you look at it, that can't be the case. That's right. This must be like where the children of the magic continent go around playing, pretending to be great people of the past. And the especially popular one is the demon god Laplace. For someone like me who knows the truth, he's a disgusting and evil bastard, but that guy is popular. Even though he did lose the war, he subjugated the magic continent, gathered together the magic race and brought them status, then brought about peace. The magic race's greatest man in history is how it's been told. What the children usually go around imitating is the story of Laplace, especially the episode where he fights the immortal demon lord. Until we came here to Windport, it was something I saw a number of times. Great Demon Empress Kishirika as well is a great being, if you can call it a great being. However, probably because it's from a much older era, I've almost never seen make-believe play of her. This child is certainly a passionate fan of the Great Demon Empress, and she has no friends to play together with, so she was playing alone in this back alley. Thinking of it that way is smart. Being alone is lonely, right? It can't be helped, I'll play along as well. Waha. Please excuse me, Your Majesty. I started acting out in exaggeration and bowed over on one knee similar to a retainer. Oh, that's good. This one has always waited for that sort of response. The young ones these days don't have any manners after all. Yes, Kishirika started to nod happily. Yes, that's right, I'm sure you wanted someone to play along with you. Please forgive my rudeness, for I did not know you had revived and acted in an impolite manner. It's fine. You have saved this one's life. It's fine if you ask for any one desire. Saved your life. I just gave you some food when you were Hungry, right? Then, I want great riches. Idiot. This one is totally broke just as it looks. Even though you said anything. No, I guess it's that sort of setting. If you were to ask for money, then there would be an episode later where you're forced to pay it back. Then, please give me half of the world. Wah, half of the world you say. That's huge. However, half-assed. Why, only half? Well, since I don't really need the men. Oh, that's bad, I let out a bit of my true intentions. It's not something to tell a little girl about. I see, this one understands it now? Even though you're still young, you're a lustful one. However, sorry to tell you the truth, this one hasn't acquired the world either you. No. Well, all of the wars Kishirika lead the magic race and lost. After all, then, your body is fine. Pay me back with your body. Oh, with this body. Even at that age you're that lustful. I'm worried for your future. Haha, of course that was a joke. A joke, I was about to say, when Kishirika started to put her hands on her hot pants. Really, it can't be helped. It's the first time since this one has revived. Be gentle, okay? Kishirika's cheeks started to change color and she started to unfasten the button on her hot pants. Seriously? I just meant it as a joke though. No, but this isn't the sort of atmosphere where you can say, it's a joke. This is where I should just carefully appreciate it as the little girl strips, then after enjoying the sensation of holding on to Her Majesty, gently reject her, is the correct way of doing things. Oh wait, this one can't do that. However, Kishirika stopped. Don't stop, just a bit more and it could have been seen. This time this one's fiancé is here as well. Sorry, but this one cannot offer you this body. The pants that had been pulled down were pulled back up. Again. I feel like a man who has just had his pure heart played around with. Money is no good, the world is no good, the body is no good. Then what can you offer? Fool, when it comes to things the great demon empress, Kishirika can grant one, then it's obviously demon eyes. Demon eyes. Demon eyes, huh? Is it that sort of thing? Somehow it's kind of a different image from this world's heroes after all. Come to think of it, one of Ghislaine's eyes was a demon. I wasn't it. However, demon eyes, huh? When you say demon eyes, do you mean, has the ability to see the opponent's lines of death, and cutting along those to deliver them certain death? Those kind of demon eyes. 4. Scary. What is that? This one doesn't have anything scary like that. That doesn't seem to be the case. After that the only other demon eyes I know of are the kind that turn the opponent into stone when you look at them, or the kind where beams come out of your eyes, eye-beam, gun, or the kind where lasers come out, laser eyes. Those are probably not included as demon eyes. Do you really want something as dangerous as that? Do you have some sort of grudge against someone? No, not particularly. Nothing can be born from revenge. This one has already been killed twice, but now this one doesn't hold any grudges against the opponent that killed this one at all. When people resent, that resentment becomes a chain. Then things like the human-demon Great War happen. I was being preached to by the little girl. Well, it's not like I'm particularly planning on cutting any vampires apart 5, so she doesn't really have to lecture me. Or rather, I don't really know much about the demon eyes. What kinds are there? Humu. This one has only just revived, so this one doesn't have any significant ones, but magic power eyes, identification eyes, X-ray eyes, clairvoyance, foresight, and absorption eyes would be ones that are famous around here. Even if you just tell me the names, can you please explain each of them to me? YPP. Umu. You don't know. Really now, the young ones these days don't study enough. After saying that, Kishirika took the time to explain each of them to me in detail. Magic power eyes. They are eyes that allow you to see magic power directly. The most popular ones. 1 in 10,000 possess them. Identification eyes. When you look at something, it will show you the details of that object. However, only within things that this one knows of. Anything that this one doesn't know will be shown as something unknown to this one. X-ray eyes. If you look, you will be able to see through things like walls, though you can't see through living beings or dense magic fields. You'll be able to see all the females naked that you want. It's just right for a lustful master. Clairvoyance. It allows you to see far away. It's difficult to control the focus point. Since you can only see and not interfere, it's not really suggested. Foresight. It's an eye that allows you to see a short distance into the future. This one is hard to adjust the focus point as well. However, it's suggested. Absorption eyes. Eyes that absorb magic power. Since they also absorb your own magic, they aren't really suggested. Kishirika was knowledgeable about demon eyes. I wonder where she learned about these sorts of things. Maybe her parents are knowledgeable about it. Otherwise maybe there's some kind of book called Demon Eyes Encyclopedia. Then, let's go with 2 and make both eyes demon eyes. Suddenly going with both, you are surprisingly greedy, aren't you? Here, I'll give you the last bit of meat. I passed her the last 2 pieces on the skewer, and Kishirika received it with a full-face smile. Yay! Mogu. However, it's fine to give you both, but this one wouldn't really suggest it. Why? It'll trouble you if you can't see through them normally. Generally you keep your field of vision sealed with an eye patch. If you have to cover both eyes you won't be able to see. Ah, come to think of it, I've seen something like that from an acquaintance of mine. Ghislaine used one as well. After all, what Ghislaine had should have been a demon. If you've been alive for several hundred years you might be able to control it, but if this one suddenly gives both eyes to a child like you, then it'll drive you mad. I'll go mad, huh? After all, I guess it would put some kind of burden on your brain. How frightening. Then, I'll give up on both eyes. That's for the best. Then what will you do? This one, suggested Foresight. Demon eyes, huh, if I could get my hands on one, which would be good. The magic power eyes seem like a bit of waste. It seems like quite a few people already have them after all. Unexpectedly, though they could be quite useful. I don't really need the identification eyes. I've never been troubled over not knowing about things. Moreover, it doesn't know about things that the great Demon Empress doesn't know, it seems. I can imagine it not being useful at the times when you need it the most. I don't particularly need the X-ray vision either. Until I can learn to control it, it seems like I would end up seeing Rudyard nude as well. The clairvoyance seems like it could be useful. Though for the time being, I don't really feel like I need it. If I was given it right now, I could see what is going on with Eris and Rudyard, but I'm sure the usual scene of Eris getting into a fight with someone and Rudyard going to stop it would enter my vision. Foresight is, I see, certainly that one seems to be a good suggestion. Currently, I can't win against Rudyard or Eris in close combat. The living things in this world are fast after all. If I could see a moment into the future, that sort of thing would be a huge advantage to me. The absorption eyes are out of the question. They would kill my advantage as a magician. Though I'm glad I was able to learn about the demon eyes like this. If all of a sudden, all of my abilities were being cancelled out, I could have gone into panic and been in danger. If I think about it seriously, then all of them are dependent on how they are used. Well, anything works really. It's just make-believe play after all. Then, I'll go with the suggestion. Is it fine? The majority of people have gone with different ones than the ones this one has suggested, saying, what can be done if you can only see just a little bit into the future? Like that. If you can see 1 second into the future, you can control the world. Even though I say that the swordsmen in this world are fast. Even if you could see 1 second into the future, it's possible you won't win. There's that sort of light thing as well. Is it fine not to get the X-ray vision? You could look at all the females naked you want. She doesn't get it, this little girl. Certainly, just walking down the road you could see beauties and young women naked all you want and it would be exciting. However, that's exactly it. It would quickly become boring. In regards to that, the process of taking off the clothes and imagining what they'll look like when they're off is part of the enjoyment. The Pachi who rises up to the top of clothes won't be able to enjoy it without being able to see the clothes, you know? I see. Then I'll just borrow your face really quick. Yes. Here, ready. Kishirika suddenly stuck her fingers into my right eye. I experienced an intense pain. Gujia? AAA. Without thinking about it, I tried to run away. However, I was caught by Kishirika's hair and unable to run away. Surprisingly strong. Ouch. GA. AAA. WH. What are you doing, you brat? Shut up, will you? You're a boy, right? Endure it for a bit. She was tampering away in my eye socket with her fingers, with a grinding sensation. After a little while passed, she completely pulled it out. I've certainly lost the sight in that eye now. The color of the foresight eye is a bit different from your own, though you won't be able to tell from a distance. You idiot. There are things you can and cannot do even when just playing around. This one is the great demon empress. This one wouldn't give demon eyes while just playing around. Damn it, my eye is. Ah? Oh, I can see. Things have become doubled, but I can see. What's this? It feels disgusting. It depends on how you control the flow of magic power in it, but you should be able to make the flow as thin as possible. Well, give it your best and train in using it. What do you mean? It means it depends on you. In front of the confused me, Kishirika looked totally satisfied. There was an afterimage remaining in place of the nod. However, rather than an afterimage, the silhouette was deeper. What's with this? It feels disgusting. Alright, this is good, you can properly see it seems. Then, it's about time this one heads off. This one must search for Badagati. In regards to the meal, it was a great justice. After saying that, Kishirika jumped up onto the roof. Well then, see you, Rudius. It's fine if you rely on this one. If you're in trouble again sometime. Fahahahaha. Fahahaha. Fahahaha fwaga hojaho. Leaving behind a Doppler effect, she disappeared into the distance while laughing out loud. I just kept staring blankly. The real thing. Just like this I obtained a foresight eye. Part 4. Middle-aged man's point of view. Ugh, my head hurts. I drank too much yesterday. I finished the first stage of a long job and went partying with my colleagues. We drank until morning. We drank so much that we thought the shop would run out. Then, I have no memory. All the memories after I left the shop seem to be a bit vague. If I remember correctly, I went down one of the back roads. in order to take a shortcut. That's right. Then there was a little girl sitting down there. After talking to her, she said she was hungry. Since I was in a good mood, I invited her to my house. My wife should have prepared some breakfast. Unfortunately, my intoxication still remains, so I wouldn't have been able to eat it. If I leave the food my wife prepares, then she'll get angry. If I were to let this girl eat it, my wife shouldn't get angry. In my head while drunk it seemed like a great idea. YG. Yeah, from that point on I don't have any memory. It seems like I drank until I passed out. My wallet is still here. I haven't been stripped of my possessions. After looking at the sky, the sun is still high in the sky. Well, I am a pretty well-known person in this town after all. There shouldn't be anyone in the town who sees this scary face and doesn't realize who I am. Moreover, yesterday, we finally finished a new ship. All the people around town should know about it. Of course, they should know about the first launch celebration as well. Surely, they decided to just leave me be as I was sleeping here so peacefully. Wait, isn't it already midday? Ah, this will put my wife in a bad mood. The shipbuilding guild chief Bakasu Randasu hurried down the road home with his head aching from a hangover. 1. Neterer, basically to be stolen away, or have your wife/lover stolen away. Most people reading this should be aware of that as it's become a common term lately. 2. This sentence was jumbled pretty badly, probably imitating how badly she is stuttering from imagining her face. 3. She refers to herself as Warawa. Literally, child. Mainly used by women in samurai family. Today, it is used in fictional settings to represent archaic noble female characters. 4. A Tsukiheim reference. 5. Another reference to Tsukiheim. Chapter 36, Crossing Paths, Second Part. Part 1. Demon Eyes. Normally you'd be pretty surprised if you suddenly received something like this. Why was the Demon Emperor in that sort of place, and why was I given something like this? It was such a opportunistic development that my mind didn't have time to catch up. However, I was moving according to a vision from God. It should mean that this sort of development went just as he planned. When I think that, I want to gouge it out right now and crush it. It seems like it would hurt and I'm scared, so I won't do it. For the time being, on my way back, I cursed my own naivety. I see all the people in the town walking down the road in doubles. I've bumped into a number of people after making mistakes of not being able to tell which one was real. Seeing doubles both when being blamed and when earnestly apologizing, as well as seeing doubles in fights. I won the fights, but they are meaningless conflict. I want to avoid as many such fights to the best of my ability. I have no option but to urgently try and master the use of this as soon as possible. In other words, if I don't learn to use it, we can't continue with our journey. Part 2. I returned to the inn. I met the Great Demon Emperor. After talking about that to the other two, they were quite surprised. The Great Demon Emperor, to think she had revived. I think the point that Rudyard was surprised about was a bit unusual. I can't imagine that I was suddenly given demon eyes. Granting demon eyes is the Great Demon Emperor's ability. Great Demon Emperor, Kishirika Kishirisu, the Demon Emperor of Resurrection. Another name is Demon Emperor of Demon Eyes. Her combat capability isn't all that great, but she carries 12 types of demon eyes within her body, and can see through all manners of things. Among them, the most frightening part is that she has the ability to change other people's eyes into demon eyes. Thanks to that, all of Kishirika's subordinates possessed demon eyes, and she had the power to control the magic race. There were a number of magic races who became followers of Kishirika just to become stronger. I wonder why she was in this town. Well then, I wouldn't be able to understand how a demon lord or demon emperor thinks. Point 1. Rudyard shrugged while saying that. That's right, isn't it? You didn't even understand the true intentions of the demon god you worked for a long time, either. If I were to say that, he would probably get seriously depressed, so I didn't say it out loud. Eris's eyes were sparkling after hearing the words Great Demon Emperor. That's amazing. I want to meet her too. Do you want to meet her? Eris and Kishirika. I wonder what kind of conversation they would have together. I'm a bit interested. Unexpectedly, they might get along well together. I wonder if she's still in the town. I wonder. Unexpectedly, she might be in another back alley, starving. Again. There was that sort of tempura joke atmosphere at the time. No, that most likely shouldn't be the case. It felt kind of like she was searching for someone. Surely, she has already left on a journey, being guided by the mechanism of some sort of bracelet or something. As expected, she shouldn't be in this town anymore. I see, that's too bad. While saying that, Eris will still probably go wander down some back alleyway tomorrow. Since it's that sort of feeling, I'm going to seclude myself. The two of you can feel free to act as you please for the time being. The two of them nodded respectively. Part 3. Learning to control the demon eyes took a week. Starting from the conclusion, it really wasn't all that difficult. Controlling the demon eyes using magic power. It's really similar to using magic with voiceless incantations. It's something I've practiced and refined a number of times. Until now, creating a path for the magic power. I was a bit perplexed at first, but after I realized that there were two main points, it became easier. First is the strength. It has a feeling similar to an arrow game window. In the start the strength was at max and all manners of things could be seen in doubles. I thinned this out as much as I possibly could. If I narrow down the amount of magic power in my eye, the future becomes thinner and I can see the now. Since it seems more convenient if it doesn't appear that I have it, I thinned it as much as I could so it doesn't bother me, then stopped it there. Then I just have to maintain this condition. If I let my focus go even just a bit the strength starts to change. It took 3 days until it was stable. The other one was length or otherwise distance. The distance into the future that I could see. After packing magic power into my eye, I could adjust it. The result was the farthest I could see was roughly 1 second. Of course, if I pack more magic power into it, I can see the future beyond 2 seconds as well. I can see it, but it blurs. I can see 2 or 3 blurs. It means that the future is always undergoing changes. 3 seconds for seconds, I can see that far into the future, but when you get to 5 seconds there are several tens of future possibilities blurring together. It just means that there's that many future possibilities. And then if I try to focus on a point too far into the future, the burden on my brain increases it seems. Kishirika did say that if you had 2 demon eyes you would become an invalid after all. It could be that the reason why she gives off that sort of feeling is also an effect of the demon eyes. In any case, if I want to use them safely it's just 1 second. It took me another 3 days to understand that. Then it took me 1 more day in order to adjust both strength and distance at the same time. In other words, 1 week total. I succeeded in mastering the foresight eye. Part 4. Now then, while I was spending my time putting power into my eye and yelling, subside, my divination eye. 2. Eris and Rudyard were going out somewhere together every day. Eris was dripping with sweat and Rudyard was always refreshed but just a little bit sweaty as they returned every day. The two of them are doing something together that makes them sweat, as well as it being every day. I'd like to ask for reference, but what have you two been up to recently? Then Eris said while wiping her sweat with a towel. HNN, it's a secret. That's how she responded. With a truly happy face. I wonder if they're doing something secret in secret. I wonder if it's a nice shot, hole in one. I wonder if I have no choice but to sniff Eris' sweat-stained cloth. No, it's not like I'm really worried or anything. In any case, I'm sure the two of them are just off training. Somewhere. Yeah, I see it. Eris is a child that puts in effort in the shadows. Even when we were in the Fedoa region, on her days off, she would frequently just end up training with Ghislaine. When I would ask her what she was doing back then, just like this time she would respond with a secret. In that case, this time as well should be the same. That night, a 34-year-old NET-looking guy was slapping my cheeks while whispering in my ear. From today onward, your second name is Defeated Dog, in my dreams. I think it's probably that Hitagami's doing. Nothing good comes from that guy. Part 5. 1 week later, I reported that I had finished controlling the demon eyes. Then Rudyard suggested, in that case, have a spar with Eris and let's see. I guess we'll be confirming exactly how useful it is in close combat. Or else we're going to see the results of her special training. Seeing both at once is twice as good. I accepted immediately. We moved to the beach. In front of Rudyard we faced each other with wooden sticks. We picked up around here. I wonder if you'll be able to beat me even if you've gotten your hands on something like demon eyes. Today's Eris is brimming with confidence as always. Surely, she's grasped something during this past week. I want to protect that winning face. I'm fine with losing. I just want to try and find out how well I can see in close combat. We'll go without magic for today. I'll try fighting with just the demon eyes, seeing 1 second into the future setting. They're Rudius-like words, but in the middle of Eris's lines, I could see a vision. Suddenly, Eris comes to strike me from the left side. If I hadn't had the foresight, I most likely wouldn't have been able to react in time. She has a natural disposition when it comes to talent with preemptive attacks. Ha! Hoi! I can clearly see through it, so I landed a counter-strike on the side of Eris's face. The next vision. Without flinching, Eris came in to attack consecutively, with the stick in her right hand. This is where Eris's strength lies. It doesn't matter what kind of attack she takes, she doesn't flinch at all and prepares to go in for the next attack. Since her legs are very steady, most attacks won't even shake her. Rather, the more damage you do, her voltmeter of anger increases and the attack strength goes up. Pa! Here. I hit her forearm with a strong attack. Eris dropped her wooden stick. If it was the usual me, then I think this would be a round where the match is decided. At the very least, when we trained together with Ghislaine, it would be at the point where you lost if you dropped your sword. However, that's not what happened in the visions. Eris is already preparing for her next action. In other words, this is a kind of feint, dropping her sword and luring me into lowering my guard. She goes in for a punch at the tip of my jaw on the left side. Eris' specialty, Boreas punch, intentionally dropping her sword, waiting for an opening. It's the usual human bullet combination. Ooh. Your feet are unguarded. I swiped at her legs and caused her to fall. The fist cut the sky and Eris started to fall to the ground. However, it doesn't seem she has given up yet. While falling to the ground she pushed off with her hands, and uses the centrifugal force to turn around and come at my right leg for a bite. Oh, I moved my leg back and at the same time fell to my knees, then moved on top of Eris and sealed off her movements. Since she came to bite at me from an impossible posture, Eris's body was twisted. One of her arms was underneath her and one of her legs was folded up against her butt. What else can she do from this position? Just as I was thinking that, she started moving about, just trying to struggle. That's far enough. The referee raised his voice. Eris completely relaxed her strength. I won. I won. I won against Eris in close combat for the first time. Without magic. Complete loss, right? Eris looked up at me with an unusually refreshing face. I moved my leg away. Eris slowly stood up and started to brush off the dust, then came in to strike me. Pashed, I caught her fist. Then Eris's face very quickly turned to a bad mood. I'm going back. Eris said that in a loud voice, just like that. With her shoulders trembling, she returned to the inn. I made her angry. Huh? No, that's wrong. I might have dealt a blow to her self-confidence. Until now I was an opponent she always easily won against. Then all of a sudden I got stronger. Even I would feel jealous. Eris is still a child. Rudyard saw Eris off and then said that. Suitable for her age. After saying that, Rudyard turned around. He looked into my eyes and nodded. It was a good combination. If they had demon eyes, anyone could do that much. It is also because I trained a bit, but in this world there are many people who have my level of physical ability. If they were to get their hands on demon eyes, they should be able to do that much as well. Demon eyes aren't something you can master soon after you're given them. Is that the case? Once before, there was a supered warrior who had demon eyes. He always wore an eye patch. He couldn't control it until he died. Learning to control it in a week, you're the one that's abnormal. I see. Right, I see. I see. Well, in regards to controlling my magic power, I've put quite a bit of effort into it. I did master it in a week though. I see, so there was no one who managed to control it as fast as me. Phew. Could it be? Now I could even win against Rudyard-san? Perhaps if you use magic. What about in close combat? Want to give it a try? I bought into that invitation. I'll say it clearly. I was getting ahead of myself. Please take care of me. Rudyard placed his spear to the side and prepared himself. Bare-handed. I wonder if that means he doesn't need to use tools if the opponent is a stray dog. If you want, it's fine if you use magic as well. No, since this is the case with bare hands. Before I finished speaking, I saw a vision. The palm of Rudyard's hands is flying towards my face. Before my eyes, I can see it. I can see Rudyard's movement. I can deal with it. Oh. I started to extend my hand to catch that fist. My hand was caught. After seeing the vision, I withdrew my hand on reflex. In that instant, the vision started to blur. Rudyard's fist catches me in the face. The vision came out. Two futures. Rudyard grabbing my arm and Rudyard driving his fist into my face. Almost entirely overlapping futures, but just a little bit different. Why? It's not supposed to blur at 1 second. The amount of time I spent thinking was 1 second. I turned my body away and somehow or other managed to avoid it. Rudyard's fist is flying forward and hits my face. I saw the movement of that fist. Seeing it very clearly. Even if I could see Rudyard's next action, I didn't manage to take any action and avoid it. Boo-chee. Rudyard's fist caught the tip of my nose. I'm down. The back of my head fell into the sand and just like that I rolled a single revolution. A depressing fall. I thought my face had caved in. I touched my face to confirm. It seems to be alright. I wonder if my beautiful face is now a mess. I wonder if I'm like a 5-year-old on school lunch duty. Now, is that the end? After hearing that, I understood my defeat. Yes, I admit defeat. I thought I could win after seeing the first vision, but it doesn't seem like it will go very well. However, with this you should understand, right? Rudyard held out his hand to me. I grabbed onto that and was helped up. I don't understand. The future suddenly blurred. What did you do? I don't know what you saw, but if you defend with your hand I grab it and if you don't I hit. That's all I was thinking about. In other words, it's like this. If my movements are predicted, then methods to cope with it are made. Since there's a difference in ability, even if I can see 1 second ahead, there's no meaning. If I were to put it in terms of shogi, even if you could see your opponent's next move, there's no way an amateur could defeat a master, or something like that. The inhabitants of this world have abnormally high abilities. There are probably numerous people who have a similar level of movement to Rudyard. Although, I've fought against opponents before who have the same demon eyes. Since that time I've always fought. While taking that into consideration, it's a difference in experience. I wonder if that's the case. Rudyard has experience in dealing with demon eyes. It could be that the swordsmen in this world have methods and techniques to deal with demon eyes. For example, the sword god style, sword of light. Even if you can see it, I have a feeling you can't avoid it. It seems like I was letting it get to my head a bit. Moreover, since ancient times the weak points of demon eyes had already been discovered. For example, if you block their eyes, or use a shield as a mirror, or attack from behind, or fight in the darkness. However, If you take those away, then after all the power of demon eyes is still attractive. I did win against that heiress after all. My heart is dancing while thinking about how I can use the demon eyes from here on out. I completely saw through all of Eris's movements. I saw the movements that I couldn't see until now. In other words, if I can apply it better, I should be able to see through Rudyard's movements. Then at that point, the bald sage with sunglasses appeared within me, with a pawn sound effect. Now you can finally check on her growth without being hit. I see. Thank you, Ape, Sage 3. Humu. My chest is dancing while thinking about how I can use my demon eyes from here on out. Part 6. I returned to the inn with my nose flaring and found Eris holding her knees on top of the bed. That's right, I forgot. She was depressed. For the time being, the sage within me became a turtle and disappeared off to somewhere. Eris-san? What? Eris's tone of voice was the same as usual. After that I heard from Rudyard what happened between these two during the past week. It seems it was special training after all. Obviously, not Eki's special training. In order to become stronger she would spend all day, every day training with the sword. Then it seems Eris managed to succeed in landing a single hit on Rudyard. A single hit on Rudyard. That's not ordinary. It seems like I'll never be able to take one. According to Rudyard, it seems like she was becoming a bit too arrogant after that, so he used me to help her cool her head down. How can this be? That Lulicon bastard pretending to be a warrior used me to clean up for his own mistake. However, it seems like the result was perfect. The nose that had grown long after landing a single hit on Rudyard, who she normally loses to, was mercilessly broken by me, who normally suffers complete defeat to her. However, even though that's the case, this isn't very good. Can I hold you for a bit? By the time I thought about it, I was already doing it. I know that feeling well. It feels like everything you've worked towards up until now is being denied. It's a feeling of helplessness. Certainly she should cool her head. It could be she won't make many big mistakes. However, now is probably Eris' growth period. I don't think it's a good idea to hold her head down like that. She should be allowed to continue and steadily build up her confidence and grow stronger. Then finally, when she extends too far and realizes her own mistakes, she can work towards correcting them. Eris has definitely become stronger. It's fine either way. Even if you don't try to comfort me. The fact that I can't win against Rudius, I understood that from the start. Eris was pouting with a sour expression on her face. What kind of things would be good to say? I have no stock of lines to say for times like these. Rudyard isn't returning to the room. It's a nose that he grew out, so I think he should be the one doing something about it. Even though it's a nose that I broke. However, if you do a good job of comforting her here, there's no mistake it will raise her good opinion up. Eris will become completely devoted to me, then we'll have adult cheek time and head over heels dance. Rudyard most likely assumed something like that would happen and left the two of us alone. Please don't lose your self-confidence. I heard you managed to land a hit on Rudyard. That's amazing, isn't it? While saying that I sat down next to her. Then Eris let her body weight fall onto me. I could lightly smell the scent of her sweat. It's a good smell. However, remain patient. Like a gentleman here. Rudius is unfair. Getting your hands on demon eyes. Yourself, even though I gave it my best. I stiffened up. In an instant my head cooled down. The wolf inside me ran away with its tail rolled up. I couldn't think of anything to respond with. What was I so happy about, I wonder? That's right. Unfair. It's unfair. Demon eyes are by no means a power I worked hard to get my hands on. It's something that just happened to fall into my hands. All I did was just buy some food and start wandering around some back alleyways. Certainly, after that, it took a week of adjustment. However, that's it. It wasn't any sort of trouble at all. Then like that, with that sort of power, in a single week I won against Eris, who put in effort until she was covered in sweat. What was I getting so happy about? I'm sorry. Don't apologize. After that, Eris just stayed quiet. Although she never tried to separate from me. The normal me would usually have my heart beating over Eris' smell and body temperature. However, it didn't become those sorts of feelings. I just continued to feel the punishment for my crime. I felt that Eris's high body temperature and the smell of her sweat continued to blame me. Inside of that heavy mood, it's better not to use the demon eyes outside of times it's needed. I decided that these sort of convenient tools will hinder my growth. That's right. Didn't I understand it from the fight with Rudyard? What's important isn't to think of methods to make use of the demon eyes. It's to raise my own personal combat power. If I use the demon eyes, I will certainly be strong. However, one day I will certainly reach my limit. If you go with the method of depending on tools, one day, you will have to return the favor. Dangerous. I almost fell into the trap of that evil human god, that Haitagami. Without a doubt that guy wants me to live a life of depravity. Demon eyes, these are a trump card. Yes, I'll start thinking of them like that. Part 7. That night, I thought to myself. In the end, I never got my hands on a method to cross the ocean. I wonder if I made some sort of mistake somewhere. I thought this time it would go smoothly though. The only thing I got my hands on was just the demon eyes. I wonder if I'm supposed to do something with this. For example, gambling. Even though I say that no such amusement as gambling exists on the magic continent. At best it's betting on who would win in a fight between two people. Earning money like this isn't very good. We could have Ruijerd participate as a champion fighter, and charge an attempt fee of 1 iron coin, then the reward for winning will be 5 small green coins. Doing that might be good, but either way he'll run out of opponents sooner or later. Humu. I don't know even after thinking about it. All that I know is that I've returned to the situation before I received the human god's advice. In some ways you could say we wasted a week pointlessly. We've already pointlessly wasted 1 week. Alright, I'll sell it. After saying it with my mouth, I easily made my decision. Just at a good time, Ruijerd is not around tonight. Eris is sleeping on the edge of the bed with her belly button showing. Since it would be troubling if she caught a cold, I'll cover her with a blanket. There's nothing to stop me. There's most likely a pawn shop down some back alley that's open even at this time. Shops that deal with suspicious items are ones that open at night. I left the inn with my staff in one hand. 3 steps after I left the inn. Where are you going this late at night? Ruijerd stood in my way. I was wondering where he was since he wasn't in the inn, but that doesn't seem to be the case. This is bad. This guy was planning to peep. I need to quickly make something up. I'm going to go play with fire for a bit at an eki store. Is your staff necessary in order to hold a woman? It's going to be used for magician play. Silence. I guess that was overdoing it after all. Do you intend to sell it? Yes. He perfectly managed to guess it, so I quickly confessed. I'll ask one more time. Do you plan to sell your staff? Yes. The materials in this staff are good, so I could sell it for a high price. I'm not asking about something like that. Isn't that staff something important to you? Similar to this pendant. Ruijerd took out Roxy's pendant from his chest. Yes, it's just as important. In that case, if the same thing happens again, would you sell this pendant as well? If it's necessary. Ruijerd took a deep breath. I wonder if he's going to yell. I didn't think he was the type of man to raise his voice over anything other than children, but even if, for example, I was forced into a corner, I wouldn't let go of my spear. The yell didn't come. He just let out something like a sigh. That is because it's a memento of your son, right? You're wrong. It's because it's my warrior's soul. Warrior's soul, huh? What he says is splendid, but you can't cross the ocean with it. There was sadness in Ruijerd's eyes. Before, you mentioned there were 3 options. I did mention that. There shouldn't have been an option to sell your staff among them. It wasn't, was it? I wonder if he's trying to figure out if I'm lying. No, I didn't intend to lie. Selling my staff is one of the legitimate methods. Do I still have yet to obtain your trust? Trust? You have it. In that case, why didn't you discuss it with me? I turned my eyes away in response to that question. It's because I knew he would be against it. Therefore, I didn't discuss it. In other words, you could say that is proof that I didn't trust him. In my opinion, I've understood from seeing the current world this past year, taking on jobs, even diving into labyrinths, a huge amount of money like 200 small green coins isn't an amount you can save up. Ruijerd is speaking in an usually realistic manner today. I wonder if he ate anything weird. You should know that. Which is why you thought of the option of finding a smuggler. I would have never considered it. However, there are no other options in order for me to travel to Mealy's than that. That is the correct answer. Why? Are you going to sell your staff? The thing I'm always thinking of is just the better option. The best option is too difficult and will fail if you try to do everything perfectly. Therefore, I never know what the correct answer is. I don't think that smuggling is the correct answer. Even if it's the correct answer, if it puts a crack in the party, then there's no meaning in it. In other words, you think a crack will appear in the party if we rely on the smugglers, right? Yeah, smugglers are what Ruijerd-san would consider villains with his sense of values after all. Smuggling. On the list of things they transport, slaves are included as well. And then, if you were to ask what the most popular crime in this world is, it would be kidnapping. Children are easy to abduct. In other words, it means becoming an accomplice with smugglers who abduct and sell children. Rudius. Yes. This time it became like this because of me. If it was just you two, you wouldn't need to be worried over the absurd amount of 200 small green coins. In exchange, there might have been some kind of happening on the way here though. There was a lot of times where we were saved by Ruijerd. After all, my pride won't forgive me for allowing you to sell your staff in order to solve the issue. Even if you say your pride won't allow you to forgive it. Sell my staff and means will enter our hands. Pay the regulated fee and cross the ocean. No one will regret it. No, one will have to endure anything. It's the #1 smart method, isn't it? My feelings of worthlessness will remain if you sell your staff. Eris will be bothered by it as well. Isn't that what you mean by putting a crack in the party? I kept silent. Rudyard met eyes with me. They were eyes looking straight forward. Look for a smuggler. I'll close my eyes to all their crimes. It was a serious face. Most likely he's deciding on the resolve to overlook children who are captured on the way right now, in order for me to not have to sell my staff. For my sake. He's bending his own principles for my sake. I can't say anything if he has that strong of a resolve. If it happens that you come across a disgusting bastard on the way and you can't endure it, just say it. We have enough leeway to save children. If Rudyard has that sort of resolution, then we'll have to stop them intelligently. We'll rely on smugglers and cross the ocean. However, we can't go along with what happens. If Rudyard can't endure it, we'll mercilessly betray them and save him. Villains exist only to be made use of. Then, let's go in the direction of looking for smugglers. Yeah, that is fine. I think you'll experience a number of unpleasant things throughout it, but please take good care of me. That goes for both of us. I exchanged a strong handshake with Rudyard. Just like this, I stole the first move and won the war of love. No, I'm just joking. Part 8. Of course, I explained it to Eris the next day. She was quite surprised. But, didn't you go into the back alleyways in order to find a person to talk to for that sort of reason? It seems she already thought the option was to look for a smuggler. Or rather, in regards to that, it seems she was trying to convince Rudyard during the special training. I can't win against her. Now then, since that's the case, now that the party has become one, we'll look for some smugglers. 1. A quick explanation of demon titles. Demon God is limited to just Laplace. Great/Demon Emperor is limited to Kishirika, Kishirisu. All other strong/ruling magic race beings are considered demon lords. 2. The way he phrases this line sounds like Chunibyu, see Takanashi Rika for example. 3. A pay equals breasts. Side story, Crossing Paths. Part 1. After the boat trip had reached its destination, Roxy Migurudia arrived in the port city of the magic continent, Wind Port. At that moment Roxy stopped her feet. Wind Port, a townscape that looked a lot like Mealy's northern port city, Saint Port. Even people who visited for the first time will feel the faint sensation that they have already been here. However, the reason why Roxy stopped her feet was not because she felt she had seen this town before. There was an obviously different mood from the Mealy's continent. She was feeling that. How nostalgic. H.E. feeling rising within her chest was nostalgia. How many years ago was it that Roxy last visited this place? Was it about 15 years ago? If I think about it, a lot of time has passed since I longed for the human race villages and ran away from my village. When I took the ship from here, I thought about it. When would I return? However, after I traveled to the Mealy's continent, ate some of the strange food the human race made in Malition, I never realized that such delicious food existed in this world. It was something you could never have eaten in the magic continent, so I swore to never return again. I'm rather simple, huh? In reality, since the time that Roxy passed over from Mealy's continent into Central Continent, she had never returned. Until today, she never thought about returning. There was a variety of things in the Central Continent. All the things she saw were fresh and interesting. Then at some point in the Central Continent, she had already passed the same amount of time she had lived in the Magic Continent. Thoughts about the Magic Continent never entered her head. She had even dived into labyrinths and had memories of fearing for her life, but she never remembered her parents that were left in the Magic Continent. Just like that, until she returned now. Roxy thought to herself earnestly, you never know what will happen in life. Roxy, we're going. While Roxy was standing still, a single woman called out to her, with extravagant golden hair that is similar to French bread and long ears peeking through, a tall and slender height, a tight, thin waist, and then a large butt. Every time Roxy had seen her during this journey, it filled her heart with jealousy. I know it's something that can't be helped in regards to racial traits, but at least I wish I had that sort of figure. The size of our chests is about the same, but she has a balance that is filled with beauty while I'm just thin. Ha, I'm coming now. She let out a sigh. The name of that extravagant woman is Elinalise. Elinalise Dragon Road. She's an elf warrior who serves as the vanguard while wielding a thorn-like estoc and buckler with her swordsmanship. She's a warrior who uses elegant techniques that matches up with her extravagant appearance. Normally an estoc is not a weapon an adventurer would carry. It's something that is used in duels between nobles in Azura Kingdom and something fighters use along with armor in the Sword City in the far north. The one Elinalise uses is an item that was endowed with magic power, a magic item that was found deep within a maze. It's far sturdier than the swords you could find around here, and with just a single swing, you can fire off a vacuum that will cut down a tree several meters ahead. Also, the buckler is an item endowed with magic power, a magic item as well. It holds the ability to soften the impact of blows it receives. Oh, land, it's land. An older dwarf man came down from the ship behind Roxy. While staggering, he was wearing heavy-looking armor, with his stern beard swaying, and a blue face while holding his staff. His name is Talhand. His formal name is Talhand of the Great Rigid Peak. His height is about the same as Roxy, but his width is over 2 times more. His body covered in heavy armor, with a stern beard. This person is a magician. Roxy first questioned why a magician would be wearing armor. His feet are slow and his agility is close to nothing. He would never be able to avoid attacks from monsters. Since that's the case in reverse, by wearing sturdy armor like this, it seems he acts a vanguard and uses magic. Are you alright, Talhan-san? Would you like me to cast healing magic? No, there's no need. While waving with his head swaying back and forth, he dragged along his slow body. Normally he would be more casual, but he had been weakened quite a bit by seasickness. Really now, you're quite shameful to not be able to handle something like a ship. What did you say? You. Elinolise put her hands on her hips and laughed out loud. Talhan's face turned completely red as he got angry. It was Roxy's current job to stop these two who quickly start fighting. Please fight later. Elinolise-san as well, it's fine if you don't say things like that all the time. Seasickness depends on your constitution, after all. Roxy met them in the port city of Dragon King Kingdom, East Port. Roxy was ignoring the two of them at first as they were fighting in the Adventurers Guild. However, the contents of that fight were about searching for the missing individuals from the Fidoa region in the Magic Continent, so she cut into it. It seems like they had a difference of opinion because neither of the two knew the geography of the Magic Continent. Talhan, who wanted to search in Begarito Continent or the northern areas of the Central Continent. Elinolise, who felt it would be fine to just hire a local if you didn't know the path while you're looking for someone. Then Roxy, who felt uneasy about being alone and whose origins are from the Magic Continent. You could say that they met because they were intended to meet. Moreover, after listening to their conversation further, of all things, these two were once party members of that Paul and Zenith Fong of the Black Wolf. Roxy had heard of it. One of the most famous parties in the Central Continent. It was an unusual party making quite a name for itself for being a gathering of unique personalities. Within a few years of forming, they rose up to S rank then. Soon after, they dissolved was something Roxy remembered. Well, in any case, I couldn't have imagined that Paul and Zenith were members of that Fong of the Black Wolf. Roxy couldn't hide her surprise. Then, these two were equally also surprised. If you were to speak of Roxy Migurudia, then it's of a publicly famous Water King class magician. A blue-haired young girl who traveled here from the Magic Continent. An alumni who graduated from the Magic University and a few years later achieved the title of Water Saint class magician, then conquered a labyrinth in the outskirts of Chiron Kingdom that had 25 floors. After that, she took the position of royal magician for the Chiron Kingdom. Stories from the times when she was adventuring are relatively famous as they were spread by the troubadours. The meeting between 3 beginner adventurers after she left her village as a single magician, traveling across the Magic Continent towards Mealy's, that sort of story. The name Roxy doesn't come up in that story. However, it was a famous story back in the days that Roxy was the name of that lone young female magician. The three hit it off. Not quite going that far, but the two who accepted Paul's request to search for his family and Roxy heading towards the Magic Continent to look for Rudius had combined objectives. They formed a party together and headed off towards Magic Continent, first boarding a ship and then heading towards Mealy's Continent. Then in Mealy's Continent they arrived at the port city West Port and they paid a high price for a variety of horse called Sleipnir and a carriage. It was a high price, but all three of them had a considerable amount of money, so it was no problem. The two of them are on bad terms with Paul, so they decided not to stop in the capital of the Holy Mealy's Kingdom, Malishan. The two of them were also known for their bad reputations in their hometowns, the village of the dwarves in the Blue Dragon Mountain Range and the village of the long-eared race in the Great Forest, so they decided to skip visiting there as well and moved straight forward to Saint Port. The two used the excuse that it would soon be the rainy season, so the faster they travel through the Great Forest, the better. The rainy season is long and during that time you cannot move through the Great Forest. However, taking into consideration the quarrels between the two and the fact that they didn't seem to want to stay in Mealy's Continent even a second longer, they took off in the carriage as Roxy came to the conclusion that they simply didn't want to return home. Of course, in terms of results, it meant that they would get to the Magic Continent in an overwhelming speed, so Roxy had no complaints. For starters, let's go to the Adventurers Guild. Roxy made that suggestion and the three of them set foot in the Adventurers Guild. Starting with the Adventurers Guild, that's a standard for adventurers. It would be good if there were some good men. Roxy frowned with a sullen face after hearing Elinolai's words. This elf known as Elinolais, unlike her chaste appearance, likes men. Something you would never be able to imagine from her slender figure, but she's already given birth to a number of children. According to the person herself, she's suffering from that sort of curse, though she's not some sort of tragic heroine. Offering her body to unknown men, she looks at it as something she does because she likes it. It's something Roxy couldn't believe. Elinolai-san, what we came here to search for aren't men. I understand that. Roxy made a frown that said you don't understand it at all. It might be fine for strangers, but please think a little about the allies you're traveling together with. It's fine if you do it on your own time, but right now it's an urgent situation. Besides, if she were to get pregnant, the journey would be delayed by that much. I wish she would restrain herself a bit, Roxy thought. Roxy should have something like 1 or 2 men as well. I do not. Maybe if I had as much beauty as a Lionelize is what Roxy was thinking. However, unfortunate as it is, all the people Roxy has felt. This person is nice, have never considered Roxy as a woman. Roxy is really popular with children, but she's not popular with men. Part 2. The Adventurers Guild on Magic Continent. Compared to the Central Continent, the feeling is completely different, as a wide variety of races combine to form a party. After Roxy entered the guild, her eyes met with some obviously new adventurers. 3 young boys dressed in warrior-looking clothing. They came to visit Roxy with a nervous feeling. If it's okay with you, would you like to form a party? After hearing the boys' determined statement, Roxy smiled bitterly. No, as you can see, I'm already in a party. After being rejected like that, the 3 smiled bitterly and left. This is not the first time she's received invitations to join a party such as this. Until now she's been invited many number of times. All of them were 3 young boys. Once upon a time troubadours told of this story, but I didn't think it had gotten this famous. Oh my, doesn't Roxy get some invitations from good men as well? Elinalize teased Roxy like that while patting her on the head. It's the same as always. Roxy won't argue back every time. She's not a child. In any case, you can't party with someone with that different a rank. Currently Roxy's rank as an adventurer is A. The average rank of the young boys who are led astray by stories from troubadours is D. At the very least I've never seen any of them above B rank. The first time she received such an invitation, she stated, full of confidence, that the main protagonist of that story was herself, then turned red with embarrassment after being unable to sell the name Roxy.1. It was a memory Roxy didn't want to remember. She couldn't have imagined that the troubadour didn't know about the race known as Migard. They misunderstood and thought Roxy started her journey at around 12 years old, then made it to a rank within 2 years. That's not all. The current stories are rather dramatized. Something like conquering the magic continent in a single year and rising to a rank. Don't joke around, Roxy thought. In reality it took around 5 years to rise up to rank A. Building a foundation in the magic continent, then rising up to B rank took 2 or 3 years. Then from there on out intruded on a variety of parties for 2 years. Even with that, if you compare it to the norm, it would have been considerably fast. These days, if you're lucky, you might be able to rise up 1 rank from F within a year. There's no way a party with nothing but children could make it to a rank within a year. That's unfortunate. They seemed like they can be raised just to suit my tastes. If you raised them. After hearing that, Roxy remembered back to the old days. She remembered back in the past when she was once called out by 3 new adventurers. The 3 who once called themselves Rikarasu Gang. The 3 young boys who saved me when I left my village and didn't know left from right. One was sarcastic and always lying on the spot, but he was good at paying attention. One was always telling off people and bad-mouthing others, using abusive language, but he would always go back on his words. One was an extremely wise person who brought together the party, but he died on the way during the journey. They dissolved after they made it together to Windport. But Roxy was thinking, I wonder if the remaining 2 are still alive. It's something she understood after being active in the Central Continent, but being an adventurer in the Magic Continent is harsh. The probability of dying is high. It would be nice if you guys are still doing well, no Capra and Burizu. After thinking that far, Roxy laughed a bit. It's been 20 years since then. Those 2 who weren't particularly part of a race with longevity would have long since retired from being adventurers. The only one who never changes is just me. I'll go with the nostalgia another time. Roxy changed the direction her feelings. The reason I came back to the Magic Continent was absolutely not to visit home Rudius. It was for the sake of finding that family. Now then, let's gather information. After making that suggestion to the 2, Roxy took a look around the Adventurers Guild. Part 3. After gathering information, she came to an understanding that the existence known as Dead End is currently in this town. It seems like it's some sort of newcomer group that has recently been spreading its name. If you speak of Dead End, then it would be the name of a demon that everyone knows about. A monster, even among the supered race, that is especially dangerous and is always targeting children. Roxy was always being threatened with that name by her mother when she was younger. Bad children will be kidnapped by Dead End, like that. Roxy's face turned into a frown after they returned to the inn and summarized all the information in relation to Dead End. It's an unbelievable story. What is trying to sell the name Dead End? I can't imagine they're sane. What is dreadful about Dead End is the fact that it's a person that actually exists. It's not really well known in the Central Continent, but Dead End certainly does exist. Naturally, Roxy has never actually seen him, but all of the rumors she's heard are dreadful. In regards to the Magic Continent, it could be considered the most terrible monster. The Adventurers Guild is afraid of retribution and hasn't specifically placed a bounty on his head, but if a subjugation job were to come up, without a doubt it would be S rank. Furthermore, if you were to succeed, it would probably count as a double rewards for an S rank job. I don't understand it myself. After comparing the information Elinalize had gathered, the man calling himself Dead End is a tall, fair-skinned, baldy wielding a spear. And then it's been said that he's a handsome man as well. From the stories, it sounds like he's a good man. Should I try inviting him to join me in my bed? Talhand spit in a displeased way. It's information that doesn't matter at all. The information Talhand had gathered was that Dead End is a three-man group, each known by the names Mad Dog Eris, Watchdog, Rudyard, the owner Rudyard, it seems. The latter two are siblings, or at least that's what's been said. The Mad Dog is red-haired, the Watchdog is a beanpole, and the owner is a shorty. The Mad Dog uses a sword, the Watchdog uses a spear, and the owner uses a staff that seems to be an item, endowed with magic item. The reputation of the three aren't very good. The Mad Dog is quick to pick a fight, the owner says, and does nothing but bad things. It seems only the Watchdog is a pretty good guy. The rumors seem to say he likes children, and he never overlooks wrongdoings. That's quite an odd evaluation, was what Roxy was thinking. It seems like the information started to distort at some point. If a villain does something even just a bit good, then they'll over-exaggerate and change their opinion of them. Surely, the fact that Watchdog is a good guy as well is this sort of case. Otherwise, maybe they're intentionally letting such information flow out in order to deceive someone. It seems they have not only violence but also intelligence. They seem like a dangerous group. Let's go without trying to get involved with them. That's right. It wouldn't be good to have villains set their eyes on us when we're about to go searching for people. Now then, let's get on to the main topic. Roxy changed the topic. The reason they went to the Adventurers Guild wasn't to gather information on Dead End in the first place. Was there any rumors about people from the Fedoa region? None. There wasn't any at all. Roxy thought they might have been too late. The magic continent wasn't a comfortable place where you can survive after suddenly being teleported there without any sort of decent equipment. In order for someone to survive for a whole year without anything, it would be almost impossible in that land. They might have ended up like one of the people who had died after the teleport incident in the Fedoa region this past year. Of course, what we came here to search for was Pulsan's family, Zenith, Lilia, Aisha, and Rudius. Roxy had already told all the characteristics that she knew of to the two here. Since she only knows about Aisha from what she has read from Rudius's letters, it's kind of vague. Well, if it's Zenith, then she's probably alright. That's true. These two are acquaintances of Zenith. Therefore, they aren't very worried. Roxy doesn't know exactly how useful Zenith was, but she knows exactly how strong these two members of the Fong of the Black Wolf are. Since these two are saying it's alright, then it's probably alright. Rudius stands out a lot, so I think we should find him soon. Roxy remembers her disciple who showed his overwhelming talent at 5 years old. If it's that child, no matter where he goes he'll stand out and become a popular topic. Zenith and Rudius. The three thought that they would quickly find information about those two after entering the town. Then if they were close to a village, they would have enough strength to survive on the magic continent. Therefore, the ones they need to search for are Lilia and Aisha. They decided from the very start to look for information relating to these two. Let's decide on a deadline. We'll gather as much information on Lilia and Aisha as we can over 2 days. Then on the third day we'll get ready and circle around the surrounding villages. How does that sound? Isn't 2 or 3 days too short? Roxy waved her head at Elinali's words. The magic continent is large and the probability that they are dead is high. First we should go around to each of the main towns in the magic continent and set up search jobs at each of the Adventurers Guild branches. Azura Kingdom offered financial aid for assistance in searching for the Fedoa region's population. If you ask the guild in each town to set up jobs for it, then if the job succeeds, Azura Kingdom will pay for it and the Adventurers Guild will search on their own. For the most part, if you don't have proof of signature from the job offered, then they won't post the job even if you ask. If you were to put it in reverse, if that's not done then Azura Kingdom won't pay the guild. Roxy felt irritated over how bad the Azura Kingdom responded to the great disaster. Since it's a major power, normally you'd think they could organize an even larger scale search. The ones who are actually out searching for people are just Paul and them. Just the ones who were involved directly in the disaster themselves. The fact that Azura Kingdom has started to rot internally doesn't seem to be just a rumor. It's the country with the longest history. I wonder if it's started to rot from political authority and tradition. Now then, let's work hard at gathering information. Tomorrow as well. Understood. Roger. Roxy isn't the type to spend a lot of time on every little thing. She doesn't want to waste time on something that might end up pointless, finishing things as fast as possible, then departing. That personality came out when she instructed her disciple, Rudius, on her ultimate spell and then departed soon after. That prompt and snappy decision-making is one of her strengths, but as Rudius had noted, she also had a clumsy side to her. Of course, there's no one who would point that out, and the Person herself thinks that is her strong point. Even though that's the case, making a request to the guild. On the first day, searching around on their own on the second day, then setting off on the third day. You could call it scheduling that wastes no time. Although if they had stayed for at least 1 week, maybe a different result would have come about. Part 4. The second day. Roxy decided to go take a look at Dead End out of curiosity. Since they stand out, she quickly learned about their location. There's a female and male pair on the beach working hard at training. Just as the information said, a lanky bald guy and red hair. Young girl. The young girl who was wielding a real sword with both hands, attacked the baldy with a frightening speed. Then, the baldy easily parried it. If I remember correctly, Dead End is a 3-man group, with 1 big person and 2 small people. The shorty known as the owner isn't here. Mad Dog and Watchdog were repeating an exceedingly high level of offense and defense. Even if you say it's offense and defense, it's just a matter of Mad Dog attacking and Watchdog parrying, but it was a technique which Roxy couldn't follow. Roxy continued to watch that situation from the shadow of a distant rock. It was just like an older sister making use of a magic pitch as a weapon to fight in the pro baseball world. These two are strong, even in the eyes of Roxy, who has traveled the world for many years as an adventurer. At the very least, she didn't think it was the level of strength of someone going around making crafty moves. Making contact with them as well might be a good idea, right? Yes, the moment Roxy thought of that, Watchdog turned around. She felt like the IR eyes clearly met. An intense stare. Roxy felt an intense fear. She received an illusion as if she had become a prey to be hunted. She quickly left that place. Part 5. Rudyard had felt the girl's presence from the start. Was there something she wanted, or was she just watching? After taking a look in that direction, he saw the face of the girl who was peeking from behind the rock. No, it's not a young girl. That is an adult female Migarudo. It's hard to tell at a glance, but you can't fool Rudyard's eye. However, it's not a presence I know about. It's not like there's only one Migarudo race village. Is she just looking because it's unusual? Rudyard looked over, and the young girl averted her eyes and ran off somewhere. Moo, did I scare her? An opening. The moment he let down his guard, Eris went in for an attack. It was an attack full of fighting spirit. Coup. That day, Rudyard suffered his first mistake in regards to Eris. Yay. It went in. It went in right. Yay. Eris raised both of her hands and was delighted. Recently Eris's techniques have started to get better. In the future, she should certainly grow into a good swordsman. However, she's still young. If she becomes arrogant here, it will eventually bring about a bad result. Rudyard had seen such a thing a number of times as a warrior. Therefore, he hadn't intended to let her land a hit for the time being, but he let down his guard a bit in regards to that Migarudo female. Rudyard silently sighed a bit so that Eris couldn't hear it. Part 6. Roxy quickly returned back to her inn while looking behind her a number of times. No one is following me, no attacks have come. She returned to the inn full of anxiety. If it's that level of fighting, there's a need to prepare a magic crystal. There could also be a need to draw a magic circle and prepare some scrolls. Roxy was thinking they shouldn't attack her just for looking at them, but they are the kind of crazy people who called themselves Dead End. It's better to remain prepared. Good. It's good. More. Roxy was exhausted of her strength after hearing a loud voice coming from Elinali's room. Didn't that woman not go out to look for information? Bringing a man to the inn just to enjoy herself. Really now? She had already heard that Elinali's was quick to bring in men from Talhand. No matter what the situation is, if she sees men she'll soon charm them. It's the first relationship she holds. It was the same in Saint Port, and according to Talhand it seems it was the same even deep in a labyrinth. She has too little integrity. However, it also made Roxy feel a bit relieved. She would have felt helpless if she was alone right now. Since Elinali's is over in the next room, I'll prepare for a fight, then I'll wait for the liaison to end. Then, when the voices end, I'll pull on Elinali's ear, and we'll resume collecting information with the two of us. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone while keeping an observation on Elinali's. Well, I don't think they would even come as far as the inn. But, after thinking that, Roxy started to prepare for a fight in her own room. It's not like the walls in the room are thin, but Elinali's loud voice could be heard. After listening to that, even Roxy started to get into a weird mood. Oh. She grabbed her right hand that was reaching down towards her abdomen with her left hand. I don't have the leisure time to do that kind of thing right now. Nevertheless, it's surprisingly long. 3 hours. Roxy just continued to silently wait. It doesn't seem like Elinali's liaison is giving any sign of ending. And then, there was no sign that Dead End was coming to attack either. Roxy started to feel stupid. At the same time, she who was doing what needed to be done and started to feel irritated at Elinali's who was just doing what she wanted to do. Right now we don't have the time to be doing something like that, and even though I'm enduring it myself. After Roxy's anger reached her limit, she kicked her way into Elinali's room. How long are you going to keep doing that? What about information gathering? Oh my, Roxy, did you return? There were 5 men in the room. Would you like to join in as well? The scent of men drifting around in the air, the vulgar smiles floating on the men's faces, then, Elinolize making an expression of ecstasy on top of such a man. Things like that. With a number of people, not only that but, with mutual consent, it was way beyond Roxy's common sense. Roxy very easily went beyond the limit her head could process at this spectacle of deep karma. You wahaha. Roxy let out an unsightly scream and ran from the place. She dived into her own room, prepared her staff while breathing in and out deeply. Magnificent spirits of the water, O imperial thunder, prince in heaven, strike down them with your majestic sword of ice. Icicle break. The inn was partially destroyed. Part 7. Then the 3rd day, departure from the town. Since that sort of thing happened, a number of things ended up becoming vague. The information gathering was incomplete and they forgot to make a job request at the guild. They destroyed the inn and paid a considerable fine to repair it. It's all Elinolize-san's fault. It can't be helped. When I was gathering information in a back alley, I received a passionate invitation. Even then, that kind of 5 people, it was 5 people. Roxy will eventually understand one day as well. A strong and beautiful adventurer like me, being treated like a toy by 5 hoodlums like that, it feels like I'll have a child just by thinking about it. I don't want to understand it. During her time in the Magic University, Roxy was still a child. She didn't really understand things like lovers or spouses. The first time she seriously wanted a partner was the time when she saw how affectionate Paul and Zenith were. I want a partner like that for myself. However, just as she was thinking about that, she remembers back to a story from her an acquaintance. During her Magic University days, she met her current husband in the depths of a labyrinth. Then they overcame many troubles together and finally got married. Roxy thought that was it. If I dive into a labyrinth as well, I might be able to get my hands on one. Her delusions became inflated in her head. In order to be saved by a manly, straight-laced, good, height but still childish human race young man, then by coincidence they combine their strengths in order to escape and in the process fall in love with each other. Then, by the time they get out of the labyrinth, the young man, who learns of his ally's death, will be comforted by Roxy. Then have their first time that night. After, she actually tried diving into a labyrinth, but that illusion was easily crushed. Labyrinths are a harsh place, the adventurers are all grim. The only one who is childish is me. The solo adventurers stopped around the 5th floor. By that point she gave up on the idea of a meeting. After she made it to the 10th floor she started to feel it was pretty rough and looked for a party, but everyone thought she was childish and laughed at her. Just like that, she continued to solo while making adjustment, and in the end she managed to conquer it. A result of youth. She felt like she was going to die a number of times, but she had good luck. She doesn't want to try it ever again. Well, for starters, Roxy just needs to find the first one. How about it? Next time together? Absolutely not. Illusions have all been crushed. However, her ideals still remain. Getten. A handsome man in the depths of a labyrinth is probably impossible, but just normally falling in love and normally getting married should be possible. She has no intention at all of giving her body to one of those men from around here that Elinolize always pulls along. And then, we don't have the free time to say things like that right now. At the very least, Roxy decided that she's fine being unmarried while they travel in the magic continent. And so, like that, while messing up the first step, Roxy began her journey around the magic continent. 1. Meaning that there is a famous story about Roxy and she thought she was being invited because of her name. Only 2. Realize the story never mentions her name as Roxy. Chapter 37, Sage Within. The Ship. Part 1. It took 1 month to finish our negotiations with the smugglers. It wasn't all that difficult to find the smugglers. First offer money to an information broker and get introduced to a middleman. Then, contact the smugglers through the middleman. And finally, wait for a response from the middleman. It then becomes a process of repeating these steps over and over again. Hand over money to the information broker, hand over money to the middleman, and hand over money to the smuggler. In no time, more than half of the money we had on hand had disappeared. My wallet is light. I want to believe that we will have enough money to at least pay for an inn on the other side of the ocean. Honestly, I feel like we could have gotten a cheaper deal if we had approached the smugglers directly. However, it seems like the smugglers move together as an organization. If you don't go through the middleman, then you can't make contact. It seems to be an intelligent way to avoid being exposed. I don't completely understand their structure, but it seems they do get around well. Finishing all the preparations took 1 month, which made the month feel both long and short. But either way it's fine. Part 2. On the specified day, late at night, when the moon wasn't out, the specified place is a certain pier near the end of the port. The surroundings are eerily quiet, and only the sound of the waves can be heard. There was a person there with a suspicious hood covering their face and a small boat. Just as we had arranged, we will hand over the person we want smuggled in over to him. We handed Rudyard to the smuggler. Just as it was specified, Rudyard was handcuffed behind his back. These handcuffs were purchased at the specified tool shop, as well. In the case of the smugglers, all the people they transport are literally treated as slaves. The amount of money it costs to transport a slave is 5 small green coins, a uniform price. This money had already been paid, but according to the middleman there are also some guys who request payment during the exchange. No good misers. Well then, please take good care of things. The smuggler didn't say a single thing, just nodded silently, placed Rudyard on the small boat, and put a sack over his head. The small boat had just a single boatman, but on board, there were a number of heads with sacks covering them. However, judging from their size, none of them should be children. After confirming that Rudyard had boarded the boat, the smuggler gave a signal. The man sitting in the front of the boat started a magic incantation. Then the small boat took off into the ocean in the pitch black night without making any sounds. I couldn't hear the incantation very well, but it seemed like it was water magic that controlled the currents and moved the boat forward. If that's the case, then I should be able to do it as well. The small ship stopped in the open sea for a bit and then moved to a larger merchant ship. There, they handed over the slaves, but it seems like they will depart in the morning. Rudyard continued to face in my direction while on the small boat. Even if you put a sack on his head, he will still know my location. I'm seeing him off. Donna 1 is floating away. No, he's not floating away. It's not like I sold him. It's just a short separation. Part 3. The next day, we sold the lizard we had been depending on for the past year. It costs a tax to bring the lizard on board the ship, and people use horses in Mealy's continent. The horses in this world are fast. There's no longer any reason to ride on a lizard. Eris hugged the neck of the lizard and patted its body. There were no words, but it was lonely. The lizard was attached to Eris. During the journey, it would often lick her head, covering it in saliva, covering Eris in viscous liquid. What an erotic lizard indeed. Even I want to lick Eris from end to end. Just like that, I discovered a new sense of jealousy. That's right. That lizard was already our ally, wasn't it? It was an ally of Dead End. It's not good to just keep calling him a lizard. Let's at least give it a name. Alright, from today on your name is Geha2, a man of the sea who wants to make lots of human friends. It's surprisingly obedient. Did you properly train it during the journey? The merchant dealing with the lizard showed admiration. Well, yeah. The one who trained it was Rudyard. There wasn't anything specific to do, but there was certainly a master-servant relationship between Rudyard and Gu. Ha, surely, that lizard knew who was the strongest in our party. Incidentally, it wasn't particularly attached to me and tried to bite me a number of times. Yeah, I'm a bit irritated after remembering it. Haha, as expected of the owner of Dead End. Since it's like this, it won't take much time to change the master. Recently many people treat them pretty roughly, so retraining them is difficult. That merchant is of the Ragonia race. He's got a lizard head. On the magic continent, lizards train lizards. It's only obvious to treat the ally who has traveled together with us preciously. Following that exchange, Gu. Ha, lizard, was seriously treated like Donna. In my hand was the money received from selling my ally. After thinking that the money looked extremely dirty. How mysterious. After all, maybe I should have stopped with the name. It will transfer my feelings. Goodbye, oh nameless lizard. I won't forget your back. Gusu. I heard sniffling sounds from Eris. Part 4. We went to board the ship after selling the lizard. Rudius. It's a ship. It's really big. Wah. It's swaying. What's this? Soon after boarding the ship, Eris started energetically running back and forth. She's already forgotten about parting with the lizard. The fact that her feelings change directions so quickly is one of her good points. The ship is a sailboat made out of wood. It seems like it was the newest model, completed just a month earlier. I heard that this trip to St. Port will be its first test as well as its maiden voyage. However, its shape is a bit different to the one I saw before. Have you seen a boat before, Eris? Even though it was her first time seeing the ocean. What are you talking about? There was one in Rudius. Room wasn't there. Come to think of it, I do remember making something like that. How nostalgic. Gee, the thing that I started making to practice my earth magic. Then the thought, could make a figurine, came up. And I started making the 1/10 scale sized Roxy. It's been quite a while since I last made a figurine. Since I didn't know when and how much magic power I would need, I avoided doing any training that consumed magic power. I only worked on my body with Rudyard and Eris during their training sessions. Recently, I've slacked off quite a bit. There might be a need to train myself again after things calm down. I did make it from my imagination after all. It can't be helped that it was a bit different. Besides, this ship is supposedly the newest model, though I don't know what was new about it. It's amazing, isn't it? Crossing the ocean in something big like this. Eris was showing strong interest in it. Part 5. 3 days after our departure, while on board the ship, I began thinking, ship. If you're speaking of ships, then they're a treasure trove of events. There's no way you can ride a ship without events happening. I can say that. I can declare it. For example, a dolphin jumping outside the ship. The heroine sees that and says, "Look, it's amazing. And I look and say, my technique at night is amazing. Then the heroine says, amazing. Hold me. Then I say, hey in this sort of place, what a bad little kitten you are. Then, yeah, something is a bit different. Also, if you think of ships, then you also think of attacks. Octopus, squids, serpents, pirates, or ghost ships. Getting attacked by something along those lines and sinking, drifting away, and being stranded. The place you finally arrive at is a solitary island, where you start your shared lives together with the heroine. The heroine who starts off hating me but gradually softens up after overcoming a number of events. Then, the one main thing that they can do when they are alone, as just man and woman. The intersecting gaze, burning passion, young blood, paradise for just two. Also, if you talk about being attacked by an octopus, the heroine's fate is already sealed. The 8 legs which you can't see very well attack and hang the heroine in mid-air. The body in agony, chest rising to the surface, tentacle crawling underneath. A great spectacle that makes your hands sweaty. For the time being you can't take your eyes away. However, reality is cruel. Eris is currently in the cabin, in front of a bucket with a pale face. Just as I was thinking about how excited she was for riding on a ship for the first time, she started to throw up on the way. Even though she was fine on a lizard, I wonder what was so bad about riding on the ship. For me who knows nothing about motion sickness, I don't understand it. The one thing I can say is that even if the swaying is small, there is no difference for people who are experiencing sea sickness. Just that. Part 6. On the 4th day, the octopus came out. Probably an octopus. When I opened my eyes, I saw a light blue-colored octopus and it was super huge. However, it was effortlessly repelled by the S-ranking party that guarded the ship. However, were there such jobs as guarding a ship? After thinking that, I asked a merchant nearby and it seems like they are people who specialize in guarding ships. The party's name is Aqua Road. It seems they have an exclusive contract with shipbuilding guilds. But since it's them, even on this sea route, all the monsters that appear seem to be their specialty. There were no heart-thumping or exciting tentacle events. How disappointing. However, there was an upside to this. In case of a worst-case scenario, I was watching those battles from the sidelines. At the beginning, I just laughed at them for holding their noses so high. The swordsman who fought as the vanguard was strong, but not as much as Ghislaine. The warrior who received the enemy's attack and kept it preoccupied was strong, but not as much as Rujard. The magician who stopped the octopus as a rear guard was below me. In the beginning, I was pretty disappointed. Even if you say S rank, it was only something of this level. I thought there were a lot of strong people in this world, but unexpectedly they might not be that great. However, I suddenly changed my mind. They're an S rank party. What I should be looking at is not their individual abilities, but their teamwork. Even if their individual ability is low, they were able to defeat that great octopus. Even if their individual ability is low, they were able to rise up to S rank. That's what's important. Each individual performs their role and provides a great power to the group. That is teamwork. It's what we, Dead End, are lacking. The individual ability in Dead End is high. However, how would we do when we work as a team? I wonder. Rujard's teamwork is outstanding. I wonder if it's because he has experience from the army, but he matches well with the group. Even if Eris or I make some kind of mistake, he's able to follow through. He's also outstanding at crowd control. Monsters are nailed on the spot from just a look at him. However, he's too strong. In reality, they're all opponents he could defeat alone, but we force him to fight together with us under the guise of a team. I won't say it's bad, but there's no mistake that it's distorted. I, for the most part, try to keep things in mind during team matches. Even though I say that, it doesn't mean that our movements will mesh well together. I get too focused on methods that deal with enemies that get close to me. We rely heavily on Rujard when there are a large number of enemies. Eris is no good. She will honestly listen to instructions. However, she can't match her breathing together with her surroundings during battle. When the enemy is in front of her, she becomes desperate and overextends herself. It sounds good if you call it easygoing fighting, but she has never once followed after Rujard or me. Although, Rujard has no need for me to follow through with him. If we end up separated from Rujard for some reason or another, I have no confidence in my skill to back up Eris. I have gotten my hands on Demon Eyes, but I only have 2 hands. One hand to protect myself and the other hand to protect Eris. And the extent to what I can protect with one hand is limited. I'm worried. As soon as we arrive on the other side, we have to meet up with Rujard. Ruduzwu. Eris came up to the deck with a pale face. Her feet were staggering when she came out onto the deck of the ship, but then she started retching. It appears that she has nothing left in her stomach to throw up. WH. When people are suffering, why are you in this kind of place? Sorry about that. Since the ocean was beautiful. You're cruel, Apu. Tears appeared in one of her eyes as she embraced me. Her seasickness was severe. Part 7. The 5th day, Eris is in the cabin feeling down as usual, and I was there, giving her my undivided attention. You, my head hurts, heal me. Yes. It was something I had heard from a sailor, but it seems that seasickness can be alleviated just a little with healing magic. After I gave it a try, we confirmed that Eris started feeling a little bit better. Seasickness results from contradictions in the autonomic nervous system. If you use healing magic on their head, it subsides for a while. In other words, this is what I'm doing. Even though I say that it's not a continuous measure, nor does it make you feel all better. Hey, am I going to die? It'd be pretty laughable if you died from seasickness. Ha, I can't laugh about it. There's no one else in the cabin, though there's also the fact that the cabins are large. It seems there aren't many people traveling from the magic continent to the Mealy's continent. I wonder if it's because the voyage fees for magic races are more expensive than the human race. Or is it because it's easier to live on the magic continent? I wouldn't know about those kinds of things. Eris and I are alone together, in the dark and quiet room, with Eris who no longer had the strength to resist. And during the 5 days, the one who looked after the weakened Eris was me. At the beginning, I felt that this was okay. However, just healing is no good. Healing requires me to touch Eris' head, so that I can heal her periodically. I've been giving her a lap pillow, and while supporting her head, I use it continuously. In doing so, I start to feel a little strange. Well, using the word strange would be misleading, huh? I'll say it frankly. I start to get into an erotic mood. Please think about it for a little. In the cabin, the normally strong Eris was now, with moist eyes, whilst wildly breathing, and in a frail and weak voice. Please. I'm begging you, so please do it. Healing. Pleading to me. Inside of my head, I've turned down the volume of the healing part to be as low as possible. I can't see it as anything but Eris inviting me. Naturally, that wasn't the case. She was just ill. I've never experienced seasickness before, but I understand that it's painful. I was touching her. It wasn't anything erotic. However, stroking the head of a girl about your age, and feeling her body heat, that was something stimulating. Though the place I was touching wasn't somewhere erotic, it was stimulating. Though it was only mildly stimulating, doing so over a long period of time would have been dangerous. Being touched meant touching. Touching meant being close. Being close meant that, in other words, Eris's face wet with a cold sweat, and the nape of her neck, and her chest, all of it was in my field of vision. Moreover, it was the exhausted and weakened Eris. Eris who would always hit me even if I accidentally touched her. Right now she was, in other words, a sitting duck. Isn't she already mine by this point? Isn't it fine to just do whatever I want to her? Those sorts of feelings were starting to sprout. Almost certainly, even if I tore off her clothes and subjected her to my lust, Eris wouldn't resist. No, she couldn't resist. With a feeble expression, with a resigned expression, and with tears trickling down her face, she'd probably have no choice but to accept it. Just imagining that sort of scene places the Excalibur that is between my legs, right in front of Arthur. The Arthur in my mind is shouting and pleading to me. It's shouting that right now Eris can't resist. It's shouting that this chance won't ever come again. It's shouting that right now is a chance to throw that away. However, the Merlin inside of me is telling me to endure it. You've already decided, haven't you? He says. You've already decided to protect the promise of waiting until you're 15, haven't you? He says. You've already decided to endure it until the journey ends, haven't you? He says. I support Merlin. However, my endurance is close to its limit. For example, I test things a bit by touching her chest. There's no mistake that it's soft. But it isn't just soft. That's right. When it comes to breasts, they aren't just soft. In the middle of the soft parts is a firm part, the Holy Grail. It's what my Arthur is searching for. If my Gawain hand found the Holy Grail, what would happen? It'd be the Battle of Camlan. Ah, of course it's not just the Holy Grail. Eris's body is growing by the day. She's in her growth period, after all. Probably due to her genes, she's quickly approaching her mother in one particular part. At this rate she'll surely grow up to be a voluptuous and eye-catching beauty. The gazes of the surrounding men would be nailed to her. There'd be a guy who'd say, heh, it'd be just perfect if they were just a bit smaller. Peoples have varied tastes after all. But I'd say to that guy, I knew her during the time when they were just right. You know. Do you understand? It means that I, right now, in this very instant can make past Eris mine. Hugh. My breathing is getting rough. Rudius. Eris is looking at me with a worried face. Are you okay? Her voice hits me. The voice that's usually shrill, needlessly loud, and a little unpleasant. That voice, at just the right volume, numbs my mind. Ha, I'm alright. Please don't worry. We've made a promise after all. If it's painful, then it's fine to not force yourself. You know. Exclamation point. By it's fine to not force yourself, does she mean it's fine to not hold yourself back? That it's okay to do whatever? Just kidding. I get it. She's wondering if I'm running out of magic power due to using healing. I get it. She trusts in me. That by no means would I lay my hands on her in this moment. And I won't betray that trust. Rudius Greyrat won't betray it. This is what you'd call living up to trust. Alright, I'll become a machine. I'll become a machine that applies healing. I'll become an emotionless robot. I won't look at anything. If I see Eris' face, I'll rampage. After thinking about that, I close my eyes. I cannot hear anything. If I listen to Eris' voice, I'll rampage. After thinking about that, I plug up my ears. I'm an unsociable person. I don't have any desires, therefore I won't rampage. While thinking about that, I close off my heart. However, the warmth of Eris's head and her scent. Because of these two, in an instant my determination fades. I feel like my mind is about to go blank. Point 3. Yeah, I can't hold on any longer. I've endured up to my limits. Eris, I'm going to the toilet for a bit. Ah, so you needed to go to the toilet, huh? Take your time. Glancing back at Eris, who easily believed me, I leave the cabin. I move quickly. A place with no one around. I immediately spot one, and then, a moment of bliss. Phew. Just like that I became a sage. However, I don't stop there. I close my sage eyes and transform stronger. Point 4. I'm back. Yeah, welcome back. I returned to the cabin with a facial expression like a bodhisattva and became a healing machine. Rudius, did you eat something? Sniff sniff dash. You smell funny. I forgot to wash my hands. Tehepero 5. Part 8. After we got off the ship, Eris quickly regained her energy. I never want to ride another ship. No, we still have to ride one more to get from Mealy's continent to Central Continent. Eris clearly became dejected after hearing that. But then she remembered what had happened on the boat, and said in a worried expression, Hey, when that time comes, could you use healing on me again? It's fine, but next time I might end up doing something. Eki. I said it seriously. Really seriously. Trying to cope with that half-dead state of hers is close to torture. You. Why would you say such a mean thing? It's not mean. This is the painful truth. Understand the feelings of a dog who has had a meal put in front of him but is forced to wait. It feels like your stomach is empty and the meal says, eat me and make yourself full. You can drink lots of water to stave off hunger, but by no means will it satisfy your empty stomach. The meal won't disappear and your stomach will soon become empty again. I'm desperately trying to endure because Eris is cute. It can't be helped then. Next time it's fine if you touch. Just a little bit, okay? Eris's face was bright red. It's truly cute. However, the difference between her little bit and my desire is too great. Unfortunately, it's not something that will end with just a little bit of touching. Please be resolved because it will turn into a mess. Eris was at a loss for words. I would prefer that you didn't hold too many expectations of me. Please allow me to protect our promise. If I end up breaking our promise, then we'll both end up harboring bad feelings. For the time being, let's go. Yeah, I get it. Eris changed her mood quickly and we started to walk towards town with high spirits. In front of our eyes was a townscape that resembled Wind Port. This is Saint Port, the northernmost town in Mealy's continent. It's Mealy's continent. We've finally made it this far. But then, the path ahead is still long. Rudius, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Let's forget how far the path ahead of us is. What's important now is to aim towards the next town. Now then, the time to pick up the smuggled goods is tonight. We've already finished exchanging our money on the magic continent, so there's no need to go to the Adventurers Guild. For starters, we need to find an inn. Then we need to rid the fatigue that accumulated during the boat trip. After that, we'll casually head off and meet up with Rudyard. Like that, we arrived on the Mealy's continent. 1. A calf being led away to its slaughter. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Donna_Donna. 2. Garaha is a lizardman character from Romancing Saga, a really old JRPG. 3. My mind is like a kettle about to boil. http://dick.pixiv.net//. 4. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Cayman_rider_stronger. 5. Refers to an expression where you cheekily stick out your tongue and usually wink. Literally comes from he, and pero, sticking tongue out. Chapter 38, Demon in the Storehouse. Part 1. Port City Saint Port. It is a town that is known to look very similar to Wind Port. A town with many hills and slopes, the energy is focused more around the harbor than anywhere else. It's just the same in that the Adventurers Guild is closer to the port than the center of the town as well. However, there are several points which it differs. First is that there are far more wooden buildings than in Wind Port. Maybe it's a counter against the sea breeze, but they are covered in colorful paint. The town has a number of streets lined up throughout and, if you look outside the town, you can see a large forest spreading into the distance. There's a lot of green, compared to the large amounts of white, gray, and brown. In the magic continent, it's almost enough to blind you. With just a small difference of ocean between them, it's almost like a different world. In any case, as expected of Mealy's continent, the appearances of the people walking by are quite varied, but not mixed with magic races. Instead there's beast races, elves, dwarves, hobbits, all different races that are closer to the human race in looks. Now then, in regards to looking for an inn, first we should confirm how much money we have on hand. Why, in terms of magic continent's currency, it would be too small. Green coins, 18 iron coins, 5 scrap iron coins, 3 stone coins. We're carrying just that much. If we exchange that, it's 3 mealy's gold coins, 7 mealy's large copper coins, and 2 mealy's copper coins, is how it becomes. It's a bit less than I imagined, but it seems there's a handling charge. Otherwise, if we weren't involved with the guild and tried to exchange currency, more would probably have been taken. Since that's the case, this much is still within an acceptable range. It would be good if we can get an in closer to the Adventurers Guild. That's right, it wouldn't be good if we can't get any jobs. Starting tomorrow, we'll be staying here for another week, and raising Dead End's reputation some more as we complete jobs. After listening to some stories, it seems the name, Dead End, isn't very well known around Mealy's continent. It seems the day when we can't make use of our established reputation is close. While thinking that, we start to look for an inn in the vicinity of the guild. However, as mysterious as it was, all of the inns with a reasonable price had no vacancies. This is the first time it's happened. There have been a number of full inns, but never before have the majority of the inns had no rooms. It can't be that there's some sort of festival or something going on. After thinking that, I asked the innkeeper about it. The rainy season is going to come soon. All of the main inns are most likely already full. That was the case. The rainy season is a special kind of weather that happens in the Great Forest on Mealy's continent. For about 3 months a great rain will continue to fall. The Great Forest will be massively flooded, and of course, you won't be able to take the highway. Since that's the case, there's a large number of customers who reserve the inns for a long period. Normally, you would avoid coming around this area during the rainy season, is what I was thinking, but it seems a variety of monsters specific to the rainy season will flow down to the town frequently, and then the materials from those sell for a high price. Since that's the case, a large number of adventurers come to stay in this town during the season, it seems. It's a story that is of benefit to us as well. If we work hard here for 3 months to save up money, we could earn enough to cover all that we need from here on out. Also, we can sell Rudyard's name while we're at it, and then if we have this, starting the journey through Mealy's continent will be that much easier. But that's counting the chickens before they hatch. We don't really have all that much flexibility with our current budget, and we can't find an inn. The only places that seem like they have rooms available are inns which are far more expensive or far cheaper than we normally use. We can't spend money we don't have, so the former is no good. In terms of results, it seems we'll have to live in a place with not very good guys. To be blunt, we're forced to stay in an inn in the slum district. 1 night, 3 large copper coins. Meals are separate, there are no complimentary services. It's cheap, but it's not bad for a place just to sleep. On the Magic Continent, we stayed at a number of inns far worse than this. Even though I say that, if we think about the lifestyle from the following 3 months, then it depends on our funds. It might be better to move somewhere else. HNNN, it's a decent inn. For the most part, Eris is a young lady of noble birth, but it seems she's not bothered by the age or bad service. Rather, it's almost to the point where I have complaints. In my opinion, I'd like to have stayed in a bit of a better place. Rudius is selfish. I don't want to hear that from Eris, though I can't talk back. If I remember really, really far back, then this young lady would be covered in louses and fall into a deep sleep in a pile of straw in a stable that smelt of horse dung. She remained deep asleep even after having her chest groped. She's different from me, who still wants to sleep in warm and soft bed even after reincarnating. Since that's the case, I can't really speak about selfishness. The only thing I can do is send a hot wind through the bed in order to kill any insects that might be living in it. After that, we finished cleaning up the room as well. It's not that I like things to be pretty. Honestly, I prefer them to be a bit messy. Although, in an inn like this, sometimes there are things left behind by the previous customer who stayed in it. Like finding a single coin lost in the cracks between the bed, or a small ring that fell somewhere. It's not a problem if you just find money like that, right? But in regards to rings, sometimes you'll find jobs in the Adventurers Guild to return them. If you find it, then they'll pay money. Those sorts of jobs, unrelated to rank, can be completed. Generally they are just loose change, but it seems sometimes you'll get a high price. That's why I will properly clean from the start. Where are the lost items? Where are the hard to find things? Just joking. During that time, Eris borrowed a bucket and does some simple washing. Furthermore, we quickly finish the maintenance on our equipment. By the time everything ends, the sun is starting to set. Eris, it's about time we head off to meet up with Rudyard. Let's go then. Just as I was saying that, I suddenly remembered the location of this inn. It's close to the slums. The public order is bad. We once stayed in an inn in the vicinity of the slums on Magic Continent. Just as we went outside to do a job, a thief easily snuck into our room. Rudyard discovered traces at that time and then took charge of pursuit and dealt a severe punishment. But since the stolen objects were already handed over to someone else, they were never returned. The things stolen at that time weren't anything important. Also, we have no intention of leaving behind anything valuable this time as well. However, it's still a good idea to take measures in crime prevention. I'll go out and do it myself, so please take care of watching the house. House sitting. Is it not okay for me to come along? That's not the case. but since the area around here has bad public order, it doesn't really matter, does it? We don't really have anything important. How could this be? Eris's crime prevention awareness is way too low. We'll be in trouble even if they just steal daily items. We don't really have all that much leeway with money. This is where I have no choice but to definitely impose crime prevention awareness onto her. Listen well now. You don't know if your freshly washed panties could be stolen. The only one who would steal something like that is Rudius. I didn't let out a goo sound. However, Eris, I've never once stolen panties after they've been washed. Not even once, you know. Part 2. I was walking alone around the town at night. It took me 2 hours of preaching to talk Eris down. Crime prevention is really important after all. Now then, even though the time to receive him was at night, there was no specific time mentioned. It seemed like any time would be fine after sunset, and it seems like they would have continued to look after him for up to a few days as well. Although Rudyard is currently being treated as a slave, they should be looking after him at a minimum, but this past week Rudyard might have received some cruel treatment. He's most likely not eaten anything good as well. Since that's the case, he's most likely hungry. When people are hungry, they get angry as well. If I don't hurry and go meet him, then I moved to the wharf while holding Rudyard's spear in one hand. The place to receive smuggled goods, it seems the place to store them, is skillfully hidden. The end of the wharf. There were 4 large warehouses made of wood lined up. I entered in one that had warehouse number 3 written on it. Inside there was a single man minding his time as he cleaned the warehouse. He had the most common hairstyle at the end of the century, Mohican. I said to him, "Yo, Steve, is Jen of the shore healthy?" I said it just as the middleman told me to. After looking at me, the Mohican made a suspicious face. "What's up, boy? Is there something you need?" "Well now, I wonder if I made a mistake with the password." "No, that's not it. Since I'm a child, he doesn't believe it. Under the orders of my master, I've come to receive the cargo." After saying that, it seems the Mohican understood it. He quietly nodded and said, "Follow me," as he walked further into the warehouse. I silently followed after him into the warehouse. Deep in the warehouse there was a large wooden box that could fit 5 people or so. The Mohican took a torch out from in there and then started to move the box. A stairway appeared from underneath the box. After descending from the stairs, there was a damp and humid cave. The Mohican continued to move forward after setting fire to the torch. I continued to follow him while being careful not to slip. The cave continued for an hour. After we left the cave, we were in a forest. It seems like we're outside of the town. After walking a little bit further from there, there was a large building surrounded by a large number of different trees. It had an appearance different from a warehouse. It felt more like the villa of a rich person. That should be the safekeeping place then. I wonder if it gets attacked by monsters having this building built in the middle of the forest like this. I think you understand this, but don't say a word about this. If you speak of it, then I understand. I strongly nodded. If I were to tell anyone about this place, they would certainly seek me out and kill me. I already received that sort of explanation from the middle man over in Magic Continent. If you're going to go to the extent of making verbal promises, then you might as well just have it written in a blood contract or something, is what I was thinking. I wonder why they don't do it. Maybe there are races that don't have blood? Well, both sides probably don't want to leave behind any sort of written traces of it, limiting the amount of evidence that is created. Mohican knocked on the entrance. Knock 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 knock. Knock 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 knock. There's most likely some sort of rule to this knocking method as well. After a short wait, a man with grey hair wearing butler-like clothes appeared. After looking at the Mohican and my face, he shortly said, "Enter." I went inside. Right in front are stairs to the 2nd floor. On the sides are 2 halls. There are doors on both the left and right. If you were to directly describe it, it would be similar to the lobby of a mansion. At the end of the lobby there was a round table. There were a number of not very good-looking guys sitting there, resting their elbows on it. Somehow or other they looked tense. Then the grey-haired butler looked down at me with a suspicious stare. "Whose referral?" "Ditz." Ditz is the name of the middleman. Ditz, huh. In any case, to send such a young child, they must be a wary person. The goods being dealt with are what they are after all. "That's right, quickly take it away. I'm afraid of the danger it poses." After saying that, the grey-haired butler took out a keyring from his chest pocket, one of which he handed to the Mohican. "It's room number 202. Mohican silently nodded and started walking. I followed along with that. The creaking sound coming from the floor and something that sounded like moans coming from somewhere. The smell of a beast occasionally wafted out from somewhere. Suddenly there was a room that had iron bars, so I took a peek inside. Inside there was a shining magic circle. In the center of it was a large beast sprawled out and chained to it. It was dark, so I couldn't really tell, but I've never seen such a beast even on the Magic Continent. I wonder if it's some sort of animal from Mealy's continent. Do you keep goods that you transfer from Mealy's continent into Magic Continent here as well? Yeah. After suddenly asking that, the Mohican responded, "I wonder if there's no need to keep it hidden." The Mohican started to descend down some stairs. Since it's 202, I thought it would be on the second floor, but it seems to be a cellar. A cellar, huh? Upstairs is a dummy. It seems they kept things that wouldn't be trouble if they were found above ground, and then, in the cellar they kept things that would have a heavy customs tax or that would be a crime to possess or transport. This is it. Mohican stopped in front of a door with a plate saying 202. Sitting in there was Rudyard with a bit of green hair starting to grow out on his head with his hands tied up behind him. As expected after a full week, he's starting to get a bit of a Marimo head one. Sorry for the trouble. The Mohican nodded to my words and stood at the entrance of the room. For the time being, I guess working as a lookout. Don't take off the handcuffs here. We don't want a supered race going wild here after all. The Mohican's face was a bit pale while saying that. It seems even when in a buzz cut, the effect of the emerald green hair works. If I were to simply take off the handcuffs and then listen to what Rudyard has to say, he would get even more afraid. No, I won't behave like a small man that acts arrogantly through borrowed authority. Now then, come to think of it, where was it that I left the key? After looking around in my pockets, I couldn't find it anywhere. I might have forgotten it at the inn. It's too much of a pain, so I'll just use magic to unlock them. After I approached Rudyard, he was wearing a grim expression. After all, I wonder if it's because people get angry when they are hungry. Wait just a bit, I'll quickly fill your stomach until it's full. Rudius, lend me your ear. Rudyard quietly whispered. What is it? After I brought my face really close, the Mohican started to panic. Hey, stop it. He'll eat you alive. It's fine. If it's Rudyard, then he would chew gently. Then while making an appropriate comment in my heart, I brought my ear closer to Rudyard. There are children captured. I see. Children of the beast race. It seems like they were forcefully abducted. I could hear their crying voices from here. I see. Children. Slaves most likely. Frankly speaking, I don't really get how the slave system works in this world. What is good and what is bad? There's no distinction between them. Is it really in the slave's best interests to save them here? If it's a child who was troubled in their life and was sold by their parents, it would just be a bother to return them to their parents. I want to save them. Even though I say that. In regards to Rudyard, children are important. The circumstances have no relation to our traveling together. That's unfortunate for you, smugglers. To think you would abduct some children during the time Rudyard is here. There's quite a few bodyguards within the building. I already know. Smugglers move as an organization. Are you against it? Rudyard made a face as if he couldn't believe it. A face as if I had betrayed him. However, right now the ones doing the betraying is us. They properly did their job. Wouldn't this be considered betrayal? I don't mind. If it's in order to save children, I will take on the dishonor of a traitor. The one taking on that dishonor is not just Rudyard-san, but the supered race. Moo. But you know, don't make that sort of face. I didn't say we wouldn't save them. I did say it after all. If you can't endure, then just say it. That we have the leeway to save some children. I wouldn't go back on those words. If you want to quickly save them, it won't be good unless we can prevent information from leaking outside. Rudius. After hearing my words, Rudyard made a face filled with pride. This time we'll let Rudyard do as he likes. He was held locked up for a week after all. He must have quite the grudge built up. Even though I say that, if even one manages to escape, a supered race is raging, if that sort of information makes it to the smuggling organization. Our names who were smuggling the supered race will be properly remembered by the smuggling organization. For customers who betray a smuggling organization, they'll hire well-known assassins to send after them. A cruel death awaits those who betray, is what the middleman said. Something of the level of assassins aren't much as long as Rudyard is here. However, it's not comfortable knowing you can't sleep soundly. There's no guarantee Rudyard will always be with us as well. Now then, how can we go about preventing information from leaking? If it's about that, then you don't need to worry. Do you have some sort of plan? Among all the people in this building, I won't let even a single one go. It's a massacre. Phew, as expected of Rudyard. Those are reliable words. Certainly, if you wipe them all out, it solves the problem. Although I wonder if it's just a bit hasty. Are they enemies you absolutely cannot forgive? Yeah, to the point where my insides will boil at any moment. Rudyard is extremely angry. What in the world have you done, smugglers? Do you mind if I ask what happened? If you see the children, you'll understand. Even if you say I'll know if I see them. There is the option of coming back to save just the children after, but according to the story I heard from them, they plan to put the children on a boat and move them to the magic continent tomorrow. Then tomorrow is no good, huh? However, to massacre them. Massacring is just a bit. There should be another method. A smarter method we can use without killing. Rest easy, it's fine if you don't dirty your hands. I stopped my movements after hearing those words. No. Rudyard's words became a small thorn and stabbed my heart. I will do it as well. Certainly. I have avoided murder this past year. I've killed many number of monsters. I've even killed human-looking monsters. However, I've never murdered. It's also partially because I had no reason to do it. and that there were more reasons not to do it. However, it's also true that I've never even thought about killing anyone. This world is severe. It's a world where people kill each other on a daily basis. One day I will also most likely have to kill someone. That sort of situation should happen one day. I'm prepared for it. I'm ready for it. I had those sort of intentions. Although, if you ask what I have to do, it's just adjusting the power on a rock bullet. In order to make sure it's not strong enough to kill a person, I lower it to a level that won't kill. In the end, it seems I have some resistance to killing people. I can say whatever I want, but I don't want to break the taboo of murder. I haven't made the resolve at all. And then, Rudyard managed to guess this fact. That's why he especially went to the point of saying that. He's trying to save my peace of mind. Don't make that sort of face. Your two hands exist for the purpose of protecting Eris. Well, I guess it's fine. I won't overdo it and force myself to kill anyone. For today, I'll just go with borrowing his help. If Rudyard can manage things by himself, then I'll leave it to him. I'm fine being incompetent. I'll do the things I can do. I understand. Then, I'll go to release the children. Do you know where they are? The second room away from here. There's 7. Understood. Please gather the corpses together. Somewhere. Afterwards, I'll burn them all at once. Understood. I silently removed the handcuffs on Rudyard. Rudyard slowly stood up while cracking his shoulders. You. How did you remove the handcuffs? Panicking Mohican. It's fine, since he will properly listen to what I say. Really? After hearing my words, the Mohican made a bit of a relieved expression. I handed Rudyard his spear. Although, that doesn't mean that he isn't going to rampage. The Mohican became the first victim. Rudyard finished off the Mohican silently and ran towards the stairs without making a sound. I walked in the opposite direction. I headed towards the room where the children were captive. Jaya. Supered race. He's got no handcuffs on. Shit. He's even carrying a spear. It's a demon. Demon. I started to hear voices from the first floor as I arrived at the door. Tonight's Rudyard is thirsting for blood. Just joking. Or rather, the one who abducted them should have been a different person, so it's not like the smugglers are in the wrong here, right? What's bad is just their luck. 1. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/amerimo. Chapter 39, Children of the Beast Race. Part 1. The room was dark. In the darkness, nude young boys and girls with worried faces were twisting their bodies. Each of them had different beast ears. 7 of them, all children. 4 young girls, 3 young boys. Their age is about the same as me. All nude plus handcuffs plus gags plus animal ears or elf ears. All of them have handcuffs behind their back while curling their body up. Young girls nude with handcuffs. Impossible. I couldn't have possibly imagined that the day would come where I really get to see this. It's nowhere near a sight for sore eyes. Canon, Sama, one of the young days, isn't it? This is Shangri-La. No, it's heaven. I've finally arrived at heaven. Even though I haven't found something like a green baby. Then while feeling delight I realized, excluding one, all of them have traces of tears and a number of them have bluish-black bruises on their faces. My head cooled down. They whined and cried and were probably hit for being loud. The time when Eris was abducted was something like that as well. In this world, in regards to abducted children, they really don't hold back. And then that unrestrained torture. Rudyard heard it all from 2 rooms away. That would be the reason he can't wait. For the time being, judging from a glance, it doesn't look like there are any traces of sexual abuse. Maybe because they are still young or because it lowers the value of the product. Either way is fine. It's a blessing within misfortune. Normally, after seeing nude young girls, I would think I'd be forgiven if I groped them once or so. However, the current me is just a bit low on lust. Just before on the boat, I did change jobs to sage after all. Although, my wisdom hasn't risen at all. The destitute young boys and girls. Among the girls, 3 were shedding tears even now. They're still making crying sounds. Among the boys, 2 of them are trembling in fear while looking at me, and one of them has fainted on the verge of death. For the time being, I cast healing on the fainted boy. Then I release his handcuffs. The gag is tied on tight. I can't get it off. There's no helping it. I'll burn it off. I might burn him a bit, but it can't be helped. He's a boy after all. He'll have to endure it. I used healing on the remaining 2 boys and released their handcuffs. You are. It was beast god language. I hesitated for a bit after suddenly being spoken to in a different language. However, I had already properly learned beast god language. While remembering my conversations with Ghislaine, I started to talk. I've come to save you. The 3 of you please keep a look out at the entrance of the room. If anyone comes, please quickly tell me. The 3 of them wore worried faces. If you're boys, you should be able to do that much. After saying that, the 3's faces tightened up. They nodded and went to the door. There was no ulterior motive in those words. There wasn't any sort of intention to do something to the girls after they're out of view. Rudyard is raging upstairs. Since that's the case, no one should come. However, there's that 1 in 10,000 chance. I've been using my demon eyes to check the situation in the room. It's set to see 1 second ahead, but I can't see behind me with it. It's a counterplan for surprise attacks. I moved to remove the girl's handcuffs. There's big ones and little ones. There was no ranking. There. I appreciated them all equally and then removed the handcuffs. By no means did I meaninglessly touch them. I would like to think tonight's Rudius is a gentleman. And then I used healing on bruises from being beaten. Oh, time for some fun? Cough. It's time for treatment. I can't cast healing without touching with my hand. Therefore, there's no ulterior motives. There's bruises around their chest, but I really have no ulterior motives. It's bad this child has had her ribs broken, and then this child has had her thigh bone broken, hasn't she? Really, they do some horrible things. The girls used their hands to hide their bodies as they stood up. I told them to remove the gags themselves. I have the feeling that the strong-willed cat ear girl was glaring at me heartlessly. You've come to save us? Hiku, thank you. The dog ear girl gave her thanks while hiding her body. Embarrassed. Of course it was in beast god language. I'll ask for now, but you can understand my words, right? Let's see if they can understand my beast god words. I felt relieved after all of them nodded. It seems we'll be able to properly talk to them. Now then, it doesn't seem like Rudyard is done yet. I can't really go bringing them into a scene of massacre. Now, I wouldn't want to end up leaving them with some sort of weird trauma. Since that's the case, I'll stay here for just a bit longer and watch this scene. Or not, listen to their story. Is it fine if I ask how you ended up being brought here? Naya. I asked the cat ear girl who seemed to have the strongest willpower among them. Among the 7 of them she was the only one who didn't have traces of crying. In exchange, her entire body was covered in bruises. Her entire body was covered in blows and bone fractures. It's not much better from Eris some time ago, but she was in the worst condition here. Number 2 was the boy I saved at the start. Just, unlike the boy, the girl hadn't lost the strength from her eyes. Her will might be stronger than Eris. No, she's probably older than the Eris of that time. If they were the same age, our Eris shouldn't lose. Yeah, exactly what am I comparing here? Incidentally, this child's OP power 2 is the 2nd highest among all of them here. I can imagine she's been raised quite cheeky. Incidentally, the number 1 OP power is the dog ear girl. From just now, if she's already at that level at this age, then in her future, she should be considerably lax. We were playing in the forest when all of a sudden strange men captured us. Naya. I received a shock. Naya. She used Naya. A real Naya. It's different from Eris fake Naya. This child has a real beast race Naya. It's not like I'm hearing it just because it's in beast god language. She certainly just added Naya to the end of her words. Very good. I want to grope her breasts. Or not. In other words, that means all of you were forcefully abducted, right? After restraining my excitement and listening they all nodded. That is good. If their lives were horrible and they were sold by their parents, or they couldn't live and they sold themselves, if that was the case and they were in those sorts of circumstances, then this would be an unwelcome favor from us. That's good. This is an act of mercy. That's really good. I'm really glad that our work in betraying the smugglers is going to end with only that betrayal. I'm done. Rudyard came back. At some point the Marimo on his head had disappeared and he had returned to a bull head. His clothes were quite clean. It seems he didn't get hit by any blood splatter at all. As expected. Thank you for your work. We should look for their clothes. They'll catch a cold like this. Understood. Everyone please wait for just a bit. We split up and went looking for their clothes. However, we couldn't find any sort of children clothes. I wonder if they threw away the clothes after they stripped them at the me of abduction. For what reason? I don't really get it. The reason they would strip children nude is a mystery as well. For the time being, we found some suitable clothes among the smuggled goods. The size is too big, but they'll have to make use of this. No, these sorts of clothes might trip up their feet. We shouldn't use these. There's no clothes. How serious? If you don't have any clothes you can't go into a clothes shop after all. Suddenly, I looked out the window and I noticed a heap of corpses. All of them had a single stab to the throat or heart. In the past when I saw Rudyard do something like this I thought it was frightening, but now I feel it's reliable. However, the number is surprisingly large. The smell of blood is amazing. It seems like monsters might come. I guess I should burn them soon. After thinking that, I went outside of the building. I created a fireball before the corpses. Fireball. The size should be fine, around 5-meter radius. When it comes to fire magic, when you raise the power of the heat, for some reason the size increases as well. I don't want to smell the scent of burning flesh. I'll go with burning them into ashes in a single blow. Then, because the power was just a bit too strong, a bit of the fire spread to the building. I quickly extinguished it with a water technique. How dangerous. I almost became an arsonist. Rudius. It's done. After I finished burning the corpses, Rudyard came out from the building, along with the children. After taking a good look at the children, they were properly wearing clothes. Rather than calling them clothes, it felt more like robes. Those clothes, where did you find them? I cut the curtains. I see. Smart. It's an old man's bag of wisdom, I guess. Part 2. We lit some torches and left through the entrance of the building, then gave one to each of the children. As for the route to town, we decided to take a different one. than the one from just now. It would be a problem if another smuggler found us. That path is most likely used so they won't be attacked by monsters. It's got no relation to us. Naya. Then the cat ear girl suddenly raised her voice. Naya, Naya, Naya. The voice echoed in the darkness. What's wrong? They didn't really make too much noises, after thinking that. I listened. Nya. Wasn't there a dog in that building just now, Naya? The cat girl was clinging onto Rudyard's leg. Her desperation could be understood from her expression. There was. Why didn't you save it, Naya? Come to think of it, it was there. That was a dog, huh? It was considerably restrained. You guys are first. Eyes of blame gathered on Rudyard. Hey, even though we just saved you guys, there's no reason for those eyes. I'll just say this, but the one who wanted to save you was him. We're thankful for that, Naya. However, if you're grateful, then please give a word of gratitude. After I said that, each of them lowered their head. That's good. They should be more grateful. I'll go back now and save it. Rudyard, you continue to lead them towards the town. Understood. Where would it be good to lead them to? Please wait just before you enter the town. After saying that, I returned down the path. Where should we take them to, huh? It's a difficult question. We have to keep it from being revealed that Rudyard was smuggled in, as well as prevent the smuggling organization from knowing Rudyard is alive, as well as finding a method to return the children to their parents. For example, how about making a job with the Adventurers Guild? We are looking after some children's well-being. We're looking for their parents. It would be fine if we could just leave the children with the Adventurers Guild. No, that's no good. If we make that grand of a job, then the smuggling organization will notice it. If you place a job, the name of the job offer is always left. After all, if they manage to arrive there, they'll eventually realize we used the smuggling organization. How about if we just leave the children with some guards, and then we quickly leave town? No, while listening to our circumstances, they would find out about Rudyard and I. The smuggling organization would find out. Also, there's the talk that the rainy season is coming soon. Even if we leave town, we have nowhere to go. Might as well just eat the plate along with the poison. We could finish annihilating the smuggling organization. No, we don't know the scale of the opposing organization. In the first place, before that, there's the possibility that they could mistake us as the kidnappers. Mumu, this is just a bit. It might have been a bit rash. Might as well just blame someone. Yeah, that seems like the best option. If I write something like, Great Demon Emperor Kishirika has arrived, on the wall or something like that, they might surprisingly believe it. Kishirika did say to rely on her if anything happens after all. Oh. I arrived at the building. In the end, I couldn't resolve my thoughts. What should we do about it? Part 3. I moved to the room where I saw that magic circle. After I entered the room, that dog looked at me with suspicious eyes, without waving its tail or howling at all. It was completely exhausted. It's certainly a dog. What was chained in the center of the magic circle was a puppy. I recognized it as a puppy at a glance, but the size is considerably large. It's at least 2 meters. I wonder why all the cats and dogs of this world are so large. The first time I saw it, I thought it was white, but it seems it was silver. Probably because of the light. It looks like it's sparkling in the light. A silver mame Shiba 3, on the large size. It's quite refined with a pretty clever face. I'm about to save you now. Ow. Then the magic circle in the prison shined a bit. It wasn't a ching sort of feeling. How do I put it? It was as if my sense of pain directly received the stimulus itself. It seems that this magic circle is some sort of barrier. If we speak about barriers, then it's a variety of healing magic. I don't understand the principle at all. For the time being, I'll circle around the surroundings of the magic circle and observe it. The magic circle is slightly lighting the room as it gives off a pale blue light. The fact that it's shining should mean that there's magic power flowing into it. If I remove the source of that magic power, then the magic circle should disappear. That's something I learned from Roxy. The typical pattern for a magic like trap release method. If we're speaking of sources for magic power supply, then it would be a magic crystal. However, I can't see anything that looks like a magic crystal. No, it's probably just that it can't be found. It's probably hidden somewhere. Probably underground. Removing the magic crystal from under the ground with earth magic, huh? If I forcefully remove the magic circle, I don't know what might happen. I wonder if there's some way to cleanly remove it? Wait a second. Wait. Let's think more simply. In the first place, how would they remove the dog from this magic circle? Judging from the corpses, it didn't seem like there were any magicians among them. It should have a simple release method that even an amateur can do. Think about that. First, the location of the magic crystal. I would have put it underground. However, if it was underground, then they wouldn't be able to retrieve it. A place they can retrieve it. Also a place that you can supply magic power from. If not below, then above, I guess. I went upstairs to the second floor of the building. The room just above the magic circle. There was a small magic circle and something like a torch, made out of a tree sitting there. In the center of the torch was something I suspect to be a magic crystal. Very well. Finding it in one try is good luck. I carefully tried picking up the torch. Then, the magic circle on the ground disappeared. Then I went down to the first floor. The magic circle had disappeared. Alright, good. Woo. After I got near the dog, he groaned at me and made a threatening face. Since the past animals have never seemed to like me. It's the same as usual. After carefully observing the situation of the puppy, it was a growl with power behind it, but it seems like there's no power in its body. It gives off a dead tired impression. I wonder if it's from hunger. No, those chains are suspicious. After approaching to look, there's some sort of pattern carved into them. For the time being, should I try removing them? No, maybe it's dangerous. If these chains are restraining the power of the dog, then the moment I remove them it might suddenly attack me. It's fine if it's just being bitten enough that I can still heal. But how can I do this without being bitten, I wonder? Of all things, I tried speaking to it. And then after I asked if it understood my words, and the puppy tilted its head with a woo. If you don't bite me, I don't mind removing that collar and returning you to your owner. What will you do? After saying that in beast god language, the dog stopped groaning and laid down on the ground obediently. It seems it understands words. Being in another world sure is convenient. For the time being, I'll cut the chains with magic. Then, I felt power returned to the dog's body. It seemed like it was going to quickly stand up and start running, but I stopped it. Wait, the collar is still left. And then the dog looked at me and laid down obediently. Again, I'll have to try my best to remove the collar. I can't find a keyhole. Without a keyhole, how do I unlock it? Strange, exactly how do they remove this? Was it never intended to be removed? Then against all odds, I somehow managed to find a connecting part. It seems like it's the type you have to do very carefully, otherwise it fails. I'm about to remove it for you, don't move. I carefully used earth magic to fill in the gap and force it open, then released the lock. There was a bing sound and the collar came undone. Alright. The puppy shook its neck. You. And then it put its forelegs on my shoulders, and with that heavy body weight pushed me over. I who fell over unsightly, had my face licked all over. You can't do that, doggy, I have a wife and husband. I could just try pushing aside the big ball of silver fur, but it's surprisingly heavy as well as soft and fluffy. It's soft and fluffy, that's fine. Heavy. My chest is being crushed. It seems like it will be difficult to remove it. I can't help being licked, so I gave up. I decided to enjoy the sensation of the fur until the dog gave up. Yeah, it's fluffy. If I were to put it into the now and young terms, it would be Mofu Mofu 5. It's soft. Are you using some softening agent? I'm not using one. Part 4. You bastard, what are you doing to Holy Beast Sama? Just as I was enjoying myself, I suddenly heard a yell call out. I thought it was survivors from the smugglers, so I looked up while laying down. Chocolate skin, beast-like ears, and a tiger-like tail. Guy slain? No, that's wrong. It looks a lot like her, but it's different. The muscles and the hairy parts are the same, but slightly different. The number one big part is different. The chest. There are no breasts. It's a man. The man hit his mouth with his hand. Urara pose. That's bad. He's going to do something. If I don't run. However, I can't move. Doggy, move away. I can't run away like this. The dog moved. I stood up in a panic. I started my foresight. I could see the vision. The man hit his mouth with his hand. He's not going to do anything. Just at the moment I thought that, the man let out a howl. An overwhelming volume. It's a volume that's several times greater than Eris's scream. I felt that it had a mass as well. My eardrums are making a bing sound and vibrating. My brain is shaking. Just as I realize it, I fall to the ground. I can't stand. This is bad. I need to use healing. I can't move my hands. Why? What is this? Some kind of magic? Danger. Danger, danger, danger. I'm going to be killed. I can't use magic. I need to focus on the magic power, but I can't. I was picked up by the man and raised to his chest. After seeing my face, the man raised his eyebrows and was offended. HNNN? Still a child. It's not very tolerant to kill him. It seems I'm saved. I feel relieved. Thank God I have the appearance of a child. Guys, what's going on? Then another man appeared. As I thought, they look quite similar to Ghislaine, but with gray hair. It's an old man. Father. I've incapacitated one of the smugglers. Smuggler? Isn't it a child? However, he was attacking Holy Beast Sama. He was stroking and hugging Holy Beast Sama while wearing an indecent smile. It could be possible that his age doesn't match how he looks. That's wrong. I am 11 years old. I am absolutely not a mental age 45-year-old man. The dog let out a howl. Then the man called guys knelt in front of the dog. Please accept my apologies, Holy Beast Sama. Normally we would have run straight to your aid, but a bit of a small problem caused us to be late. It can't be that Holy Beast Sama's body by this man's hands. You don't mind? How tolerant. I wonder if the conversation is being understood. It just sounds like 1-1. Guys, there's the smell of Tana and others from downstairs. There should be no mistake that they were being held here. Then the old man said it. I wonder who Tana is. Going by their conversation, one of the beast race children, I guess. Take this boy and return to the village. We'll listen to his story. We don't have that kind of spare time. Tomorrow the last ship will leave. Guys made a goo sound while grinding his teeth. We have no option other than to give up. It's good fortune that we at least managed to save Holy Beast Sama. What should we do with this guy? Take him and return to the village. He might know something. Guys nodded and took a rope off his waist and then tied my hands behind my back. Then he started carrying me on his shoulder. From behind Guys I could see the dog toddling along, looking up in a worried way. It's all right. Don't worry. It seems these guys aren't the smugglers. They've come to save the children from just now. Therefore, as long as I talk they'll understand. I just need to wait until they're willing to listen. Moo. After we got outside, the old man started to sniff around. There's a scent. Can you smell? The scent of blood is thick so I can't. It's faintly there. It's Tana and the others' scent. And then, one more person, that magic race's scent. After hearing about that scent, Guys' expression turned grim. That magic race came here and abducted Tana and the others. Well then, he might have unexpectedly saved them. There's no way that could be the case. It seems like somehow or another they knew Rudyard's scent. Guys, I'll follow the scent. Take that kid and Holy Beast Sama and return to the village at once. No, I'm going as well. You have too quick of a temper. In regards to that kid, it could be possible that he isn't a smuggler. As expected of someone who is elderly, the way he thinks about things is different. That's right. I'm not a smuggler. Please listen to my defense. Even if that is the case, the fact that he was touching Holy Beast Sama with his dirty hands is no mistake. I could smell the scent of a human race's sexual arousal coming from this boy. It's unbelievable for him to be sexually aroused towards Holy Beast Sama. Pigia. That's wrong. I wasn't feeling any lust towards a dog, just the nude and helpless young girls. No, that's dangerous as well. In that case, throw him into the prison. However, don't lay your hands on him until I return. Yes. The old man nodded once and started to run off into the dark forest. After Guy saw him off he said a single line to me. Hn, you barely escaped from death. Yes, really. Now then Holy Beast Sama, we'll be running for a bit. I'm sure you're a bit tired, but... One. Right. And then I was carried deep into the forest on Guy's shoulder. Part 5. Rudyard. We made it close to the town, but Rudius hasn't come back yet. It can't be that he's lost, could it? No, if that was the case then he would have launched magic into the sky. Then, what if there was some sort of trouble? I eliminated all of the humans in that building. However, if more troops came from a different location they might have run into each other. I wonder if I should return and confirm right now. No, Rudius isn't a child. Even in the case that enemies appear, he should be able to deal with them somehow or other. Since he's still young he still has some parts that are naive. But he's not such a naive sort of man that he would let his guard down on enemy ground. Right now Eris isn't around the surroundings. If Rudius seriously uses magic, then he shouldn't lose to anyone. The problem is that he has some resistance against killing people. If he does a bad job of going easy, the probability that he could be killed in return is high. I shouldn't need to worry about Rudius. However, I'm in trouble. If I take the children like this and bring them into town, I have a premonition that only bad things will happen. Similar things have happened a number of times. Save a child from a slave dealer, then bring them to a town. Then they come to the misunderstanding that I was the one who abducted them. Right now my hair is shaved and I'm hiding my third eye. However, I'm a poor speaker. If the guards were to call out to me, I don't have the confidence I can explain it well. If I just leave them behind in the town like usual, someone from the town should usually do something. No, if I do that then I don't know what Rudius will say. Naya, older brother, sorry about before Naya. While I was worrying one of the young girls came up and tapped on my thigh. The other children as well look quite apologetic. Just by seeing that I feel like I'm being saved. Don't mind it. In any case, it's been quite a while since I last used Beast God language. I wonder when exactly it was that I last used it. I learned it during the Laplace campaign, though I don't remember using it very much. The Holy Beast Sama is our family's symbol Naya after all. We can't just afford to leave it in that place Naya. I see. Even though it was something I didn't know, I'm sorry about that. After saying that the girl laughed a bit and smiled. After all, it's nice when children aren't afraid. Moo. Then at that moment, my eye captured the presence of something approaching rapidly. It's a pretty strong and fast presence. It's coming from the direction of the building. One of their allies? He's quite skilled. It can't be. Was Rudius defeated? Stand back. I had the children stand back, prepared my spear and moved in front. First move is certain victory. I'll finish him off in a single blow, is what I was thinking, but he stopped his feet before he entered my reach. A beast race man. He was using a sword that was heavy with death. After I saw that my vigilance increased and I silently prepared myself. He might be elderly, but I feel a strong and composed dignity from his presence. A warrior. However, if he's an ally of one of those lot from just now, I'll kill him. Someone who would allow those sorts of things to happen to their own race's children. I can't allow for such a thing to be considered a warrior. Ah, Grandfather Naya. The cat girl raised her voice and rushed over to the old warrior. Tana, you were all right. The old warrior caught the girl who jumped at him and made a relieved expression. After seeing that I lowered my spear, it seems this warrior had come to save the abducted children. I'm sorry for suspecting he was someone who can't hold a wind towards warriors. He's a man with great pride. The dog ear seemed to be an acquaintance as well, so she, too, rushed over. Teresina is all right as well. Huh, that's great. That person over there saved us. The old warrior lowered his sword and bowed his head in my direction. However, it seems he's still alert. Naturally. It seems like you saved my granddaughter. Yeah. What's your name? Rudyard. Superd. I hesitated a bit to answer that part. If they know I'm of the Superd race they will be vigilant. Rudyard, I am Gustav de Derudia. I will surely repay this gratitude. For starters we must return the children to their parents. That's right. However, it's dangerous to have the children move at night. I'd like to hear more details about the story. After the old warrior said that, we soon started walking towards the town. Wait. What's wrong? Did you go into the building? Mumu. I started to feel depressed because it was filled with nothing but blood. Was there no one there? There was one remaining. It seemed like a man who was pretending to be a child. I heard he was stroking Holy Beast-sama with an indecent smile. It's Rudius, is what I understood intuitively. Those sorts of smiles occasionally appear on that guy. That is one of my allies. How could that be? It can't be that you killed him, even if it was a misunderstanding. If they killed Rudius then I would carry out revenge. Though before that I would see that the children are returned to their parents. Eris as well. That's right. Then Eris would be alone. I'm worried. I had him taken prisoner in order to tell us the location of his other allies. I'll quickly have him released. Rudius, you let your guard down. That guy is always too naive. His preparedness is first rate, but no, there's no need to say it. There's no point in me saying it. In regards to that preparedness, I'm third rate. This time, I even intended to close my eyes to all their crimes, but I couldn't endure it. I couldn't resist it anymore after the children were tortured. The reason Rudius was captured was because of my selfishness. Should we quickly go off to save him? No. Rudius is a warrior. It's fine not to hurry as long as he isn't dead. First of all we should put priority on the children. The beast race don't use torture like the human race. At most they would strip him naked and throw him into prison. Rudius is a man who would not care about being seen naked. Just the other day he said, it's fine if you don't stop Eris from coming to peek on me when I'm bathing. Some things I don't really understand. I'm sure he can endure it. Besides there's the matter of Eris. Rudius often asks me to guard Eris. Rather than himself, he's more worried about Eris. In that case, I should make sure to protect Eris as well. I'll have to burden Rudius for just a while longer. I can't make my identity known due to some circumstances. I'd like you to take over charge of returning these children to their parents. Mumu, you understand? Gustav nodded, and we started to head towards the town. 1. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/guanian. 2. Breast power. 3. http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/mameshiba_. Character. 4. He uses the feminine pronoun atasher here instead of the his usual boku. 5. http://en.dic.pixford.net//mafumofu. Chapter 40. No cost. Apartment. Pat 1. Hello, everybody. This is X-Hickey Entity 1 Rudius. Today I'm covering the recently popular no-cost apartment. Deposit 0. Rent 0. One room that includes 2 meals and an afternoon nap. Constructed from a very warm timber material. The exposure from the sun is just a little bit bad and the bed, straw product, has a small insect problem, but even so, this price is just far too cheap. It is 0 rent after all. The toilet is the latest pot model. It's the popular new self-service type. After the excretions build up in the pot, you then throw it out through the hole in the corner of the room. Since there's no running water there might a little bit of a sanitation problem, but with magic there is no problem at all. Especially if you're a magician such as myself who can create boiling water, you could consider the problem all but solved. 2 meals a day. Modern age people may feel this is a little bit unsatisfying. Nevertheless, these meals are quite good. Fruits and vegetables fresh from nature as well as meat. Meals that make use of the ingredients' natural flavors with very little seasoning. It's cooking that would make anyone in the magic continent lick their lips. Now, the hottest feature of this apartment. If I had to put it, it's the absolutely safe security structure. Just take a look at these completely sturdy iron bars. No matter if you bang or attempt to pull them out they won't budge an inch. Though using magic to open the lock is a bit of a blind spot. There will surely be no thieves out there who would be willing to enter after seeing these reliable iron bars. However, criminals will still come in. It's a prison after all. Part 2. I was gradually carried through the dark forest, unable to move at all on Gaiza's back, just carried. In the darkness the trees flowed by at a frightening speed. In my field of vision I could tell a ball of silver fur was keeping up with us. It's still just a puppy, but it seems to have quite a bit of strength. We had already been traveling for 2 or 3 hours. The beast race warrior guys had been running for quite a long time. Then he stopped when we had arrived somewhere. Please return to your house, Holy Beast Sama. 1. The silver ball of fur let out a single reply and then disappeared off into the darkness. Only able to move my eyes, I scanned the surroundings. In a dense area of trees, it seemed like there were very few people around. However, above the trees I saw lights all over the place. After walking a bit more, guys approached a single tree. He started to climb a ladder somewhere with me still on his shoulder. It seems I'm being carried up the tree. We entered a building. A small desolate hut made of wood. Their guys stripped me of all my clothes. What in the world is he going to do to me while I can't move? Then the moment I thought of that, I was grabbed by my neck and thrown somewhere. A little bit later I heard the sound of a metal gate creaking, and then closing shut. Then Guys was gone, with no explanation at all. No interrogation either. A short while later I was finally able to move my body and created a small fire with my fingers to confirm my surroundings. After seeing the solid iron bars I understood that this was a prison. I was thrown into a prison. That is fine. I understood that from the flow of the conversation. I was mistaken as one of the smugglers. Therefore, there is no need to panic. This misunderstanding will be solved soon. However, why was I stripped of all my clothes? Come to think of it, all the children in that prison were nude as well. I wonder if it's that sort of culture. If beast race people are forced naked, it is probably humiliation. No, it's not specifically limited to the beast race that would be ashamed of being forced naked. Since ancient times it's been common to break the hearts of prisoners by stripping them nude. This is a fantasy world, but in my reading preferences, female knights are always stripped when they are imprisoned. There's common points in all worlds it seems. In the darkness I began to think. For the time being, I'll have to talk to them tomorrow. There's no real problem even in the case that they aren't willing to accept it. After I was captured it seemed like that older warrior went after Rudyard. Since that's the case, he should have been able to meet up with the children again. Rudyard is easy to misunderstand, but there should be no hostility towards a warrior who has come to save the children. After the children are shown to have been saved, the misunderstanding that I was a smuggler will be resolved. In any case, I'm safe for now. The older warrior specifically said not to do any torture or interrogations until he returned. Therefore, I'm safe. There probably won't be any random tentacles coming out to attack me, right? Part 3. While I was thinking about that, a full day had already passed. Time passes by quickly. On the morning of the first day, I was thrown into the prison. A guard showed up. It was a female. She was wearing clothes that looked to be of a warrior, but she was more slender than Ghislaine. However, her chest was huge. I tried to tell her, this is a false charge, I didn't do anything. I tried to explain that I was unrelated to the smuggling organization and by coincidence learned that the children were being held in that building and went to save them. However, the guard wasn't willing to listen to a thing I was saying. She filled a bucket with water and then threw it all over me. It was cold water. She was looking down on me as if I were trash as I was standing in front of her like a wet rat. Pervert. I experienced a shiver running down my back. PGY. I thought it was some amazing torture. That they would strip me naked, have this beautiful beast Irwani-san watch over me and even throw cold water at and insult me. My heart might really break. These guys have no intention of listening to what the old warrior said. I wonder what is going to happen to me. Ku. God Roxy, please grant me your holy protection. No, Hitagami, it's fine if you stay out of this. Asterisk sneeze asterisk. Putting aside the jokes. I would really like something to wear. There's too much freedom too in this form and it feels like I'm forgetting the common sense of people. For the time being I'll use the fire magic, burning place, to warm my body up before I catch a cold. Part 4. The second day. Rudyard hasn't come to save me. After spending my second day nude I'm starting to feel a bit worried. I wonder if something happened with Rudyard. Maybe there was a battle with that old warrior. Otherwise, maybe things got even more complicated with the smugglers. Another possibility could be that something happened to Eris and he ran off to deal with it. I'm worried. Very worried. Since that's the case it's time to look into methods of escaping. After the meal in the early afternoon, I silently used magic. If you mix fire and wind you can create a comfortable breeze. Now the entire room was warm and comfortable. Gradually the guard started to doze off and finally fell asleep. Too easy. I undid the lock on the iron bars and headed outside to check things out. After confirming that there was no one around, I left the building. There an illusionary scenery spread out before me. There was a town built on the tops of the trees. All of the buildings were at the tops of trees and they were connected with a number of bridges. There were bridges from each and every tree so you could get anywhere in the village without having to descend from the trees. There was nothing in specific on the ground below. It seemed like there were traces of a simple building and fields, but no signs they were in use. The ground is not a necessity in their life it seems. There weren't all that many people. I could see beast race looking people walking all around, across the bridges and between trees. If I were to cross the bridge on the top of the tree I would be able to see everything, but I would also be fully seen from below, and in my case, in all sorts of meanings, I would be fully seen. It seems like it would be difficult to escape without being found. Although, even if I'm found I could still run away. If I don't bother trying to think of what comes after and just set fire to some trees I could make use of the chaos to escape into some trees somewhere. However, it's a forest. I don't know the way. Guys was running at quite a high speed. There should be a fair amount of distance to the town. If I ran with everything I have in a straight line, it would probably take around 6 hours. Even worse if I got lost. There's also the possibility of creating a high tower from Earth with magic and then confirming from place to place. However, if I did something that stands out as much as that, then my pursuers, led by Guys, would quickly catch up. I still don't know the true identity of the magic he used to capture me. If I can't think of any sort of countermeasures for it, then it's possible I could lose if we fight again. Then, he might cut my legs off or something so I can't run away next time. It's probably a good idea to wait a bit longer for the situation to change. It's still only the second day. It seems like the old warrior still hasn't returned yet. They could still be returning the children to their parents, along with Rudyard. There's no reason to be hasty. After coming to that conclusion, I returned to the prison. Part 5. The third day. The meals I get from the guard are delicious. As expected, a place with lots of natural ingredients is different. It's in a different league from the magic continent. It's generally some kind of grass-based soup and preserved meat that has been fried, but both are quite good. I wonder if it's because I had gotten used to the meals on the magic continent. Since this is what they're offering someone they'd throw into prison, the people here must surely be eating something really good. For the time being, I tried praising the guard for the food, and ended up being brought seconds. Judging by the response, it seems that it could have been made by this person. Nevertheless, she still wouldn't listen to what I'm saying. Part 6. The fourth day. I'm bored. There's nothing to do. It would be fine if I could just use magic to do something. But if I stand out too much they might try to gag or handcuff me. They haven't done anything like that so far, but there's no reason to risk putting myself into an even more inconvenient situation. Part 7. The fifth day. I got a roommate. Just when I was thinking it was pretty noisy outside, a man that looked like an adventurer ended up being thrown into the prison with me. With 2 brawny beast race men holding onto each of his arms, he was carried in and kicked into the cell. Damn it. Treat me with a bit more care here. The beast race men ignored the shouting man and left. Outside, the man slowly turned around saying, "Ow wow," while rubbing where he was kicked on the ass. I greeted him in a pose similar to Buddha in Nirvana. Welcome to the highest point in your life. Obviously, while completely nude, the man stood there watching me with his mouth hanging open. It was an adventurer-like man. His entire body was covered with black garments and around the joints were protectors made of some kind of fur. Naturally, because of this flow of events, he wasn't holding any sort of weapon. After staring for a long time, I noticed his face was something like a monkey. Although, saying it's a monkey-like face isn't some sort of metaphor. He was from a magic race after all. What's up, newbie? Is there something strange? No, how do I put this? The man was looking at me with a face full of confusion. Don't stare at me so much, it's embarrassing, isn't it? Even though you're naked, it seems you're quite full of yourself. Hey newbie, be careful with your words. I've been in here longer than you. In other words, I'm your prison senpai. Show some respect. Oh, okay. Respond with a yes. Yes. Why am I talking to a man I've met for the first time in such an arrogant way? It's because I'm bored. Unfortunately, there are no cushions, just take a seat. Somewhere around there. Yes. Then, newbie, how did you end up getting locked away? I was using a rude tone to talk to him. Even though I was clearly younger, calling him newbie, I thought he would get angry. Instead, he started to answer my question with a dumbfounded face. How do I put it? My cheating was exposed. I see, gambling, rock, paper, scissors, steel frame, wouldn't pass. What the hell is that? It was the dice. Dice, I'm sure without a doubt he was using dice that only come up with 4, 5, 6. What a boring crime to be held on. What was your crime? Can't you tell by looking? Obscenity charges. What the hell is that? I was hugging a nude silver-furred puppy and they ended up throwing me in here is what it means. It was becoming a rumor. The holy beast of Darudia was attacked by a sex beast. It seems like there's a guy who can put things together. Well, although that was a false charge. Well, seems like there's no choice but to make a request of this guy. It's the natural action to take when faced with such a charming creature. If you're a man as well, you should understand what I'm talking about, right newbie? I don't understand a bit. The eyes the man was looking at me with changed into eyes looking at some unknown creature. No, they didn't really change. It was like that from the very start. Then, newbie, your name is? It's Jisoo. Are you a colonel? Colonel 3. No, an adventurer, for the most part. Jisoo. Now then, I have the feeling I've heard something like that. Somewhere. Where was it? I can't remember. Well, there are names similar to it all over the place. I'm Rudius. Younger than you, but I'm your prison senpai. Yeah. After shrugging his shoulders, Jisoo fell to the ground in place, laid back and faced upwards. Rudius. Sounds like something I've heard. Somewhere. It's a name you could hear all over the place. Ha, no doubt about that. We were now both lined up similar to Buddha in Nirvana. Although one of us was completely nude. It's a strange situation. The most important person in this prison, me, is nude, while some newbie is wearing clothes. Isn't that strange? Hey, newbie. What's up, senpai? That vest, it looks warm. Hand it over. Ha. Jisoo made a frankly reluctant face, but still took off the fur vest and threw it to me. He's surprisingly an easy person to get along with. Ah, thank you very much. So, you can give thanks, I see. Of course. I've been in freedom style for a number of days. After all, it feels like I've been revived as a human for the first time in a while. Stop with the respectful talk, senpai. Thus, I ended up with an appearance similar to a nose running brat from the Edo period. The guard made a bit of an irritated face, but didn't say anything in specific. I can feel the newbie's warmth coming from this vest. Hey, you aren't going to tell me that you go for men as well, or something, are you? There's no way that's the case. If it's a girl and the minimum age is 12, up to the maximum of 40, I can do it. It's impossible unless it's a boy who has the face and appearance of a girl. It's fine as long as they have the face of a woman. Jisoo was making an unbelievable face. However, I'm sure in this guy's case, if a girl who matched his tastes perfectly suddenly turned into Arthur pulling out Excalibur, he would be fine with becoming Merlin, in a sexual meaning. By the way, newbie, I have a bit of something I want to ask. What is it? Where is this? The Great Forest, a prison in the Darudia race village. Who am I? A nude pervert who would put his hands on a puppy. Rudius. Though, I'm not nude anymore. Also, it was a false charge. I'm not a pervert. Then, for what reason would a magical race person like you have been gambling in Darudia village? One of my old acquaintances is of the Darudia race, so I thought they might be here and came for a visit. Were they here? They weren't here. They weren't here, but you still gambled? Still cheated? I didn't think it would be exposed though. There's no hope for this guy. However, he could be useful. Newbie, can you do anything other than cheat? I can do anything. Oh, for example, beating down a dragon with your bare fists. No, that kind of thing is impossible. I'm weak in fights. For example, taking on 100 women at the same time. I'm fine with just one woman, at most 2 at the same time. Finally, I lowered my voice so the guard couldn't hear it and said it clearly. For example, escaping from here and running until we reach town. After saying that, Jisoo lifted up his face, looked at the guard, and started scratching his head. Then he brought his face close, whispering, "Do you intend to make a run for it? If my allies don't come, sorry, how do I put it? That's too bad. Hey, stop. If you put it like that, it's almost as if I've been thrown away. Richard wouldn't throw me away. I'm sure right now there's some sort of crazy situation going on. They are waiting for me to save them. Run away alone. I'm unrelated. I would get lost. I don't know the way to the town. How did you manage to get here?" I was saving some children from smugglers. Saving. While doing that, I went to remove the collar from a puppy, when all of a sudden, a beast race man appeared and yelled. Then I was unable to move and captured. Jisoo made a face like he didn't really get it while scratching his head. Maybe it was a bit of an unsatisfactory explanation. Then, it's that. False charges. It's false charges. I see. That would make you want to run. Indeed that is the case. Please lend me your power. Not happening. Why do I have to lend you my power? I'll be able to get out of here soon, unlike you. Even if you ask me why, didn't I just say it? I don't know the way back. I would prefer to be pardoned from the fate of wandering a forest until I die. I'm almost completely nude as well. Well, if it's false charges then it's probably fine. They'll understand eventually. It would be good if that's the case. If you were to ask me, that guy's person seemed like the type that doesn't listen. However, it is a fact that I saved the children. After the children return, naturally, I'll be cleared of the false charges. Then, I'll wait for a bit longer. Do just that. Nothing good would come from making a run for it. After saying that, Jisoo fell down to lay on the ground again. If this guy is going to say that I'll wait for a bit longer. Fortunately, I still have some room left for leisure. It's not as if I couldn't just turn this entire area into a sea of fire and make a run for it, if it comes down to that in the end. I feel bad for those of the Darudia race, but they were the ones who caught me on false charges. It's mutual responsibility. I think it could just be a case of them taking a rather long time to find the parents of the children. Part 8. The 6th day. This apartment is really quite comfortable to live in. The food is good, the air conditioning is good, though it's self-produced. I was thinking there's not enough to do, but now I even have a conversation partner. The bed was originally full of insects, but now it's quite comfortable after using magic to wipe them all out. The toilet is still like that, but when I think about the fact that a beast ear Wanisan is taking care of my excretions, it's a bit arousing. However, I'm still worried. The fact that there's no information coming is quite worrying. It's almost been a full week since I was captured. It's starting to feel like they're a bit too slow. It would be normal to start thinking some kind of trouble had occurred. Some kind of trouble Rudyard couldn't solve. He might need my assistance. It could already be too late. However, I can't get somewhere I can't go. Tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow this village will become a sea of fire, is what I would like to say, but I feel a bit bad about going that far, so I'll just take the guard as a hostage and run away. Part 9. The 7th day. Today is the last day of prison life. I was making all sorts of plans in my heart while appearing on the surface to be just laying around doing nothing. Come to think of it, newbie. I started to talk to Jisoo in my usual bandit style. What's up? Is this the only prison in this village? Why are you asking something like that? No, normally would you throw two people into the same cell without reason? They don't normally use this prison. Normal criminals are taken to Saint Port. Criminals are taken to Saint Port. I guess that would mean they only throw criminals who break special laws of the Didarudia race in this prison. I was mistaken as a smuggler and charged with attacking the Holy Beast. They go to the point of calling it the Holy Beast, so it's certainly some kind of special existence in this village. However, wait a minute. Then, why are you in this prison? They only caught you for cheating, right? No clue. Probably because it's just a small event within the village. Is it that sort of thing? It's that sort of thing. I felt something was a bit out of place. I kept scratching my arms, then scratching my stomach, even more so scratching my back. Somehow really itchy. After thinking that, I looked at the ground. A single flea started jumping. Yuo. Aren't there bugs in this vest? Ah, I haven't washed it in quite a while after all. Wash it. I took the vest off. I waved it around and bugs started falling everywhere. I quickly used a burning wind to kill them all off. All you bastard bugs. Oh, I was thinking since I saw it before, but that's amazing. How do you do it? Using voiceless incantations. I see. Voiceless incantations. That's pretty amazing. PYG. Ah, just when I was thinking that I had gotten rid of all the bugs, I started to feel itchy all over my body. For now I started using healing around all the places I was bitten. However, my back. Maybe because I had been laying on it, but it feels like I had been bitten like crazy on my back. My hands can't reach. Oh, hey newbie. What's up? Come over and scratch my back, it's killing me. Yeah. I sat and crossed my legs and Jisoo came up from behind. He started scratching my back. Ah, that's the spot, right there. You're good, you've got talent. Didn't I say it? I can do anything. Since that's the C. I can massage your shoulders while I'm at it as well. When Jisoo started doing that to my shoulders, I was thinking, it's dangerous, this guy is way too good with his hands. Involuntarily, the muscles on my back were contracting. Oh, you're so good, it feels so good. Ah, next to a bit further down. There, right there. And then, I felt some stairs. After taking a good look, on the other side of the bars there were roughly 7 people standing there. First was an old man who looked a bit like Ghislaine, an older brother who looked even more like Ghislaine, the guard older sister who had always been looking after me, a cat-eared young girl who was pointing and laughing at me, a dog-eared young girl who was covering her face with her hands and looking at me through the cracks. Then finally a supered race older brother with a shining, bald head and young woman from the Boreas family, holding my clothes, robe and staff. Rudius, what are you doing together with another man? Eris was staring at me with an extremely cold look in her eyes. In my current appearance, with Jisoo behind me holding onto my shoulders and my back as the focus. That's right, it would appear as if I was projecting my ass out behind me. Then at the point where my back ends, Jisoo's nether regions are connected. It's a misunderstanding. Part 10. With the testimony of the 2 girls, I was released. The misunderstanding and false charges were quickly resolved after that. Incidentally, Jisoo still had to remain in the prison for a bit longer, it seems. 1. Hikikomori, social withdrawal/reclusive lifestyle, not in education, employment, or training. 2. He says freedom in English to put more emphasis on it. 3. Considering the author's fondness for Hokuto no Ken references, is likely to be Colonel Charles de Guise from Soten no Ken. The pronunciation is 1 mora away. Jisoo Gizu. Chapter 41, Slow Life of Darudia Village. First part. Part 1. After getting out of the prison, it was raining heavily outside. The rainy season had come. Supposedly, it will be raining heavily non-stop for the next 3 months. The ground will be completely flooded and you won't be able to walk, which is why those who live in the Great Forest live on top of the trees. Part 2. It seems like the kidnapping incident this time was a rather special case. It was a large-scale abduction plan orchestrated by a smuggling organization. They came up with a plan to abduct the holy beast, guardian of Darudia. I don't know why they would want to abduct something like that. However, the holy beast is supposedly a special kind of animal, so there are a number of those who want to get their hands on it. Well, it's difficult to just abduct the holy beast under normal circumstances. Even in the chance that you succeeded in abducting it, the warriors have good noses, so they would quickly come to take it back. Therefore the smuggling organization aimed for the start of the rainy season. The rainy season will continue for 3 months straight. Since that's the case, all of the villagers will be busy in preparation. All of the village warriors will have their hands full. Also, it's not possible to go out on a ship during the rainy season. In other words, if you abduct the holy beast right before the rainy season, then transport it to the magic continent, the warriors will not be able to catch up in time and you can perfectly escape. Of course the beast race were being vigilant for that. The adults all warned the children not to go outside while preparing for the rainy season. Needless to say, they also told it to the holy beast that was being protected. That's why the smuggling organization went a step further with their plan. First they hired all of the local kidnappers and waited for the right timing. Then, at a specific time, attacked all the locations at once and abducted children right and left at the same time. The warriors were in a panic. Just when they were starting to ease up because the abduction seemed low this year, children from villages all over the place were abducted at once. Even more so, the smuggling organization had hired armed forces beforehand to attack the villages at the same time. There was no damage to the Darudia village at this time. The warriors of the Darudia village received requests for aid, split up and went out to defend the surrounding villages. Then when the guards for the Darudia village were thinned out, the smuggling organization launched an attack on the Darudia village with elite forces. They succeeded in abducting not only the village chief's granddaughter but also the holy beast, caused incidents all over the place, then attacked the primary target, a lightning-fast plan. The armed forces attack, the abduction of the children, as well as the abduction of the holy beast. Since it was like that, no matter how skilled the beast race warriors were, they wouldn't have enough forces to cover it. Guys and Gustav first gave up on the children. They gathered together the warriors and went to set up the defense lines of the village. Then they went off to search for the holy beast themselves. It just means that the holy beast is that much of a special existence to the village, it seems. The time between kidnapping the holy beast and transporting it on the ship wasn't even supposed to be 2 days. The fact that they were able to locate the safekeeping place for smuggling goods was supposedly good luck. The smell of blood and the sight of rising fire. Supposedly, those 2 factors became the key that allowed them to locate the building. It was thanks to us. However, I wonder why the holy beast was at the same place where Rujard was transported. Well, it was a large-scale operation, so there were probably some mistakes here and there. Otherwise they might have planned for Rujard's handcuffs being undone and rampaging. Now then, from here on is unrelated to me. What were they doing after neglecting me for a week? According to the story, Rujard was furious at the smugglers. He suggested attacking the ship that was prepared to depart. They didn't know which ship had children on board it, because the smugglers also knew of a way to conceal themselves from the beast race's noses. The way Gustav put it, after understanding their intentions, they responded to it accordingly. Speaking of Eris, she was also taking part in this plan, supposedly as the escort for the children, with a full-faced smile of course. This must be the Grey Rat's blood as well. Well then, the attack of Rujard and the others succeeded. Tragically, the smuggling organization's ship was discovered and all of their members were half killed and captured. From within the ship, abducted children just kept coming out one after another. There were supposedly around 50 of them. Well then, the children were saved. Happy ending. That's not quite what happened. Since they had just attacked the last ship departing before the rainy season, the Saint Port officials came out. Obviously Gustav and Guys protested against them. The beast race abductions. Slavery was taboo between the Great Forest Patriarchs and the Holy Mealy's kingdom. They only tried to prevent that, so it would be strange for them to take the blame. The Saint Port officials were taken back with this. They would have been fine with at least a bit of a notice beforehand. However, the attack was just barely in time to catch the departure of the ship. There was no leisure time to explain, as well as the fact there were 50 people, 50 children. It wasn't just 5 or 10. There were 1 or 2 children abducted from villages all over the place. Saint Port hadn't caught onto this at all. Even more so, the officials were taking bribes and looking the other way. This was a violation of the treaty. If they left things as they were, a large crack would have been made between the beast race and the Holy Mealy's kingdom. In the worst case, it could have been war. The talk even made it up to that level. In the end, the Saint Port side withdrew. In regards to the beast race, a considerable amount of compensation was paid. Those negotiations and returning the abducted children back to their parents took roughly a full week. That was why I was put off and left neglected for a full week. Well, I guess it couldn't be helped. Rather, I'm glad they managed to finish such an important matter within a week. Though, you know, the beast race people are full of gratitude and enraptured with Rujard. Eris is surrounded by the children of the beast race and, full of smiles. I was in a prison together with a monkey-faced man, experiencing a life of freedom. It's not something I can accept. Rather, they could have just let me out of the prison midway through and it would have been fine. Part 3. I was clearly displeased and Guys apologized. I'm really very sorry. It was the beast race's version of prostrating oneself. Guys was facing up to me as he showed his stomach. I thought I was being made fun of at first, even though his stomach was seen, but Guys's tone was desperate. He couldn't imagine that his daughter was just saved, nor that the seals on the holy beast Sama had been removed, and that he just stripped that savior naked and threw cold water on him, and then halfway through that he forgot about it and focused on other matters. No matter what he does, it's not something that could be forgiven. There was no option left but to offer his neck, is what I was told. However, he wanted me to forgive the watchguard. She was just doing her own job as she was told. Since she is going to get married after the rainy season is over, while it's fine to seek punishment, he doesn't want me to do anything in retribution that would humiliate her. If that becomes the case, then there would be remaining evil intent, is what I was told. To put it frankly, I was totally put off. If you go that far with the reverse prostration in front of everyone, it will just cause me problems. Also, if you show me that tightly chiseled six-pack, it will just make me jealous as well. Rather than that, what about the One-San guard? No, never mind. Everything started from a misunderstanding. Well, I'm not really bothered about it. Here's the time to be forgiving. The one. It's Rudius. I'm an adult after all. I'll show my dignity. That's right. The one in the wrong is the smuggling organization. And that smuggling organization has been wiped out. It's a happy end. I suffered and you all suffered as well. It's fine like that. I have nothing to say beyond that. My life in the prison was somewhat fun. The food was good and Jisoo was there. The One-San left in charge of me was beautiful as well. I, the village leader, am also grateful for your great tolerance and heart. After seeing my response, the old warrior called Gustav said that arrogantly. Guys is fine, but wouldn't it be fine for you to apologize as well? For the most part, it was you who was there at the time and giving out orders, right? Well, it's fine. I don't want to see some old man prostrating himself. Rather than that, I'd prefer to see the One-San guard. Rudyard as well brought his face close. Would it be good for me to apologize as well? No, it's fine, Rudyard-san. Is it fine? Though it's my fault. Rudyard-san also gave it his best for a week, didn't he? The beast race approved of Rudyard as well. It seems both Gustav and Guys have already heard about the fact that Rudyard is of the supered race. In regards to the supered race, I don't know what kind of feelings they hold towards them. Though at the very least, right now Rudyard is the hero who saved their children. I was being patient and Rudyard was raising his fame. In that case, then the outcome is alright. Putting aside the process, as long as the outcome is achieved, I have no complaints about it. Humph. Goff. Just as I was thinking that, Eris came forward and kicked Guys in the stomach. Then, bestow the protection of water to the place where thou demands, let the crystal clear flow appear towards. Here, water ball. Struck the unguarded Guys mercilessly with the water bullet. The surroundings were dumbfounded. Eris took her usual pose and said in a loud voice, with this we're even. As expected of Eris, I thought. Part 4. Now then, our current location is in Gustav's house. It's a house on top of a tree and the largest house in this village. It's a 3-story building constructed from wood on top of a tree. I was wondering if it would be alright if something like an earthquake hit, but it doesn't even shake a bit when the adults are running around inside. They are the Didarudia race. The Didarudia race patriarch Gustav and his son, warrior leader Guys. The one I saved from the smugglers was Guys' second daughter, Minitona. It seems the eldest daughter Rinia is studying in another country. And then there was also a daughter of the Adarudia race, mixed in with those we saved. The Adarudia race patriarch's second daughter Teresina, a dog girl with big breasts. There were plans to return to the Adarudia village, but the rainy season started up on the way, so she'll be staying here for 3 months it seems. Incidentally, even among the beast race it seems those with the blood of the Didarudia can be sold for a high price to a certain country's nobles. Why, especially, children who can be trained easily are aimed at. Often, a certain country's nobles. It sounds like a story I've heard somewhere. The nobles of Azura can't afford to be lax with stuff like this going on. The Eris Kuin over there. Why are you saying like it is unrelated to you? Most likely, there are people with a mouse-like family name related to this from the start. I've never heard anything along those lines from the butlers and maids at Eris's house, but it's quite possible they were people that were abducted like this as well. Soros is a good person, but his viewpoint is just a bit different. Yeah, for the time being I'll keep quiet about this. Even if I don't say anything, it's better to say nothing. Just as I was thinking that, Eris just happened to remember something and showed the ring she was wearing. Come to think of it, do you know of Gaislane? This ring is Gaislane's. She can't speak in beast god language, therefore it was in human language. The only ones here who can use human language outside of Rudyard and myself are Gustav and Guys. Gaislane. Then Guys made a grim face. Is she still alive? That voice was filled with disgust. A voice as if he was going to throw up. Then a single word. She was the disgrace of the family. Those words were just the start of guys bashing Ghislaine, in the human language, which Eris could understand. Then he started to tell us about how much of a failure, how inappropriate she was as a younger sister and such. Guys had a voice filled with indifferent emotion. Since Ghislaine has saved my life before, it was a subject which I couldn't listen to anymore. It seems she did some rather mean things when she was living in this village. However, that is just talk from when she was a child. The Ghislaine I know of is a clumsy person who gives it her all. Someone who does everything carefully and puts her heart into it. She's not a person who deserves to be talked about like this. A sword teacher that I respect and a magic student that I can brag about. That's why, somehow or other, please stop it. That ring as well, is something she got from our mother. After recklessly acting out, there really was no meaning to it. She was an idiot who only knows how to break things. You, shut up. What do you know about Ghislaine? Interrupting my words, Eris started screaming at them in a loud voice. In a voice loud enough that I thought the house would break. The Didarudia family faces were frowning. The only ones who understand human language are Gustav and Guys. The other few who heard Eris suddenly start yelling were dumbfounded. I thought Eris would start acting out violently. However, Eris just made a mortifying face, and tears started welling up in her eyes. Her fists were shaking with anger, but she didn't move to strike. Ghislaine is my teacher. She's the number one person I respect. I know just how well Ghislaine and Eris get along together. She is the one that Eris trusts the most, far more than me. Ghislaine is amazing, extremely amazing. If I need help, she will quickly come to save me, extremely fast, and extremely strong. Eris started yelling out all sorts of words which she didn't know herself. With that bitter voice, even if you couldn't understand why, the meaning was understood. At the very least, she said everything I wanted to say as, well, Ghislaine is Hiku. Egu. To say something like that. Hiku. Eris continued to give her best not to strike them while her tears started to flow. That's right, you shouldn't hit guys here. Ghislaine was hated for her violence in this village. She would always act violent as she pleased. If Eris were to strike him, it would just be proving Guys' words that you and her are the same. Guys started to panic as he watched that. No, but it can't be that Ghislaine has respect. How could that be? After I saw that, I calmed my own anger. We should probably stop talking about this topic. I proposed that while embracing Eris. Eris looked at me like she couldn't believe it when I proposed that. Why, Rudius, did you hate Ghislaine? I like Ghislaine as well. But the Ghislaine we know and the Ghislaine they know are different people with the same name. Then I look at the confused Guys while saying that. Even he would probably change his way of thinking if he met the current Ghislaine. People change as time passes. Since I'm the one saying it, there's no mistake. Eris couldn't accept it. However, she for the most part let go of it. No, has that Ghislaine really became such a respectable person? At the very least, she is someone I respect. After saying that, Guys made a face lost in thought. Well, after hearing that story just now, it seems like all sorts of things happened between him and Ghislaine. Those must have been things that he felt could never be forgiven. A relationship of blood is relatively severe, especially since it's a blood relative. There are some things that you cannot forgive no matter how many years pass. Since that is the case, will you apologize? I'm sorry about that. What a delicate atmosphere it's become. In any case, Ghislaine, I had totally forgotten about it this past year, but she should have gotten dragged into that teleport as well. I wonder where in the world she is and what she's doing. Since it's her, I would imagine she's off searching for Eris. And me. I regret being unable to gather information in Saint Port. Part 5. 1 week passed. The rain continues to fall. We occupied one of the vacant houses in the village and are living there. For the most part, we are heroes of the Great Forest, so even if we don't do anything, we still get food. This isn't a good lifestyle. It's far too deprived. There's a huge flood happening below the village, and it was terrible. At one point, a child from the village fell in. I used magic to save them, and they were quite surprised and grateful. Since that's the case, I considered using magic to just blow the clouds away, but I decided not to do it. Roxy said it as well, but it's not a good idea to manipulate the weather too much. If I were to forcefully stop this rain, something bad could happen to the Great Forest. Quite frankly, I just want it to end already and hurry on to the next place, but, well, it will stop in 3 months or so. It's just a matter of enduring until then. Part 6. I started to wander around the village in the rain. It was a village after all, so there were no weapons, equipments, or those sorts of shops or inn. Fundamentally, it was all private houses, warehouses, and guard stations. All of that was built on the top of the trees. The design of the village was three-dimensional and quite interesting. Even just walking around gets your heart beating. In one part, there was a place where I wasn't allowed to enter beyond a certain point. That pathway is supposedly an important place for this village, it seems. Of course, I don't have any intention of walking into such a place with my shoes on. Then at that time I found a place where the lower and upper levels are intersected. Just then, as I was thinking about if a woman would pass over above me, Jisoo appeared. Yo newbie, they already let you out? After I called out to him, Jisoo made a happy face and waved towards me. Yeah, they told me to never do it again. They're idiots. Right. It's already decided that I'm going to keep doing it. GYGGPG, police officer dog. This guy over here hasn't learned his lesson. Hey, wait just a minute there. Wait. Stop it. I can't run away right now because it's the rainy season. Since it's the rainy season right now, since that's the case, this guy will do it again. Really, he's a guy who can't be helped. Ah, I'll return the vest. Didn't I say to stop with that respectful way of speaking? Keep the vest. Is that fine? During this season it's still cold. However, he's not a bad person it seems. This whatever convenient and warm feeling reminds me of Paul. I wonder if he's doing well. Part 7. 2 weeks have passed. The rain still won't stop. I learned that the Darudia race have a secret magic. Letting out a howl in order to search for the location of the enemy and letting out a special kind of sound in order to screw up the opponent's balance. That sort of magic it seems. It seems the magic that guys used to paralyze me was one type of that magic. From what I heard, it seems to be magic that makes use of sound. Since that's the case, I asked Gustav to by all means teach me how to use it. Pleasantly he agreed to it. He performed it live for me a number of times as I tried to imitate it. But it didn't go very well. It seems to be something you can't use unless you have a special kind of vocal cords from the Darudia race. I was thinking it might be something like that. Most likely, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I can't use most magic specific to certain races. Even though the beast races can use the magic of the human race, it's unfair. I understood the basics, that it was done by combining your voice with magic power and tried it several times, but the effects weren't really all that powerful. About the only thing that I could do was make my opponents surprised for an instant. It seems it won't be very useful. Incidentally, after showing my voiceless incantations to Gustav, he was quite surprised. Do the magic schools teach those sorts of things these days? It's because my teacher's instructions were good. Then for no reason I start pushing Roxy's name up. Oh, where did that teacher Auric innate from? She's a Migarudo race from the Baigoya region of the magic continent. In terms of magic, I guess she would have learned it from the magic university. After saying I planned to eventually go to the magic university myself, Gustav said, "Oh, you can already do that much and you still strive for more," and admired me. It was a bit of a good feeling. Part 8. 1 month passed. Monsters appeared in this village. An insect-like monster similar to Water Strider appeared on top of the water and suddenly jumped off the water and attacked. Something similar to a sea snake climbed up the tree as well. The materials from both of them seemed profitable. Incidentally, the village's warriors protected us. However, it seems like the beast race's proud sense of smell and sonar-like voice aren't very useful in this rain. The monsters kept avoiding the guards on watch and appeared in the middle of the town. I was on a walk in the village with Eris when a beast race child suddenly got caught by something like a chameleon, right in front of our eyes. Instantly, I sent the chameleon flying with an earth bullet. That was dangerous. The child cutely waved its tail and thanked me. After seeing that, Eris started breathing roughly from her nose. In a fluster, I stroked Eris' butt, and she stopped. The child watched that with a smile. That was dangerous. And then right now, my life is in danger as well. I told Rudyard about it, and his face turned into a frown. He can't let a situation pass by where children might be in danger. Even though that's the case, the village's guards were against us helping out. The warriors of this village have their own pride in protecting our people. Supposedly there's something like that. It's the duty of the village's warriors to protect the village. They won't ask outside warriors for help, and they won't allow you to intrude on them. That's supposedly Rudyard's common sense. I didn't understand it at all. Isn't the safety of the children more important than something like that? After saying that, Rudyard thought about it for a few seconds and then went to talk about it with Guys. Oh, Rudyard Dono would like to offer help? Guys welcomed him greatly. His impression in regards to Rudyard was extremely high. Come to think of it, it seems Guys was participating in the event of the attack on the ship. He offered a reward for the help as the representative of the village's warriors. It became where we would help exterminate monsters that appear around the village. Rudyard finds them, and I use magic to defeat them. Then we recover the corpse and strip them of the materials. Then Guys will buy those from us. Quite a good cycle. In the beginning, just as Rudyard had said, the warriors of the village didn't make very good faces. However, after seeing us exterminate every monster without mercy, it seemed like there would be no victims this rainy season, and they gradually opened up to us. I thought the beast race were a prouder race, but to leave the defense of their village to another race, really? For some reason, only Rudyard was bothered by it. It seems that several hundred years earlier the beast race was different. Part 9. 1.5 months had passed. I have the feeling that the rain has started to weaken a little bit. It's probably just my imagination. Eris, Tana, and Teresina are all getting along together. Even if they can't communicate with words, at that age, they can still get along well. Even while it's raining outside, they were wandering around here and there and somehow or other having quite a bit of fun. I was wondering about what it was they were doing, and it seems Eris was teaching them human language. That Eris was teaching someone a language. This isn't where I, with the experience of a teacher, cut in and crush Eris's image. I'm a man who can read the mood after all. I'm just hiding somewhere nearby and observing the situation. Eris never had any friends of the same age up until now. Since that's the case, I felt quite proud that Eris finally was getting along with someone of the same age like this. Red hair, cat ears and dog ears. I'm fine with just being able to watch them get along happily. Though you know, Eris, I don't think it's a good idea if you cling onto someone so recklessly. Someone like me could misunderstand. See, just look over there. Isn't Guy-san watching? What do you think a parent would think while watching someone cling to their daughter while their nose is flaring like that? Aristano, thank you very much for getting along so well with my daughter. What? Isn't your response different from the time with me? She's, without a doubt, excited over that daughter of yours. I wonder if women and men are different after all. I see, I guess that would be the case. It should be obvious. By the way, I'm sorry about the situation with Ghislaine. We haven't met in quite a long time, so there was some misunderstanding. It seems that little sister has grown up quite a bit by walking around in the outside world. Guys bowed his head. During this past month he must have done all sorts of apologies here and there. It's a good thing that's the case. It's Sword King Ghislaine after all. The current Ghislaine can even use magic, you know. Ghislaine can use magic? Lady Eris, your jokes are too good. It's true. Rudius taught Ghislaine letters, math, and magic after all. Rudius Dono did. After that Ghislaine and I were pushed forward in reputation by Eris, talking about my classes and things that happened in Fidoa region, about how, no matter how bad she and Ghislaine were at learning at first, both of them still managed to be taught properly by Rudius and how much she respects me, that sort of talk. After listening to it, I started to feel a bit embarrassed. After 3 years, the teleport incident happened so I couldn't teach until the end though. Guys was quite interested in the topic. Then after he separated from the three, he came over to where I was hidden in the wooden box. Then, what is that respectable teacher doing in this kind of place? My hobby is observing people. That is quite the noble hobby to have. Incidentally, how in the world did you manage to teach Ghislaine letters? There's nothing special about it, just normally. Normally, I can't even imagine it. It seems like she was troubled here and there by her lack of knowledge during her adventurer days. It's probably natural for you to be unable to imagine it. I see. Even though that younger sister used to be the type of person who wouldn't stop beating people up whenever something she didn't like happened. After listening to him, it seems Ghislaine used to be the same kind of girl as Eris. If you were to ask how, it would be getting into fights, not to mention she was strong and couldn't be stopped. It seems like Guys was forced to drink boiling water a number of times. He was a weak older brother who couldn't match his younger sister in strength. Speaking of older brothers, I'm also an older brother. I wonder if Norn and Aisha are doing well. That's right. I wanted to write a letter, but I keep forgetting about it. After this rain ends, I'll go to the Holy Mealy's Kingdom's capital and send a letter to Bina village. The chances of it arriving from the magic continent are pretty low, but it will most likely reach from Mealy's. By the way, Rudius Dono. Yes. How long are you intending to remain inside of that wooden box? Of course, until they start to change clothes. It's almost night after all. They'll start taking a bath and getting changed into pajamas soon. Sun, I smell the scent of arousal. No, that can't be. Could it be that some beast-loving girl is making a happy face somewhere? I was playing dumb and Guys raised his eyebrows. Rudius Dono. I'm grateful for that time. I'm still quite sorry about the misunderstanding led to that situation. After setting that preface, Guys changed his expression. However, if you put your hands on my daughter, the situation is different. If you don't move away right now, I'll throw the box with you in it into the water. He was serious. I didn't hesitate. I left the box in a second, in an amazing speed even. I'm one who protects this village. I don't really want to say this, but go easy on it. Okay. Yeah, well, maybe I went a bit overboard. I'll reflect on it. 1. The Roman Letters DE. Chapter 42, Slow Life of Darudia Village, 2nd, Part 1. 2 months have passed. Rudyard and Gustav get along well together it seems. He often goes over to visit the Darudia house, and they exchange drinks while sharing stories of their past. They are quite bloody stories, but that in itself makes them relatively interesting. As a self-proclaimed rampaging race, even though he regrets how bad he was in the past, he still has some amount of pride in it. However, these are most likely things that actually happened. After listening to it for a bit, there's something I understood about the beast race. The beast race is a general term for those races who live in the Great Forest. Among them there are a number of races who travel over to the magic continent and call themselves magic races. The only real physical trait is that one part of their body has a non-human mammal-like animal characteristic. Also, the various races have unique extrasensory abilities. In a broader sense, the likes of Nokapra and Burizu would be considered of the beast race is what it would mean. Even among the beast race, the Didarudia race are a special existence. They are a family that watched over the holy beast and look over the entire forest's harmony. That is the Didarudia, cat-like Didarudia, dog-like Adarudia. Those two are the main branches, and then several tens of other kinds of branch tribes are spread around. So to speak, they are the royalty of the Great Forest, although they aren't really doing anything like royalty right now. When the time comes to it, they will become the leader and lead their people. Also, the long-eared race and the hobbit race are also living in the Great Forest. They are mostly distributed in the southern areas of the Great Forest and don't really have all that much interaction with the beast races, but once every year all the races gather around the Great Sage Tree and participate in a festival and clan meeting. According to Gustav, the races are different, but they are all allies that live in the Great Forest. Incidentally, the dwarf race doesn't live in the Great Forest, but even further south, at the base of the Blue Dragon Mountain Range. The blue dragons fly all around the world, but they always return to the Blue Dragon Mountain Range for nesting and raising children, kind of like migratory birds. Although they are different from migrating birds in that they only return once in every 10 years or so. Now then, the beast race has always gotten into wars and made peace with the human race and repeated this process over and over, it seems. As far as skirmish-level wars go, the most recent one was around 50 years ago. Gustav participated in that war and was a part of a brawny warrior group that mowed down some human race people who got lost in the forest. At least according to the story I was being told. Well, it sounds like it was dramatized quite a bit, but to be able to hear about it from the beast race's viewpoint was rather entertaining. In order to compete with that, Rudyard pulled out his heirloom spear, a story about the supered race from the time of Laplace's war. Recently the warriors aren't very reliable at all. I understand as well, Rudyard Dono. The number of weaklings has increased. That's right. During the time I was young, there wasn't a single man who wasn't splendid, completely hitting it off. I guess it's the same no matter what world it is, things like this. That's absolutely right. Guys has even made it to head of the warriors, but he's still lacking in judgment. He's good at gathering together people, but if he was a bit better at looking at the situation, that sort of thing wouldn't have happened to Rudius Dono. No, Rudius is a warrior. If he lets down his guard in enemy grounds and gets caught, he should have known he would have been taken prisoner. Even so, he ended up letting his guard down. If he had gotten serious, something of Guy's level should have been easily suppressed by him. That was Rudius's own fault. Ah, it hurts to listen. Rudyard believed in me and let me go alone. Yet, I ended up easily being caught. In some ways, it's like I betrayed his trust. However, Rudyard Dono, isn't that a bit heartless? Even though your ally was treated cruelly. If you're a warrior, you take responsibility for the consequences of your own battles. In the first place, Rudius should have been able to easily escape with his own power. I'm glad he was trusting in his allies, but he's not a child. If you're a warrior, you shouldn't wait and expect your allies to come save you. Rudyard, you seem to be quite drunk. Well, if you were caught, I'm sure you'd find some way to escape on your own though. I wish you wouldn't place such high expectations on me. The number of things I'm capable of are limited, you know. Part 2. It was painful to listen while being together with Rudyard. If I go near Eris and the others, then Guys glares at me. Therefore, I ended up spending the early afternoon to evening in solitude. I couldn't think of anything I needed to do, so I decided to start practicing my magic. I controlled the water current flowing on the ground outside and tried freezing it. Then at that point, I suddenly thought of the idea of using wind magic to try and fly and decided to give it a try. This time, the reason I was caught and unable to run away was because I didn't know the way back. If I could fly through the sky, I could have easily made my escape by the second day. Guys wouldn't have had to prostrate himself. No one would have had any bad memories over it. It would have been a happy end. After thinking that, I left the village. I continued to create a foothold by freezing the flowing water into ice as I walked. Then when I found an open area, I cut down a tree nearby. Then using earth magic, I created a 10-meter stone platform in every direction. Then that practice area similar to one in a SE game was finished. It's a bit slippery, so you can't run around, but this much should be fine. Now then, for starters, with light feelings, I raised a tornado and watched what happens. In order to make a person fly about this much should be fine. If I remember correctly, 100 meters per second should be about good. I wonder what kind of thing 100 meters per second is. For the time being, I'll give it a shot and see. Alakazam. Just kidding. I was blown up into the air like a leaf. Then I started to get afraid. Suddenly I realized I was up near the clouds. I didn't realize a person's body was this light. Then I started to feel fear. I started to instinctively fear the ground as I was approaching it at an insane speed. I started using my foresight on reflex. After looking 1 second into the future, I made an upward current with my right hand, and fired off a number of shock wave ES with my left, lowering my falling speed. However, I was too late. I heard the sound of a number of branches breaking as I fell into a tree, and finally a splash as I hit the water. By that time my entire body was battered plus bone fractures. My nose was bleeding all over the place. After swallowing some water, I started to control the currents. With my entire body in pain and feeling dizzy, I somehow or other managed to cast the healing incantation. Soon after, monsters started appearing following the scent of my blood. It seems the place I fell was the nest of the rain lizard group, rainforest lizard. I could clearly hear the sound of my heart beating as I continued to defeat the monsters that came out, one after another. With my right hand, I just kept freezing the surrounding water, stopping their movements, then firing off earth bullets to destroy their heads. Rainforest lizards are AC rank monster. Their speed in water is pretty fast, but they aren't difficult if I freeze it. After I defeated them all, I started piling up the bodies, but before I realized it was already dark out, and I didn't know the way back. I don't know my current location. Just that fact made me feel uneasy. I have to do something somehow. The village shouldn't be all that far away. I continued to tell myself to be cool. If my head gets heated up, my judgment will be dulled. I must remain cool, no matter how you look at it. Cool. Point 1. First off, I froze all the water nearby in as wide of a range as I could. I just kept lowering the temperature, while shivering. Centering on me, I just kept extending the ice endlessly. At the same time, I created a fireball in the air above me, using a fireball to warm things up while at the same time freezing the water. Monsters that see the light will most likely come over. No, monsters in the rainy season swim. They most likely won't come running on top of the ice. It wasn't even an hour later when Rujard and others came along. He came walking along the ice along with the Darudia race warriors. I felt relieved. After all, I still feel a bit tense about being left neglected in someplace I don't know about. Rudius, what happened? Just a bit of training. I didn't say anything about almost dying. A show of vanity. I see. It's the first time I've seen you get serious, but it's really intense. When the entire village froze over and was covered in ice, I was wondering what was going on. Yeah. All of the monsters were frozen. Yeah, I wanted help transporting them. I gave it my all to freeze the surroundings. That's an easy request. Though, next time make sure you let me know. If Rujard-san is here, then it's not secret training. After saying that, Rujard laughed a bit. The beast race warriors went around looking at the rain forest lizards frozen in the surroundings with just their heads crushed and shivered in fear. How's that? The meat from rainforest lizards is quite close to chicken meat. Part 3. After that, I learned from experience and started to practice using wind magic to fly in the sky a number of times. It was extremely difficult to make my body float in the air with wind magic. What I was able to manage, if you can call it that, was use a blunted earth lance at my own feet and send my body flying into the air. After flying, use wind magic to accelerate. When it's time to land, decelerate and prepare a landing spot, using wind magic to lower the velocity of the fall, while at the same time using a water technique to create a pool at the landing point and landing there in the water. Something along those lines. What an unsightly magic. I feel bitter about my own lack of talent. I want to fly through the sky freely. However, I was satisfied with this result. I wasn't able to fly through the sky, but I was able to create a method of high-speed travel through the air. I wasn't able to achieve the initial goal, but I did gain at least one thing. I decided to think of that as alright. Part 4. 2.5 months have passed. One day, Holy Beast Sama sluggishly came and entered my room. Well then, if it isn't Holy Beast Sama, did you have something you needed from this sex beast? 1, 2, 1. It seems it's just going to ignore me. I don't know if it's a male or female, but Holy Beast Sama came over and laid down next to me. Currently, in my hands is a figure I'm in the process of making. Since there's still lots of time left before the rain stops, I decided to make these. The model is Rujard. Why him? Is what one might think. However, think about it for a second. Supered race are a monster with an unknown identity. People shudder in fear after seeing that green hair. However, the figures I make have no color. A stone doll in a solid gray color. If I can make this doll look cool, I might be able to get more people to accept it. First off is the silhouette. The hair is the last part. 1. Holy Beast Sama brought its body close to my thighs and placed its head on my lap. I was a bit perplexed since no animal has ever gotten this close to me before. Yun. Holy Beast Sama was looking at my hands with a, what is that sort of feeling? It's a puppy Sama whose age is proportionate to its demeanor. For the time being, I started to stroke the area around its neck. There's nothing to do, so I decided to produce some works. 1. My hand was licked. Its tail was flapping and moving around. It seems I'm not hated. Since the rain is still continuing, Holy Beast Sama must be bored as well. I don't know where it has been these past 2 months, but It specifically decided to come over to where I am after all. It must be looking for some kind of stimulus. Shall we play? 1. After that my crossed legs fell apart and started to play around with Holy Beast Sama. I was completely enjoying myself rolling around, getting a moderate amount of exercise together with Holy Beast Sama. Certainly a win-win relationship. Part 5. Knock knock. While I was playing around with Holy Beast Sama there was a knock on the door to my room. Come in. Please excuse me. I could smell Holy Beast Sama coming from here. Ah. Then the one who came in was a woman dressed in the outfit of one of the village's warriors. It was the Wani-san guard. Ah, greetings, it's been a while. For the time being, I said that while bowing my head. After seeing me, her face quickly turned ghastly pale. Ah, yes, greetings, it has been a while. It's the person who threw cold water on me and told me off with a cruel word. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her at all for these last 2 months. I wonder where she was. I'm sorry about that time, please forgive my rudeness. She deeply bowed her head. No, it's fine. That matter has already been resolved. However, even though it was a misunderstanding that I would subject you to that kind of treatment. It was just being stripped and having cold water thrown at me. Then the female warrior's face became even more pale, almost to the point where it seemed like she would fall over any minute. I'm very sorry, please. Forgive me. This is something I heard from guys, but when it comes to the beast race, it seems that being stripped naked and having cold water thrown at you is an extremely humiliating thing. I had heard at that time that you were a person that had done something sexually cruel to Holy Beast Sama. Of course, that was a false charge, you've heard right? Ah, yes, of course. Then she was looking back and forth at Holy Beast Sama. Currently I'm being used as a pillow by Holy Beast Sama, and my hand is being licked. It seems like she has something to say about it. The things from that time couldn't be helped. I'm not angry about it, although I would have liked at least one apology. That is, I'm really sorry. I was told to try my best to avoid meeting with Rudius Dano from Guys Sama. Ah, so that was the case after all, huh? As I thought, if the actual perpetrator is in front of your eyes, you would want to get revenge, I guess. Guys' judgment was correct. Then, you were told not to encounter me. Why are you here? That is, Holy Beast Sama went missing, so I followed the smell, and it led here. 1. The female warrior had a cold sweat going. I think it's fine if you aren't that afraid. Guys apologized plenty, and I'm already satisfied with that. After the rainy season ends, he already offered to give us a cart and pay compensation money. I only had to spend a week in a prison for it. It feels more lucky than anything. When it comes to me, I'm not really bothered at all. Having cold water thrown at me and being abused as a pervert, those are good memories. I'm sure, in the future if something wakes up inside of me, I'll be able to accept that arousal. Come to think of it, after the rainy season ends you were going to get married, weren't you? Congratulations. After I said that, the female warrior started to tremble in fear. It seems like she only heard it as sarcasm. There was no ill intent, I just meant it as a simple blessing. Though. What would I have to do to be forgiven by you? It seems she has misunderstood something. This is somehow nice. An amazing feeling of superiority. Is this that NTR sort of thing? Phew. After all, maybe I should have her get naked and crawl on all fours? No, that kind of thing isn't good. Guys asked me to let it go, and I don't know when Eris and Rudyard will return. I wonder what kind of punishment would be good. Something similar to the beast race, like being stripped is no good. Throwing cold water is also surely no good. Then, how about wearing only a white t-shirt, then I hit you with water technique, water gun, and cover you in lukewarm water. Wah, I'm a genius. 1. Then Holy Beast Sama moved over to cover the female warrior, glaring at me. What's up with that? It's a joke, don't be mad. I've already received a proper apology. Since that's the case, I don't need anything more than that. After saying that, the female warrior made a relieved face and let out a sigh. Thank you very much. Then, just after that talk finished, she started glaring at me. More than that, Rudius Dano, I would prefer if you didn't. Just take Holy Beast Sama out at your own convenience. What's that? I never took it out of anywhere. Oh, more false charges, huh? You really aren't reflecting on it at all, are you? If you aren't careful with your words, next time you'll be the one in the prison naked and I'll be the one throwing the water. If that's the case, then who took it out? Holy Beast Sama cannot leave the holy tree on its own. Oh, then please explain it to me clearly. It seems that Holy Beast Sama is a magic beast that is only born once every several hundred years. It has no formal name. Since ancient times, the appearance of the Holy Beast Sama has meant that the world would be approaching a crisis. After Holy Beast Sama becomes an adult, it will set out on a journey together with a hero and save the world from that mighty power. That's how it's told. Since that's the case, in the interior of the Darudia village, within a barrier in the roots of the holy tree, it's carefully and preciously raised. That is really a completely sheltered daughter kind of feeling. They won't let the Holy Beast Sama that doesn't know anything out into the cold outside world. Incidentally, it will supposedly take another 100 years or so until Holy Beast Sama becomes an adult. If the stories are true, 100 years later a great crisis will befall the world. Currently it seems that this female warrior is primarily protecting that Holy Beast Sama in the inner part of that dead-end pathway. I get it now, that would be why we never met when I was walking around the town. Wafen. Then Holy Beast Sama barked out loud there. The female warrior made a surprised face. What did you say? What? One. I see, but... One. I understand. Why are you normally having a conversation with a dog? Holy Beast Sama isn't speaking in a beast god language, right? How do you understand the differences in it? Are you using bilingual too, or something? Holy Beast Sama has said that you were unrelated. Right. I'd like you to say more than that. Holy Beast Sama is grateful to you, Rudius Dono. Ho, I could have sworn I had been completely forgotten, after being abandoned in a prison. 1. Holy Beast Sama says, that's rude, I properly told them to send you good tasting food. I had heard that Rudius Dono was enjoying the food quite a bit as well. That's right. The food at least was good. Also, I received seconds. I did think it was pretty strange for a prison. That was Holy Beast Sama's order, huh? However, for the first thing to be thought of in terms of gratitude to be food, in the end it's still a dog. However, I would have preferred being let out of the prison if that's the case. 1. What do you mean by prison? Is what it seems to be. It's a place where you lock up bad guys. 1. I also get locked up, is what is being said. After that, I had a conversation for a bit with Holy Beast Sama using the female warrior as a translator. After which I realized that Holy Beast Sama had no clue about the details of the events from this time it seems. It didn't understand that I was letting off a smell of arousal, and didn't understand the reason why I was captured by guys either. The fact that I was captured, and anything beyond the fact that something scary happened, it couldn't seem to comprehend. In other words, it's still a child. Making all sorts of demands from a child is not good. No helping it. Thanks to Holy Beast Sama, I was able to experience a pleasant lifestyle. Thank you very much. After thanking it, its tail started waving and it licked my face. Nfufu, what a cute fellow. I was having fun stroking its neck. Then I was pushed down. You can't, people are watching? Rudius Dono, Holy Beast Sama is sacred. Could you refrain yourself from being that familiar and attached? That's wrong. The smell of this arousal is aimed at you. Ha! Excuse me, it's nothing at all. That's bad, I let out a bit of my true intention. Asterisk cough asterisk now then Holy Beast Sama. Let's return home to the holy tree. 1. Holy Beast Sama honestly nodded to the words of the female warrior and returned. After that, it became a problem for the beast race that Holy Beast Sama was able to escape. In the end, it seems like they couldn't figure out who the criminal that let it out was. Since that's the case, it would be fine if they just left it to an escort, but just the other day that abduction incident happened. The escorts were becoming tense. Part 6. After that, Holy Beast Sama appeared by my side a number of times. That's right, for some reason by my side. Of course, after the second time they started to doubt me. However, luckily on that day I was participating in the drinking bout of Rujard and Gustav. I wasn't drinking any alcohol, but I was enjoying something similar to walnuts. In other words, I had an alibi. Since I'm a magician capable of freezing the entire village with magic, I might have some method of doing it even from a separate place, but Gustav cleared the doubts. It didn't be interesting at all if there were any more false charges added to the list. Since that's the case, I decided to stick to Rujard, Gustav, and Eris as much as I could but gave up. I decided to stay near Guys. He's the warrior chief, the highest person responsible in charge of security. He's busy every day, but having him as an alibi is the most efficient method I think. I was under the impression that I was hated by Rudius Dono. After sticking to him for a full day, he made a bitter face. GY, you don't really need to pay it any mind. The next time you give birth to a daughter, just give her to me. That is, do you really want to pledge marriage vows to a daughter of mine? No, it was just a simple joke. Oh, excuse me, did I let out the smell of arousal? Son, there's no such smell. I see, then this amount is all right. After all, unless there's a female nearby, my tomboy won't become a tomcat it seems. Unless they enter my field of vision, there's nothing to be done is what it means. This is something I've understood over the last month. Rudius Dono is rather mature. Even though you're still young, Rujard Dono recognizes you as a warrior as well. What's up with that? Suddenly praising me. That's kind of disgusting. Suddenly flipping one's hand. In the beginning, I just thought you were some shitty brat, depending on Rujard Dono and doing whatever you like. Ho, he puts that well. Well, it's not necessarily mistaken. In terms of magic skill, it went way beyond what I imagined. In order to freeze the entire forest during the rainy season is something I could only imagine in a fairy tale. My teacher is even more amazing though. Then another push here for Roxy for no reason at all. No matter how much I praise Roxy, it will never be enough praise. And more than anything, you hold that much power, and yet you didn't seek revenge against our Darudia race, even after being treated like that. If you put it like that, then that is the case. Though look, Rudyard said it as well, I was letting my guard down. Isn't it fine if both sides are reflecting on it? Besides, this place is Ghislaine's hometown as well. What did Ghislaine say about this village? No, she didn't really saying anything in specific. It didn't seem like Ghislaine liked the great forest very much. When she was teaching me beast god language she would often make a bitter face as well. Who wouldn't want to get along well with the family of a respected teacher? Is it fine if I apologize once again? I don't really need that prostrating at all. Rather than that, please give me the right to lay my hands on Minitonakan. If Rudius Dono plans to properly and seriously consider my daughter as a partner, then I wouldn't particularly mind, though. Seriously? Does that mean he'll give me permission to play Nyanyan with the cat-eared girl? No. Right now, we're having a good conversation, you shitty. NET, stay down. Of course I'm joking. Probably, Eris would get angry as well. Just now, a bit of the smell of arousal appeared though. That can't be helped. That would be because of Gai-san's careless statement. Let it go. I see. I'm sorry about that. Really, I have a proper promise with Eris, you know. 15 years old. Another 4 more years. If I wait 4 years then paradise. Speaking of promises, I had one with Sylphie as well, but I wonder how Sylphie is doing now. Probably doing well. It would be good if she wasn't being bullied over her hair anymore. And it seems like it's come today as well. Just as I was lost in thought, Holy Beast Sama suddenly appeared. What in the world are the escorts doing? After seeing that Guy started grinding his teeth. Today as well, Holy Beast Sama said, "One," to me in a happy voice. In response to that, I stroke its head. Could it be that it's getting out with its own power? Is what I asked, but no, there's no mistake that it's through someone's help. Is what Guy said while looking at Holy Beast Sama with troubled eyes. Through someone's help. It's without a doubt something within their own members. But everyone has an alibi. It's creepy. Should Rudyard and I investigate? I think we could figure it out pretty quick with Rudyard's eye. After saying that, no, the protection of Holy Beast Sama is a matter of pride. For the Didarudia race, we can't allow outsiders to interfere. Is how he turned us down. Even though defending the village is fine? This and that are different matters. Defending the village is okay, but investigating the Holy Beast's escape is not. I couldn't really understand the line of thought, but this could be a difference in common sense, I guess. Well, that's fine if they're alright with it. If it's managed to escape this many times, it would certainly be worrying. It's fine right now because it's the rainy season, but what if after the rainy season ends, it could be abducted again? Besides, even in the village it could be attacked by monsters if the worst case happens. That's probably right. Guy started to worry with a difficult face. Since it seems like Holy Beast Sama is escaping with the purpose of coming to meet me, what if instead I go to visit it every day? Won't that solve the problem? That, however, he's troubled. After all, it doesn't seem like he wants outsiders to get near the holy tree. I'll draw him in. Well then, how about meeting near the holy tree and taking it out before it has a chance to be taken, then have the escort person follow along as well. If we do that then, there would be no need to worry about someone taking it out. Wouldn't that be getting our priorities backwards? I think it seems better than having even a moment where you don't know the location of the Holy Beast Sama, though. Guys was troubled. Since he was troubled, that became the case. After that, for a little less than 2 weeks, I lived together and played with Holy Beast Sama. In the end, we never figured out who the criminal was, though Holy Beast Sama has stopped disappearing as well. Incidentally, the escort person got insanely angry at me when I trained it to offer its paw, though that's a secret. After various things happened, 3 months have passed. The rain has stopped. 1. Both of those were written in English and capitalized like that. 2. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/bowlingual. Chapter 43, Holy Sword. Highway. Part 1. The day before we left the Darudia village, Eris and Minitona were fighting. I don't think I even need to say the result, but it was Eris's complete victory. I think it's as expected. Eris is at the level where she can keep up with Rudyard's training. If a younger girl who hasn't specifically received any kind of training ends up as the opponent, they can't even be called an opponent in the first place. It's bullying the weak. This is where it would be good if I put in a word of warning. I already knew that Eris was that kind of child, but she's soon to be 14 years old. If you say 14 years old, it's still a child, but it's not an age where you indiscriminately beat up your opponents. Part 2. However, how then should I put it? Up until now I've never stopped Eris's fights. Even when it came to the fights in the Adventurers Guild, I just left the majority of them to Rudyard. I wonder what I could say after all that. Maybe I should put it as, adventurers and village girls are different. That's wrong, Minitona is the bad one. The one who made such a claim is Teresina. According to her story, it seems Minitona tried to stop Eris, who said she was planning to leave after the rainy season ends. Eris seemed to be happy that she wanted to stop her, but explained why she has to continue her journey. With Minitona who was being selfish, it was a development where Eris gives an explanation. It's opposite from how it is normally. After a little while the discussion continued. At the start both of them were calm, but eventually, disputes started up. Minitona started making thoughtless remarks. Those thoughtless remarks including Ghislaine and myself. After hearing that, it seems Eris tried to endure it with an angry face. It seems like she wanted to respond with a calm feeling. In the end, it seems the one who first laid their hands on the other was Minitona. She sold the fight to Eris. It's an act of courage, almost worthy of respect. It's something I can't imitate at all, even though I say that Eris ended up buying into that fight. Without mercy, as usual, she beat her to a pulp. Eris. What? Then here I took a good look at the circumstances. First off, Minitona. Even though she lost, it seems she's considerably excited. With heavy breathing. Even after Eris beat her down, it seems her will has not been broken. Eris can break the will of full-grown adults. She's not a woman who goes easy. In other words, that means, it seems you properly went easy. Obviously, Eris looked the other way while saying that. With the old Eris, even if it was an opponent who is younger, any opponent that comes at her would be beaten. Without mercy. Since I'm the one saying it, there's no mistake. Normally, you would do something worse, right? She's my friend after all. After taking a look at Eris's face, her lips curled up with a sour look. It was a face of one that was repenting their crimes. It seems she does at least regret hitting her a bit. It's something that the Eris until now would never have done. It seems Eris may have become a bit more of an adult these past 3 months. In the places where I'm not watching, she's properly growing up. In that case, there's only one thing I have to say. It would be best if you reconcile with her before we leave. Tomorrow. No way. Still a child, huh? The last day, we were busy preparing for the journey, so I didn't meet with Holy Beast Sama. I thought the criminal would let him out again, but for some reason Holy Beast Sama never appeared. In exchange, in the middle of the night there were 2 intruders. Ah! A small scream and a loud sound of something bumping. With those 2 sounds, as one would expect, even I was awakened. Recently, it feels like I've been slacking a bit too much, so I raised my body and grabbed my staff that was left at my side. It's a bit too crude of a presence for it to be a thief. Rudyard should have long since realized it. Humu, Teresina, move more quietly, Naya. I let go of my staff. That would be the reason why Rudyard was silent. Sorry, Tana, but it's dark. If you focus your eyes well, you can see Naya. Ah. Again, there was a sound of something banging. Tana, you alright? Ouch, Naya. However, they seem to think they're whispering, but the volume is so loud I can almost hear everything. I wonder what their objective is. Money, or maybe fame. Otherwise maybe they are after my body, I wonder. Not really though. It's most likely Eris after all. Ah, was it here, Naya? Sniff sniff? It seems a bit different. Don't mind it, Naya. In any case, they're sleeping, Naya. They stopped in front of my door, then I heard the sound of it opening and them coming inside. They started to timidly look over the room, and then our eyes clearly met as I was sitting on my bed. Naya! What's wrong, Tana? Ah! Minitona and Teresina were there, wearing a one-piece made of thin fur. There was a hole where the butt is and their tail was showing its face from the back. It was the beast race's characteristic pajama appearance. Truly lovely. What's going on this late at night? Eris's room is next door. I set it in as low a voice as possible. So, sorry, Naya. As they were saying that, they moved to close the door, then suddenly stopped. Come to think of it, we never gave our thanks to you, Naya. Ah, to Tana? Tana said it as if she remembered it. They returned back into the room. Teresina was following behind her. Thank you for saving us, Naya. I heard that I might have died if you hadn't used healing magic on me, Naya. That's right. Those injuries were pretty dangerous. They were injuries which would have long since broken my will. I think it was pretty amazing how she managed to continue with that sort of resolve in that situation. It was an easy matter to resolve. Thanks to that, there's no scars remaining, Naya. While saying that, Tana grabbed the edge of her one piece and flipped it upwards, showing me her beautiful natural legs. However, because the room was dark, I couldn't see any deeper. Seems like you could see, but you cannot. Kishirika-sama, why did you not have a demon eye that allows one to see in the dark? Tana, that's disgraceful. It's fine since he's already seen it once anyways. However, old man guys said it, human race males are in heat all year around one, so if you get close to them carelessly, they'll attack you. In heat all year. He says such rude things. Though it's not wrong. Besides, if he gets excited over seeing my body, then isn't that favorable to repay the favor? Naya. It's chilly. How long do you intend to keep the hem of your skirt raised? I wasn't looking at Tana's legs at that time. While wiping a cold sweat away, I grabbed my staff that was sitting at my side tightly. From the room next door, I could sense something like sharp killer intent leaking out bit by bit. Asterisk co. Cough asterisk. I have received your gratitude. Eris is in the room next door, so if you will please. They may be children, but they shouldn't be carelessly showing that there are no scars. It would be trouble if they were attacked by a dangerous old man who has a hobby of playing doctor. I see, but really, thank you, Naya. Thank you very much. The two bowed their heads and then left the room. After a short period, I slowly moved over and put my ear against the wall. In the next room, I could hear Eris in a displeased voice, saying, "What do you want?" The usual pose with her arms crossed entered my mind. Tana and Teresina's voices were a bit hard to hear. No, Eris's voice is just too loud. While listening in excitement, Eris's voice gradually became calm. "It seems things will be all right." I felt relieved and returned to my bed. It seems like they continued to talk all night long. I don't know what they talked about. Tana and Teresina are both still nowhere near good at human language. Eris as well has learned a little bit of beast god language, but it's not enough to have a conversation. I wonder if they are able to properly talk. I felt anxious about it, but the next day, while seeing us off, Eris was holding Minitona's hand while crying. It seems they were able to reconcile. Excellent, excellent. Part 3. Holy Sword Highway. That is a highway that cuts in a straight path through the Great Forest. Once upon a time, the Saint Meles created this highway, which is overflowing with magic power, even though the surroundings are flooded with water, only. The highway is dry. Also, it seems not a single monster will approach this highway. We are going to move along it in a carriage we received from the Didarudia race. They prepared anything and everything we would need for the journey. Carriage plus horse. Travel expenses, 5 meles gold coins plus 5 meles silver coins. Consumable goods. Since this is the case, even without returning to Saint Port, we should be able to make it to the capital of Meles. Alright, let's depart. Just as that development was happening, for some reason a monkey-faced man came along. Wheel, I was just thinking it was about time I returned to Meles. It was just in time. Take me along as well. Newbie Jisoo, while saying that, shamelessly jumped on and joined us. Oh, if it isn't Jisoo, you are following along as well? There were no complaints from the other two with me. I wondered if they were acquaintances and asked. It seems when I wasn't looking, Jisoo was properly laying the groundwork with those two. He joined along with Eris, Tana, and Teresina to tell them about interesting stories and also joined in with Rujard and Gustav telling stories of the good old days. It seems he used his usual wiles of working to someone's nature, and the two want to make up for that in a place where I can't see, which is why those two were willing to accept him so easily. Alright, then let's depart. Along with Rujard's shout, the carriage started to move forward. While looking back at the beast races that came to see us off, Eris was still shedding tears while looking at Minitona and the others. It's a bit of a moving feeling. However, in my heart, there's something still a bit unsettling remaining. It's Jisoo's fault. If he wanted to come along, it would have been fine if he had just said so from the start. Even if he didn't move around so suspiciously in the background like that. If he had just normally asked, I had no reason to turn him down. Hey, senpai, don't glare at me like that. Inside of a carriage moving at quite a speed, I was making a face filled with discontent. While laughing with a broad grin, Jisoo came close to my ears. The one who gave a hand towards senpai's love was me. You know. Then for some reason he started to talk about something odd. Helper in love. Now then, in the end, these past 3 months, whether it be dog ear girls or cat ear girls, it ended with me being unable to lay my hands on any of them. There was no development with Eris as well. I did end up getting along better with guys more than at the start, but just that. Is that love? Don't say stupid things. I don't have those sorts of interests. Helper in love, what do you mean? I helped you meet with Holy Beast Sama, didn't I? Holy Beast. Think about the meaning. Understood. Ah. It was this guy. This guy was the criminal. What do you mean helper in love? I said it was a false charge from the start. No, rather than something like that. Ho, how did you manage to lead Holy Beast Sama out? That's a trade secret. Well, they are idiots after all. If you cause a bit of a distraction, then something like bringing him out can be done. Carelessly and confidently he said that. No, that is dangerous, isn't it? After all, the beast race people were extremely angry. It felt like if they found you they would tear you limb from limb or something. Why did you do something as dangerous as that? After all, you like dogs, right? I told you that was a false charge. Was that the case? Well, isn't it fine? Just like that, with a light tone, Jisoo said it while laughing frivolously. Just then, I was filled with anxiety. This guy, could it be that he's a considerably dangerous guy? I wonder if it would be bad to let him go together with us on the journey. Rujard-san, turn around the carriage. Why? We have to turn over the criminal who let out Holy Beast Sama. Wait. Jisoo started to panic and tried to seal up my mouth. However, because of this guy I was doubted so much. There's a need to turn my heart into a demon and make sure punishment is received here. It's alright, newbie, I'll properly explain things for you. They might end up throwing you into prison nude and hurl cold water at you, but you can endure that much. Hey, wait a second. Are you serious? Listen well, the one who prepared the carriage was me, you know. Those guys don't have the kind of culture that apologizes for things with objects. That's why, forgive me. The monkey face was desperate. A face filled with charm. This guy isn't a bad person. That is something I understood well when we were in the prison together. It's not like he lead out Holy Beast Sama with some evil intent. However, Mumu. Rudius. What, Rudyard-san? Forgive him. Dana. As expected of Dana. Wheel, I've always thought. Since before that Dana is quite the handsome man. Really, this guy. In any case. Rudyard-san. Is it fine? This guy is one of those villains you really hate. He probably did it because he thought he was doing it for your sake. I don't really understand what Rudyard uses as the basis for his judgment. That is fine and this is bad. No, it could be that this is the result of Jisoo laying the groundwork. It seems like he sure did it well, that monkey bastard. That's right, it was like that Dana. I did it for senpai's sake. I couldn't have imagined that it would become a serious issue. Then I went a bit overboard with it, but I absolutely didn't do it to try and cause problems for anyone. Honestly speaking, I have a debt towards this guy. In a cold place, naked, the debt of receiving a vest. In terms of a debt, it's a small matter. But compared to the beast race who, even knowing that the charges were false, continued to doubt me, it's a much better impression. Well, it's fine. In the end, it's not like anyone is bothered by it. Even the beast race's guards, thanks to this they've learned a lesson. And just like that I was forced to accept it. It's fine if you come along, but new B, aren't you afraid of the supered race? Just like that I said it in a voice that Rudyard could hear. I wonder if this guy knows Rudyard is a supered or not. If he was involved in the drinking when they were in, then it wouldn't be strange for him to have heard it, right? It wouldn't be funny if he suddenly said, supered race. Seriously? Afterwards. That can't be. Of course I'm scared, since I'm a magic race as well. The fear of supered race starts from the time you're a child. They say they'll eat you. I see. Incidentally, even though Rudyard looks that way, he's a supered race. As I said it like that, Jisoo narrowed his eyes. Dana is different, since he's my life's savior after all. I wonder if something happened, so I sent to Rudyard a signal with my eyes, and he waved his head that he has no idea. At the very least it doesn't seem like he saved him over these past 3 months. As expected, you don't remember, it was 30 years prior. After all, while saying that, Jisoo began to tell the tale. The meeting, the parting, the turning point, the love scene. It was an excellent story. While speaking of the hard-boiled excellent story, a handsome man goes on a journey. He hears, please don't go. From 100 women, he feels something pulling at him from behind and starts traveling towards his hometown. Then when he arrives with a mysterious beauty, it's long, so I'll sum it up into one line. When he was still a beginner adventurer at a time when he was attacked by a monster and about to die, it seems Rudyard has saved him. Well, it was something that happened 30 years ago. There's no reason to especially feel a debt. The supered race are scary, but Dana is different. The monkey-faced newbie said it like that while laughing. Rudyard loosened his blank expression. I felt like I understood the meaning of the words karma. Isn't that great? Rudyard. Well, I'm asking to at least join you for a bit? As previous comrades. Just like this, the monkey-faced newbie joined Dead End. It's not like he entered. He simply forced himself on us until the next town at least. According to his jinx, forming a party with 4 people. Nothing good will come of it or something. After avoiding those superstitions, it doesn't seem like they're helping you since you got thrown into a prison yourself. Well, if he's not planning to join the party, then it's fine if he doesn't join. Just like this on our journey, the number accompanying us increased by 1. Part 4. We just entrusted the carriage to our speed and solely kept moving past the great forest. It's truly a straightforward path. The road goes right over the horizon. It continues straight into the capital of St. Mealy's kingdom. I wonder why there's this sort of path. There's no monsters at all. The water drainage is also surprisingly good. Just as my doubts were coming up, Jisoo started to explain it. The one who created this road was the founder of the Mealy's Church, the world's largest religious organization. St. Mealy's. This is the result of a single swing of St. Mealy's sword. It sliced straight through the mountains and forest, and cut down a demon lord on the magic continent or something. Since that story started to spread around, this road was called Holy Sword Highway. There's no way that can be the case, is what I wanted to think, but even now there's still magic power from St. Mealy's remaining. As proof of that, even now we've had absolutely no encounters with monsters. The carriage has never gotten stuck in mud as well. Full sails, favorable wind. It's truly a miracle. I can understand why the Mealy's Church has so much power. However, I'm pretty afraid of the bad influence it may have on the body. What is known as magic power is convenient. However, it causes animals to transform into monsters. Causes 2 children to be teleported from central continent to magic continent. It causes various bad things. The fact that there is a lot of magic power is also something to be afraid of. Well, it's fine since we can take it easy knowing no monsters will attack. Part 5. Along the side of the highway there are points at specified distances which are made for camping. There we make preparations to camp. Rudyard went into the forest and just caught whatever was convenient. There's no real problems there. Occasionally, a beast race from a nearby village will come out to sell things, but there's nothing we really need to buy. I don't think it even needs to be said of the great forest, but there's an abundance of vegetation. On the sides of the highway there is a large number of plants that can be used as spices. I started to gather those using the plant encyclopedia I once read as a reference. Even though that is the case, my cooking skill isn't all that high. Even if I were to say that my skill has improved considerably over this past year, bad has just changed into slightly bad. The quality of the ingredients in the Great Forest are much better than those of the Magic Continent. And there's not just monsters, there are regular animals as well. Rabbits and boars, for example, they're just normal animals. And then after you cook the meat from the animals, that alone is plenty delicious. But since that's the case, I want to eat even better tasting meat. The quest to eat good food should always be done with greed. There Jisoo entered the field. He was a master of camping cooking. He managed to use the grasses and berries I found and, almost as if by magic, turned them into spices to magnificently flavor the meat. I said it right. I can do anything. It wasn't just bragging, that meat was seriously good, amazing, hold me. It was almost to the point that I suddenly embraced him, acting almost to a disgusting extent. I felt bad about my feelings as well. That goes for the both of us. Part 6. It's boring. Eris muttered that just as we were preparing for today's meals once again. Ingredients, Rudyard, fire and water, me, cooking, Jisoo. In front of this perfect distribution of roles there was nothing for Eris to do. At best it would be something like collecting firewood, but this is in the middle of a forest. It's over quickly. Therefore she is quite bored. Around the start she was just swinging her sword on her own. Since Ghislaine and I forced her to keep doing things with repetition training, she can swing the sword for any number of hours. Even though that's the case, if you were to ask if that is interesting to do, then it seems that wouldn't be the case. Currently, Rudyard is hunting, Jisoo is cooking the soup, and I'm working on making a figure. There's still quite a bit of time left until I complete this 1 out of 10. Rudyard, however, it should sell. It has additional value. If you have this, then you will never be attacked by the supered race, rather you will be able to get along with them. Or something like that is what I'm saying. Putting that aside, Eris is at her limit with being bored. Hey, Jisoo. What's up, young lady? It's not ready yet. Jisoo turned around while confirming the taste of the soup. There was Eris using her usual imposing pose. Teach me cooking. No way. It was an instant reply. Jisoo just kept with his cooking like nothing happened at all. Eris just kept staring into space dumbfounded. However, she quickly regained herself and yelled out, "Why?" "Because I don't want to teach you." "Like I said, why?" Jisoo let out a deep sigh. Young lady. Swordsmen are best off thinking of nothing but fighting. Trying to cook is pointless. It's fine as long as you can eat. Incidentally, this man's fine as long as you can eat it is completely not the level of his food. It's the level where you could open a shop. It's not something where the Emperor of Japan would fire off light out of his mouth the moment he puts it in, but it's at the level where his cooking shop would be well known in the neighborhood. But if I can cook, Eris was saying that while stealing glances in my direction. What is it, Eris? What do you want to say? Please feel free to say it straight out. I don't get it at all. Jisoo is being cold to Eris. I don't really get why, but he's saying it in a pretty severe way. In regards to Rudyard and me, it's not really the case, but only to Eris he seems to say things while pushing her away. Doesn't the young lady have talent with the sword? Something like cooking you don't need. But being able to fight is something to be happy about, No. In order to live in this world, there's nothing more than that which you need. It will just make your well-polished talent lose its focus. Eris made a bit of an unpleasant face, but she didn't start to hit Jisoo. For some reason Jisoo's words have an odd power of persuasion to them. Though that's just my front excuse. Jisoo nodded with an alright and stopped stirring the soup. And then he started to serve it with the stone bowls. Incidentally, the bowls were something I made. I decided to never teach anyone cooking again. It seems Jisoo was at one point a member of a party that cleared labyrinths. It was a party with 6 members, everyone aside from him could only do a single thing. It seems they were all clumsy people. The Jisoo of that time had a pet phrase of, "You guys really can't do anything besides that." It seems that party still managed to do quite well even, though it was pretty distorted. However, one day, it seems one of the women from the party told Jisoo she wanted to learn cooking. If you want to catch a man, start by catching his stomach. It seems that it's effective in this world as well. Jisoo said it couldn't be helped and taught the woman cooking. Whether it be because of the cooking or whatever, that is unknown, but as a result the woman stuck to the man and just like that got married. The two left the party and went off to somewhere. After everything, if 2 important individuals suddenly drop out, the party interior became rough. The party was filled with a spiral of fights and disinterest. They were unable to properly complete any jobs, and quickly disbanded. Even though that's the case, Jisoo is a man who can do anything. He has no talent with the sword or magic, but everything other than that he can do. Therefore, he thought he would quickly find another party. The result was a crushing defeat. Jisoo of that time was an adventurer with a bit of a name for himself. Even though that was the case, there were no parties that would take him in. Jisoo can do anything. If it's something that adventurers can do, then pretty much anything. In other words, it's that everything that Jisoo can do is something that anyone else can do as well. If it's a high-rank party, all members will generally split up. The miscellaneous jobs. Jisoo realized it, that he had no place other than in that party. Since it was filled with clumsy guys, he could be there. After that, Jisoo left the business of an adventurer halfway. It seems he decided to live his life a player, gambler. That's why you know, women are no good for cooking. It's a jinx, is what he added on. If you were to ask me, Jisoo's jinx doesn't matter at all. I think it would be fine if you were to teach something like cooking. This soup is good. Just a single sip of this soup is enough to make the inside of my mouth have a shooby-doo-badahan kind of feeling. It's to the point where I want to be taught as well. Since that's the case, I decided to throw out a lifeboat. I understand that newbie ended up with misfortune, but the woman who was taught cooking ended up happy, right? Since that's the case, teach us, is what I was thinking. Then Jisoo waved his head. I don't know if the woman ended up being happy or not. I haven't met her since. But Jisoo was laughing to himself. As for the man, he was happy, or maybe not. Therefore, it's a jinx, I guess. After seeing him with a depressed expression, I felt like I couldn't say anything more. The soup that should have been good lost a bit of its flavor. Rudyard, wouldn't you hurry and come back? Part 7. A certain day, by the side of the road at one of the specified points, we found a strange stone monument. It reached about knee-high and there was a strange emblem carved into its face. A single letter was surrounded by 7 emblems. If I remember correctly, the letter in the center in fighting God language would be 7. The other emblems I feel that I might have seen somewhere. Or not. I decided to ask Jisoo and see. Hey newbie, what is this stone monument? Jisoo looked at the stone monument and nodded with an ah. That is the 7 world powers. I see, the 7 world powers. 7 world powers, what is that? It means the 7 warriors who are known to be the strongest of all in this world. It seems that around the time the Second Great Human-Demon War ended, a person known as the Technique God decided and made this. The Technique God was said to be the strongest being of that time. The ones that person decided, in regards to this world, the strongest 7 names. This stone monument is something for the sake of confirming that supposedly. If I remember correctly, if we're talking about that then, Dana should know more about it. Dana. After Jisoo called out to him, Rudyard, who was nearby, looking over Eris's training, walked up to us. Eris fell to the ground. There she lay with her arms and legs stretched out, and was breathing deeply, trying to catch her breath. The 7 world powers. Huh, that's nostalgic. Rudyard narrowed his eyes while looking at the stone monument. Do you know about it, Rudyard? When I was young, I was one of the countless that trained and aspired to be included as one of the 7 world powers. While saying that, Rudyard was looking far into the distance. Considerably far into the distance. Far, far away. Exactly how far back was this? What exactly is that emblem? Those are each of the individual's crests. It still reveals the current 7 names. Rudyard pointed to each of them one by one and taught us the current 7 names. The current 7 names are Position 1, Technique God. Position 2, Dragon God. Position 3, Fighting God. Position 4, Demon God. Position 5, Death God. Position 6, Sword God. Position 7, North God. It seems that's how they're lined up. Oh, but 7 world powers is something I've never heard about before. The 7 world powers were well known up until around the time of the Laplace campaign. After all, why did they stop using it? It was because during the Laplace campaign there were some large changes and half of them went missing. It seems, excluding the Technique God, all of the 7 world powers of the time were participating in the Laplace campaign. However, among them 3 died. One of them went missing, and one of them ended up being sealed, was the outcome. It seems the only one who survived with all limbs intact was the Dragon God of the time. For the time being, those known to be the strongest started rising and entering the ranks, and several hundred years after that, those who stole the seats of lower world powers were quite far from the word strongest. Even more so, currently, the whereabouts of 4 of the higher ranks are unknown. Technique God, missing. Dragon God, missing. Fighting God, missing. Demon God, Laplace, sealed away. Those who were certainly known to be the strongest of the higher ranks weren't around in regards to the rankings. Since that's the case, 7 world powers were gradually abandoned and forgotten from the memories of the people, or something along those lines. Incidentally, the reason why the Demon God Laplace was never removed from the ranking was because he didn't die, but was just sealed away. Exactly how many people are there that lived during those times? Well now, even 400 years ago it was becoming suspicious whether the Technique God even existed. In the first place, why did the Technique God even create this sort of ranking? It seems that, in order to find someone who can defeat me, there was that sort of story, but I don't know the details. As if it's a profound ranking, I guess. This stone monument is considerably old. Since that's the case, it could be that the rankings have already changed by now, couldn't it? After I muttered that, Jisoo shook his head. No, it seems that it will automatically change with magic. Is that the case? How? How would I know? It seems that is the case. The letters on the stone monument automatically change. I wonder exactly how it works. There are still a lot of things I don't know about the magic of this world. If I go to the magic university, I wonder if I'll be able to learn about things like that. In any case, 7 world powers. Just as I was thinking there were a large number of people who stink of cheats in this world, I don't feel like I can keep up at all. Well, it's not like I'm aiming to be the strongest in the world either way. I'd rather not get very involved with the strongest. Part 8. It took 1 month until we passed the Great Forest. However, it was only a month. In just a single month, we managed to pass through the entire Great Forest. The path was nothing but a straight line, without a single monster. Therefore, we were able to devote ourselves to moving. That is one of the reasons, but the performance of the horse was also good. The horses in this world don't know what it means to get tired. They can run for 10 hours a day straight without a break. Moreover, the next day they won't feel a thing. I wonder if they're using some sort of magic power, or something. We really passed through the forest in a smooth way. If you were to speak of accidents, it would only be that I got hemorrhoids on the way. Naturally, without telling anyone, I secretly healed it with healing magic. In the name of training, Eris just kept standing on top of the carriage the entire time. I said, it's dangerous, and to stop it, but it was a balance sensation which had the feeling of, what's dangerous about it? I tried to imitate it, then the next day my legs were trembling. Eris is amazing. There is a valley to pass the Blue Dragon Mountain Range. The entrance of that was an inn town. The dwarf race are managers of the inn district here. There's no adventurers guild. However, it's famous as a blacksmith town. Weapon shops and armor shops were all connected to each other. The swords sold here are not only cheap but of high quality, is what Jisoo was teaching us. Eris was making a face as if she wanted everything, but it's not like we have surplus with our money. After all, in order to cross from Meles to Central Continent, it's going to cost another fortune for a supered race again. We can't afford to spend wastefully. The sword Eris is using now is not bad as well. Although, I'm still a man. Seeing all these grim swords and armor lined up, regardless of one's age, you'll feel excited. Even though I say that, after all it's a problem of garments that look one's age. The dwarf who was tending to the store said, I don't think that suits you, boy. While laughing. After I said even though I look like this I'm still intermediate level of the sword god style, he was a bit surprised. Well, we have no money, so it ended with just being made fun of a bit. According to Jisoo's story, it seems that this is where the highway forks into multiple paths. If you continue east along the mountain, you'll supposedly arrive at a large town of dwarves. If you head northeast, then you'll arrive at the elves' territory, and northwest the hobbit regions are spread out. The reason this town doesn't have an adventurers guild is probably a problem with the location. Also, if you head in the direction of the mountain, it seems there are hot springs. Hot springs. It's a topic that I hold great interest in. What's a hot spring? Hot water from the mountain gathers up. If you bathe there, it feels really good. Oh, sounds interesting. However, isn't this the first time Rudius has been here? How do you know about it? I read about it in a book. I wonder if hot springs were mentioned in Walking the World, the tour guide book. If I remember correctly, I feel like they weren't mentioned in it. However, hot springs, sounds nice. There's probably no yukata in this world, but wet hair, skin dyed in the color of cherry blossoms, Eris, spacing out in the hot water. The places known as hot springs are there. No, I guess it's not really mixed bathing. It would be different, right? Although, in the 1 in 10,000 chance that there is mixed bathing, I wonder what would happen. It's something I have to make absolutely sure to check up on. Since it's just after the rainy season ended, the mountain side is probably in a terrible state right now. Just as I was hesitating, Jisoo objected. It seems if people who aren't used to walking in the mountains go, it will take quite a bit of time. Since that's the case, we have to give up on the hot springs. How unfortunate. Part 9. The Holy Sword Highway entered into the Blue Dragon Mountain Range. It was a path with a width that only about 2 carriages could pass through at once. It was cutting the mountain in half. The bottom of the valley. However, maybe thanks to the divine protection of Meles, it seems that rock slides almost never happen. If this path didn't exist, you'd have no choice but to take a huge detour in order to get north. Even though there's almost never any blue dragons in these mountains, there are many monsters, so if you tried to pass through them it would be quite dangerous. In such a place, there's a shortcut created where not a single monster will appear. I understand the reason why Saint Meles is worshipped very well. After 3 days we passed through the valley. Just like that we left the Great Forest and entered the territory of the human race. 1. It says 10,000 years of sexual excitement / in heat, though more or less it means the same thing as eternally in heat. Credits. Author, Rifujin na Magonote. Illustrator, Shirataka. Publisher, Kadokawa Shoten. Translator, Bakasuki.